Once again, good morning everyone. This is day 2. Good morning and welcome. It's time for us to kick things off. I kicked things off nice and easy at about 9:25 if you all were around. I did a little bit of a set on stage with my guitar. For those of you all who didn't see it, maybe I can do one more just before you come back from lunch maybe. We shall give that a shot. Once again, like yesterday, I'm going to request all of you all to pull out your phones and double check that your phones are on silent. Mine was not. Giving you a few seconds to do that. Just double check that your phones are on silent. If you have multiple phones, pull out both phones and make sure both phones are on silent, please. While you do that, it is day 2. Day 1 was absolutely fantastic. How many of you were here all the way to the end? You watched Sapan Verma, yeah? Okay, how was that for you? Was that good? Was that not so good? Yeah? It was good? I thought he was absolutely fantastic. And it's been such a long time since I saw a comedian and laughed so much. So big ups to Sapan Verma. And big ups to the people that brought him here. So shout out to the people at AIM. Can you make some noise for the organizers in the house? Come on. Yeah? Do you know who's coming in today? Do you know who's coming in today? Anil Kumble is going to be in the house. How many of you are excited to see Anil Kumble in the house? Make some noise. Yeah. So, yeah, once again, a big shout out to the people at AIM for making this happen. So this is day 2 of the Data Engineering Summit 2025, or as we'd like to call it, DES 2025. We're going to take the lights down once again, and I request your kind attention to the screen, please.
From cave walls to phone calls, we've always wanted one thing: to connect. Over time, how we connect has changed. It got faster, smarter, and bigger. Now it's not just people talking to each other. It's machines, apps, systems, all talking through data. And at the heart of it all, data engineers, building the roads that keep this new world running. Data and AI are helping us live better, work faster, and solve big problems. This is just the beginning. Welcome to DES 2025.
Can we hear a big round of applause for that video, please? Welcome to DES 2025, like it said there. Each and every one of you make these events happen, and I'd like to thank each and every one of you all for being with us here today. So today we're going to focus on thought leadership and strategic insights track, where we explore not just how we engineer data, but why we do it, where it is heading, and how we build intelligence at scale. As like yesterday, we brought senior leaders onto the stage, engineers turned strategists and data visionaries who have done this at a massive scale. We're bringing them on the stage once again today. So my name is Vineet Vincent, and I will be walking you through day 2 as well. And a quick reminder for you all to go outside and check out the AIM booth. They have a lot of goodies to be given out. They have a lot of interactive sessions happening. So make sure you go out. It's outside those doors. Check out the AIM booth outside. And this is a very important bit. We did this yesterday as well. Like I said before, each and every one of you showing up, making this event happen, drives this event forward. But we also have people that make this event go forward. This year, DES 2025 is powered by Genpact in association with Mathco, Snowflake, and Tiger Analytics, our platinum sponsors, EPAM, IceDQ, and Starburst. Our gold sponsors, ClickHouse, Sigmoid, Target, and Tredence. Our silver sponsor, CData. Our exhibit sponsors, Carrier, Melissa, Startree, and Yidu. Can we hear a massive round of applause for all of these people and companies coming together to make this happen? Thank you very much. And a quick reminder, again, that all of them are displaying outside, so make sure you go over to their stalls, have conversations with them, and also smile at each other, say hello, network as much as possible. This is day 2 of a fantastic event. Once again, thank you all so much for being here with us at DES 2025. It's time for us to introduce the first speaker on stage. This is the opening keynote, the data labs at Rolls-Royce. This man is been pioneering how AI, engineering, and contextual awareness can transform raw data into thinking, adaptive systems. Whether you're a data leader or a curious technologist, this session will challenge you to rethink the very role of data in the enterprise. Please welcome Hariharan Ganesan, Vice President and Head of Rolls-Royce Data Labs, to the stage.
Check. Yeah, it's working. Thank you. Morning, everyone. How are you all doing today? First of all, thanks to AIMS for organizing such a great event along with all the sponsors and having me here to share some of my thoughts. I've been part of Rolls-Royce for the last 10 years, and I've been instrumental in building a central capability called Data Labs, which predominantly focus on data innovation for Rolls-Royce divisions and central functions, actually. So what I'm here to share with you is a few of the thought process that worked for us in last 10 plus years in terms of creating some value impact to our organization in digital transformation solutions. I want to create a caution here. Not a single solution work for multiple industries. So I kept it as generic as possible so that we can have a debate at the end and have some question and answer, actually. With that, I just wanted to It's not working, slide flipper. It's not working. Sure. Oops, okay. All right, so I'll start with the introduction to Rolls-Royce. Some of you might be wondering in this room, where is the car in this picture? Why Hari is hiding the car in the picture? How many of you think that we make cars? Oh, good. We don't make cars. We stopped making cars long ago. But we do a lot of other good stuff, like aero engines for aircrafts and defense purposes. Also, we make quite a lot of engines which powers big buildings, marine ships, and data centers that we are all using right now, right? So if I want to give a quick introduction about Rolls-Royce, we've been at the forefront of innovation for more than 100 years in terms of powering, protecting, and connecting modern world, actually. What I mean by that is there are three core business areas that we work on, which is civil, defense, and power system. To talk about civil, we are one of the major engine manufacturers for large commercial aircrafts and business jets and regional jets. How many of you know that we powered the very first commercial aircraft of India, which was flown in 1932 by Tata, right? And if you happen to take a flight between Delhi to London or Delhi to New York next time, most probably you'll be ended up in a latest aircraft called A350, which is powered by one of the most efficient commercial aircraft engines, actually. That's about our presence in terms of civil, and we are growing in India as I speak, actually. We got good orders from Air India, and we are expecting more orders from other airlines too. And the second thing is all about defense, actually. It's about, we are the market leaders in terms of providing engines for transportation, military transportation, and military patrol. Also, we have a very, very competitive position in combat applications, actually, right? In India, our government is one of the very key customer for us, and we've been supplying quite a lot of engines for our defense, in IAF and other areas, actually. Excuse me. And last but not least is the power system. We are one of the largest manufacturers of high-speed reciprocal engines, diesel engines, which basically powers, trains, ships, submarines, and data centers, actually. So we have operations in Pune and Bengaluru in India, and we've been, close to 300 to 400 people in India. We've been supporting Rolls-Royce big time, actually. With that introduction, data and analytics is not something new for Rolls-Royce. We've been using it for more than 10 decades in terms of improving our product efficiency and safety and availability of our products. So in 2017, we found that it is important to have modern technologies onboarded into our capability so that we stay relevant in the market as well as we accelerate the data innovation, what we are already doing actually. So what we decided to, we create an internal capability house called Data Labs. So we started our journey in 2018 and we've been working as an internal capability for various digital transformation initiatives within Rolls-Royce. And our journey has been underpinned by 3 key principles. One is people, value, and resilience. So what I mean by people is having the right talent and right domain alignment so that the people understand what they are working on and their impact has been clearly aligned to the strategic objective of the companies. And the second thing is value. Value is all about whatever the digital transformation we are trying to do, are we doing the right thing, which making sense to our end stakeholders or end personas who is using it, and it is creating either an impact on the top line or bottom line. So all our digital transformation projects are picked from the perspective of, it's creating a value which is measurable and quantifiable. And the last but not least is the resilience. Resilience is all about, once we start delivering something, how to sustain it and how to repeat it actually. So we achieved it by having a good operating model as well as a very good collaboration with the ecosystem partners. Especially in India, we partner with multiple, service providers and we get the best out of them and we deliver, consistent value into our systems actually. With that introduction, it's been challenging, right? So like most of us, even we went through quite a lot of challenges during the thing. There are some challenges I want to highlight it. And in Rolls-Royce, we kind of changed the process a little bit and changed our approach a little bit, tweaked it so that, we could able to counter some of the challenges. So some of the common challenges that we all encounter is starting with the value for the technology that we are buying in, because we are in an era where the technology is emerging significantly, right? There are so many tools and opportunities, and it makes us to think that why can't I just start using it and unlocking some values, right? So we also get a feeling that if I don't use this technology, am I going to miss the bus, right? There is a significant amount of pressure is created by the market, as well as your CXOs or the organization. What are you guys doing about it? There are technology going in the market. Why are you not adapting it? Why are you not unlocking value and all those kind of things? So, but the question is, they also ask for an immediate return on the money that they wanted to invest in. So that's one of the key challenges that we have faced. And the second one is impactful analysis. In a data silo world, and as well as the data quality is being always a challenge to achieve the best in quality, as well as trustable data sources. Is the data right? Is it being properly entered? And all those questions are there. With that kind of a data, achieving an impactful analytics is being another challenge that we found. And also, choosing the right problem statement to apply the data analytics is another challenge we found. So that's a continuous challenge for us. And when we started modernizing ourselves more and more, cyber threats are increasing, and companies like us are predominantly focused on building on our strengths. We have a great IPs, we want to protect it. Any cyber threat could cost us a reputational damage for us. So that is another big challenge we keep watching out. But last but not the least is the talent actually. So we had talent kind of a decade before, is not the same talent that what we have today. So the question in our head is, are we having the right talent? Are we investing in the right training of the talent? Or should we have a better talent? Or should we collaborate with the better partners to bring in the talent? So there are a lot of questions going on back and forth because of the various solutions that we are trying to put in based on the new technology emerging and everything. So that's an ongoing challenge, and also there is a significant competition going on in the market to retain the talent. That's another angle actually. Whatever said and done, we still need to create a meaningful impact for our businesses irrespective of the challenges. Otherwise, we wouldn't exist in the system, actually. So in Rolls-Royce, we follow quite a lot of things. I want to highlight some 4 small practice or approach or a concept, whatever you can call, that helped us in terms of navigating some of the challenges. The first one to start with is, all of us understand the hype cycle actually, right? So the technology comes and we understand the hype cycle. We've been pressurized by the hype, right? Why can't I immediately adapt LLM? Where to adapt LLM? Why should I use LLM? Why not other options? But there is always a constant pressure, and it creates a feeling that I'm going to miss out something very big here if I don't get the technology actually. But in Rolls-Royce, we started questioning ourselves a little bit, take a step back and understand how relevant and how viability any of the new technology that is emerging, right? And we found out that some of the problems what we are working on doesn't need a greater technology. It needs a greater approach actually, right? So use the technology as a tool rather than as a decision driver to make solutions for your organization. To put it in a context, we did a small search of how people searching some common terms like digital technology, digital transformation, and artificial intelligence. And we looked at it is from Google search trend. We looked at the pattern. The pattern tells that there is a continuous sustained upward trend on the common trends like digital transformation and artificial intelligence, which is very clear. So we also picked up some of the technology which didn't make it to the way it was hyped at the very beginning and looked at the search trend. This is what we found, right? Virtual reality, 3D printing, sustainability. We took technologies across, not in a single area, as you can see, and we saw a seasonality. And we believe that seasonality is kind of related to the strategy cycle that every company tried to do. As you can see, every year there is a search for those technology, and to understand what can I do about, how can I use this technology in my organization. So they build a strategy. But the interesting part is that seasonality is declining actually. So we understand that not always technology which are hyped need to be adapted and made solution out of it actually. This just to put it in a context. So the question that we ask all the time is, should we worry about fear of missing out, or are we really missing out something that we are already in a course of delivering actually, right? That's number 1. The number 2 is, any digital transformation would be looked at transforming a process or transforming the way we do things. In Rolls-Royce, we understand there are 3 key elements define the complexity of the process, which is human, machine, and data. The interaction between these 3 defines the complexity and importance of the process actually. I know most of you in this room would be doing a design thinking workshop where interaction analysis is there. But we try to do it a little differently, the same analysis, to understand the experience and the economy impact of that particular process. If I want to put it into a context with a simple example, let's assume you're booking a ride tomorrow, right? Or in the past. So you come out, wait for a cab to appear, then the cab comes and you negotiate the price, then you navigate the journey, then reach the destination and negotiate the tip and settle it down. There is significant human-to-human interaction that you see in here. So what happens in terms of experience and economics actually? Let's look at the experience, right? So we are neutral when we want to wait for a taxi ride. But when we start waiting for taxi show up and everything, our experience is going down. And when you started taking the taxi ride, the experience is going up and you're happy. Then finally, when we're settling down, there is an experience downward. What it does to the economy of the process, actually. So there is a cost impact or the value impact in terms of this process. Whenever your persona is unhappy, that means you're losing value or spending more money in doing that, actually. There is a relation between your experience and the economy of the process that you drive in a company, actually. So we try to understand this, actually, right? And then put the technology what you chose based on the first approach in a right space so that you know that you're going to create an impact which is directly, deliver some value into the system, actually. That's the second approach. And finally, if I were to play, how does it look? Now you all have a Uber and Ola apps. If you look at it, there is no human-to-human interaction. Everything is human-to-machine and machine-to-data and human-to-data. And you get things done, actually. If I were to look at what we have done similar in Rolls-Royce, I'm not sure how many of you know about our maintenance, repair, and overhaul operations. It is something very similar to you taking your car for the services, right? So before the service, we need to induct the machine, and we need to induct the engine and understand the scope of the engine, then kit it, then build it, test, then ship it, then invoice it. This is the process. We tried understanding the economy of, the delay and the inventory and all those things caused through this process understanding, and we could able to put solutions could able to see some real value in within a matter of year, and people started seeing that change in the way the behavior and everything happens in the system, as well as the cost spent on running that process actually. The third one is about once you have the process identified, once you know the technology, you need to implement it. So when it comes to implementation, IT and digital plays a huge role. We in Rolls-Royce, we see IT and digital as a continuum. Right? If I were to assume the IT and digital continuum as 6 different layers, starting from infrastructure to operation technology to systems of record to data to intelligence and experience, what I mean by infrastructure is the basic necessity with the security and everything. Operating technology is your connected product, whether it is a machines or anything that it's connected or systems, and systems of record is your ERP systems, backbone of your running the company. Data layer is about that layer which is actually helping people to make access to the right data, and intelligence is where your AI engine is sitting, and experience is where user is actually getting it. What we understand is any digital solutions that we're trying to roll out in an organization all the 6 layers has a role to play, right? So we need to leverage the strength of each of this layer rather than building in one single layer actually. So for example, if there is a native capability of an ERP system that drives significant value into your solution, I would look to leverage it rather than creating a customized solution on top of it actually, very simply put it. And we come across at least 2 or 3 layers minimum involved in terms of any digital transformation of projects in anything that we did in Rolls-Royce. Finally, whatever said and done, unless you get your data right, you're not going to achieve anything, right? So data is the king. So what we do in the data space, that's another thing. Apologies. What do we do in the data thing actually? So we aspire to democratize the data. That's a philosophy that we follow in, and why we so? Because data is not a kind of asset of a single function or something like that. It should be used by everybody in the right sense, right manner actually. How to achieve it? Create a domain, joint ownership of data, right? You work closely with the domains and functions and allow them to play around with you in terms of creating a trustworthy, right quality data, and it's a joint ownership. It is not about central digital or CIDO organization owns the data. It is a joint ownership between the functions and the and the technology team. So that's number 1. And then number 2 is about okay, once you get the data, how do you know it is actually creating some value for you? So you productize the data actually, right? Who can productize the data? Only the domain owners and the function leads can define the requirement for the product, how the data product is going to be used. So okay, once it is defined as a product, do you know how it is impacting? How many times it's been used? Where it has been used? Who is accessing it actually? Is it really making any sense? So you can put a measure around it. So productize the data. So once you have the right data and productize, you make it as a product out of it, it is also important to make sure it is available to everyone to access in a right manner. So you need to have a self-service data platform, which is very user-centric, not designer-centric actually. So we spend a lot of time and effort on building user-centric data, self-service data platform. And last but not the least, a federated governance. A business like us, we are, we've been operating in a space of defense and aviation, which is safety and other government criticality is very important that we need to take care of it. So you need to know where your data are traveling, how it is, how it's been handled. So it's a federated data governance. It's a combination of your technologists plus your people who handle the statutory like expo control, GDPR, and all those people come together in terms of defining the governance model and build it part of the data management framework what you have, and create a tool around it and make sure that it has been properly governed and tracked and served actually. That's what we are doing in the data. I want to leave one final thought. We're all working on data to intelligence. It will make impact only if it is a purpose-led. That's what we understood over a period of time. With that statement, I want to thank you all for patiently listening to me, and thank you very much for the opportunity again. Thank you. Happy to take any questions if you have.
So just like yesterday, if you have a question, just put your hand up in the air. Yes, the gentleman at the back. Can we turn the mic on, please? There's a mute button. Just push that button up. Anyone else? We'll come to that gentleman. If you have a question, all the way at the back. We'll just get that mic working. Give us a moment. Yes, that's working. Please go ahead.
Very good morning.
Good morning.
My question is, you suggested domain ownership, but usually data teams work as an independent function, usually in an organization. So how do we inculcate that culture of the business owners have the ownership of your data in your data platform as well?
So the only way we found out to make that happen is make them feel the impact actually, right? So educate them. We run a lot of pods actually, right? We run a lot of pods, and we also educate what happens if the data quality is wrong actually, right? And we also target to the champions. We do develop quite a lot of champions in their respective area. You know, we don't look at only the technology area. We work closely with them and say that who's ready to work with us. I'll give a simple example. So some of the procurement function, we took it, right? So there is amazing graduate was there actually. We took him part of our team, but he's still a procurement person, but he works in our team, right? And we use him as a conduit to go and tell what is the art of possible. And again, we have an amazing framework within Rolls-Royce, which talks about data generation to, you know, the end of the data. There's a good framework, and we make sure that framework is being responsibility of the functions as well as the data team, not only the data team actually. So communication and make them aware and show them the impact with a real example. They will be definitely onboarded. And don't get me wrong, most of their managers are pressurizing them to make a database decision, and they are in the need for adapting this actually, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I have another question related to using LLMs. So recently
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Okay. Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So my friend just shared, in short thing, just what I read was, there is a Chinese Shenzhen Institute which uses DeepSeek LLM to design their fighter jets, J-15 and J-35 4 like, what's your thoughts on this, using an LLM to build your engines and do some analytics related to it?
So, I mean, it's a very loosely made statement. Chinese DeepSeek is used for developing a fighter jet actually, right? So, I don't think any aviation authority has approved AI to be used in the real-time jets or aviation or anything like that. That's my humble learning. But how LLM can impact us, if I take that question that way? A generic LLM helps us to handle generic problem statement. If you want to answer an engineering question, for example, so we built a embedding model called Sister, which is service intelligence system embedding Rolls-Royce into Rolls-Royce, right? So basically what it does is, it's built on an open source to start with. And now we are trying to migrate it into Azure Open AI. What it does is basically it understands the engineering context actually. If you can build an LLM, whether it's a normal LLM, agentic LLM, doesn't matter, which can understand the engineering context. Why I'm stressing on the engineering context is because these are all IP related dialogues. You won't get it in the common forum actually. So if, for a simple example, if I want to ask my LLM, which is engineering based, what is a blade? it will talk about turbine blade. If you ask a generic LLM, what is a blade? It will talk about multiple blades, grass cutting blades, you name it, more blades. So it is important to building an embedding model which helps you to accelerate any of your development. So which can be used for engineers to query it, understand things, knowledge retention. There are so many angles, but it cannot be used in real-time application because of various reasons. Yeah.
Okay, so you mean like we can't control the hallucinations of the context?
We cannot control hallucinations.
Yes.
Sorry, what is your question?
Do you mean that, like you said, the blade concept, right? There is a context to it and you have to refer only that. You mean that the context may hallucinate in differentiating the blades, which...
If you use a generic LLM, it will hallucinate, right?
Yeah, can't we use a guardrail or a context to...
You can. That's what I said, build a very focused embedding model. This needs some effort. I mean, it cannot be available from the market, so you need to build it on your own.
Yeah, thank you.
Does that answer your question? I'm sorry.
Yes, it did.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Anyone else with questions? Please put your hand up in the air. The lady in the middle. Can we go straight in the middle there? And the lady towards the left of her. First there, please. Can we have another mic move there? Yeah.
Hi, myself Neetu.
Hi, Neetu.
So you have mentioned about the self-serve platform,
Yeah.
which is user-centric. Could you please elaborate?
Madam,
how-
could you hold the mic up?
Yeah,
Perfect,
sorry.
thank you.
So could you please elaborate a little bit on that one? How the users' requirement, it is maybe sometimes it can be duplicated, right? So is there any catalogs they can
Yes.
refer? Okay.
So the idea is to create if I want to put it simply, idea is to create a data mart and tell the entire world that this is the only place you can search for data, no other places actually. If you want to give that idea or perspective to the users, you better be ready with that approach because the user wants all kind of data any given time actually. It is a transformation, madam, to be very honest with you. It is not easy that we can prepare all the data. And if we ended up working on all the data and make it available for user, it is going to be very, very difficult because we are going to spend a lot of money. So it is a user to persona to us collaboration. So for example, what we do in an enterprise services area is we built a self-service platform in Fabric. My data product owner who owns that Fabric, he goes or she goes and works with a lot of the domain people and get what data it's critical for you in next 2 to 3 years. So we put a roadmap and we deliver it, and then we onboard them by communication and continuous training and everything. This is the place you need to look for actually. We are in the journey, we have not achieved it actually, but that's what the journey we are after right now.
Thank you.
Could you pass the mic over that way, please? Yes, ma'am, go ahead. We have time for 2 questions, so we'll do your question and yours, sir.
Good morning, sir. I'm Stravana from Lowe's. So we are talking about a hype cycle, right?
Yeah.
So now every day new technologies are emerging. So what kind of factors you will consider for selecting that whether that new technology is really going to help you? And is there any strategy you are applying for that?
There is no factors, rather that's what I'm saying, industry it varies actually. I've seen people adapting it faster and being successful. I've been seeing industries where it is adapted later and being failure actually, right? So the question is, what is your appetite, right? If I want to draw an analogy, let's assume you're going for a buffet, right? You can't eat everything in the buffet. So there is something very specific to your body nutrition needed actually. Only you need to pick it up. So the factors is all about what you want, right? Do you really solve, for example, if I want to put it Lowe's, you're coming from Lowe's and it's B2C, right? So when I say I want to handle customer and customer can be answered, there are quite a lot of generic questions. I can easily adapt LLM like this actually. So I should go and do it, I will try it and I'll worth investing some money. Let's assume if you are doing in a complex supply chain and you want to put LLM over there where it is not pretty straightforward contractual terms and everything, I wouldn't even try that in that area until I solve my other problem of setting up my process and everything. So the question of maturity of the process, and there is an appetite for your users to do it. So you need to create your own criteria. So what my point is, take a step back and question yourself rather than afraid of missing the bus.
Thanks, sir.
Could you pass the mic on?
Sorry.
Thank you. Hi, myself is Rajiv and from Fidelity Investments. So my question is more on the data as a product. Okay. So past few years, every organization is collecting the data.
Sir, can you hold the mic up, please?
Okay. Past many years, every organization is collecting the data, right? But now I see in your case, what has been your transformation journey to sell data as a product, and what has been the challenges in this journey?
I think data as a product, when you look at it, you need to be, one thing is very clear. Any product should be usable and sellable, right? How do you know that? What is needed for your organization? So what we follow is very simple, right? What is the data needed for today in the world is to maintain the KPI of my organization actually. What is my CFO is looking for? What is my CEO is looking for? That is a level 0 KPI. Similarly, level 1 KPI I have. Similarly, divisional KPIs I have. Similarly, when I come to the engineering functions, I do have KPIs, right? So for each persona, I understand the KPIs. That KPIs drives what data should be productized actually. So we started, again, answer to the same question, we started the journey that defining the product in terms of aligning to the KPI of the thing, it's one method that you can clearly define the product and you can justify to the senior most organization, you wanted this KPI to be viewed, this is the product that's going to be used actually. So that's a simple method. We started adapting it and it is working pretty good actually.
And just second part of this, what has been the challenges?
I'm sorry, we don't have time for any more questions. I don't know where that question is coming from, but unfortunately I'm going to have to cut you off. Can we give the speaker a big round of applause? Mr. Hariharan Ganesan, thank you so much for being with us here today. A nice start for the day. That was the first keynote speaker of the day. It's time for us to journey into another. We have a leader from 3M's Global Technology Center. By the way, in case you have questions, we're going to request Mr. Hariharan to be available off stage, offline for questions. You are already on stage, sir. Could you put your hands together for the next speaker on stage? Thank you very much. This is Mr. Manjunatha G, Engineering and Site Leader at 3M, and he takes us through data engineering transformation with AI agents. Can we hear a big round of applause for him, please?
Good morning. Am I audible? Am I audible? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so just a quick intro from my side, then we'll get started. So my name is Manjunath. I represent 3M Global Technology Center, the GCC arm in India, and we are based out in Karle, next to the Manyata. Predominantly, our focus is around all digital initiatives for the 3M. And I am from Dharmasthala, on a funny note. Okay. Let's get started. What happened? Anybody can tell? What is that? Transformation, right. I'm not a fan of, no, by the way, Pushpa, but I love the movie. But see, the picture I put is basically, look at the time, right? 2021 and 2024. If you look at the kind of transformation we are in, right? So the definition of transformation is going to be changed, or it is getting changed in the modern world. It is accelerated. Earlier, transformation is to take its own time. If you look at the history from paper to digital, or maybe on-premise to the cloud, or from the handheld to the mobiles, it took its own time, right? It took decades. And still, there are many organs still in the legacy world. But the future is not going to be like that. It is going to be accelerated, and the centric approach with respect to the technology industry is going to be changed. And currently also it is being changed because of the artificial intelligence evolution, right? So let's come back to typical data engineering, right? I think if you look at this standard, the process, what happens, I taken a sample example of standard data pipelines, how it works. Typically, we'll have a data sources and it will get ingested, and then we'll put it into storage and warehousing, and we'll put it to visualizations, right? Through analytics or the BI tools. So this is the standard most of the tools or the frameworks will do. So what happens, right? How we can bring intelligence to that? I think that is possible because of the evolution of the AI. right? And so this change is going to be very small, but the impact is going to be very big, especially on the data pipelines, right? And usually if you take any organizations, right, we do have a standard questions, right? Or most frequently we discuss, we don't have a budget for AI, right? These are the standard things, or maybe we'll do it in the next year, and also we'll say we are in a POC mode, we are not in mode with production. And some organizations say still our AI teams are not formed, we have a strategy for that, right? We are still watching technology evolution. So so why I put these questions for, I think this is what the challenges or maybe frequent discussion we will have it with our stakeholders, right? Predominantly when you want to bring something new, the technology. See, the transformation in the data is going to be the easy change if you embrace the technology. Maybe we'll take a couple of examples how we can now make that happen. So typically what is change in data engineering, right? I think typically the schema changes, either in our upstream or the downstreams. There were 10 fields and somehow it became 12 fields, or the customer requested something, it will become remove 2 fields or add 2 more fields, right? These are the kind of standard the change. That is the definition of change in data engineering, right, when it comes to schema. And data source changes also. We have a mainframe source, we change it to SAP, and we move to CSV or many other different integration companies, either in the form of JSON or CSV. And data volume is also one of the important the change, right? Today where we used to see in MB, then we'll move to GBs, depending on the business. And how we can fix this change in the data engineering, right? See, there's one small example which I would like to quote. Maybe I will take an example of the schema changes, which is quite often, and it is going to happen, whichever the business, whichever the company, whichever the corporate it is, because of the business changes. New dimensions of the data will be introduced, right? So what is my recommendation and my view is that, see, this change can be done with any full stack developer who knows, or maybe any data engineer who knows earlier data pipelines, how to develop, how to ingest, by introducing the AI. So what is the example I would like to take is here. Take an example of usually schema, how we can build a schema inference, right? The smartness. So maybe I'll just put one of the source code here. See, look at this on the right side, right? The change looks, I think that is only the code you have to write in your data pipelines. So what I used was, I think there is a concept of system prompt. We use the system prompt and you define, saying that what is the role of that with your prompts. Be very clear, and you can write whatever you want it, right? In this example, basically, I've taken only the CSV. Instead of CSV, you can write saying that you are a data engineer, only process this, limit this. All your, you can even take care of your hallucinations also here. I heard some questions in the previous session. Even you can use that. So you put your system prompt and then your user prompt, right? Then the LLMs, whichever the LLMs you want, you can use it based on the licenses, what you have it. Then you are going to get the data. So what it does is, it will give you any kind of, the schema, the changes, what happened, right? And dynamically it will detect. Simple example is, let's take an example. I have 5 fields, but the data source is coming with a 6th field. Then it will dynamically, smartly identify the 6th field, and also it will make sure that you can have 2 options. One is you validate it, or even you can make in your destination as the 6th column. It is also going to update your destination schema also. So what happens in this case, it is self-healing. Otherwise, typically what happens as a data engineers, we do is, if any new field comes, we'll update our mapping document, and we'll put all the schema story for that data fields and also the data types. Then we'll update our source. Then we'll update our mapping or transformation engine. Then we'll update the destination schema, right? Look at the kind of effort what it is. Instead of that one, we can make it is totally the dynamic. It's a self-healing. And it works in, initially it looks little patchy, but once you established the good prompts, I think here the importance is to coming up with a good system prompt, right? User prompt is very easy to build, but system prompt that's where the trick is. If you build a very good system prompt, then it will act like that. You can be very clear. You can say that no, only source if there is CSV, only ingest if there is an Excel, or if it is a greater than 20 MB, stop it, right? Or log it. Everything you can do it in your system prompts. So, and you can user prompts. You can just use it for pushing the data to your destination, the source. So this is a simple example. So look at kind of effort, right? This is a classic example. Change is minimal, the impact is going to be big. Because most of the data pipelines, the schema changes is going to be the common scenario. And you can use a small, the code change, and you can put it to, this code can go to any of your existing the data pipelines, whether you use a Terraform, TerraGrant, whatever you call, right? Or maybe you have a regular ERP tools, the BA tools, right? So, sorry, data ingestion pipeline tools also you can use it because there are many ways you can even embed the scripts from outside as one of the steps, right? So this is an example I would like to quote in the schema changes. So similarly, you can do it for any change, even this is purely based on the prompting. So, and again, we can keep grooming our prompts and make system prompt is more stronger. And so that you will get a consistent the response. In a typically, if you put it in a user prompts, what happens? Your response will not be consistent, but the system prompts will make sure that you'll always get it in a consistent response. So that way your pipelines will become self-healing, and you can, that is where you are building an intelligence to that, right? And you can build this kind of thing for across all the things. So maybe I would like to put one more the example here, the data volume. I think so. This is also one of the prompt, say where you can say what exactly you want, right? Volume, latency, error rate, everything you can log it, right? And this is what AI will finally tell you. The ingestion volume is high and latency is increasing with the notables, and please do something. And even you can ask what needs to be done. So with a small lines of code, you can bring a smartness to your data pipelines. And yes, it is AI based, right? So please start looking at in this in your organization, see wherever there is an opportunity, try to leverage this thought process. And also some of the other things, right? If you look at how we can do it for the business also. Some of the examples what I quoted was for the live transactions, right? Even you can build this kind of a smart pipelines. Then you can put your ML, the predict stock levels, demand surges, right? Then it is going to impact your the stockouts, reduce stockouts. So there are big business problem also can be solved with a small change of code. And this works really wow. Actually, I tested in person around 20 to 30 fields with a complex data sets, and it works like magic. Okay, and also you can do multiple things. Even if something goes wrong, okay, log my schema changes, or maybe update my destination schema. Everything you can do. And also the one more thing is some questions around the hallucinations, right? That also you can stop it. Let's take an example. If you identify the schema change, dynamic schema change, instead of 5 fields, you got the 6 fields. Then you can take the 6 fields and you can have your master data set, or you call it as a gold data set. The gold data set, you can map it, saying that is it the right schema or the right data, and do the map. And if it is fine, then go ahead and update the destination schema. So there are multiple ways you can embed the intelligence. So that way, I think your pipelines will become more smarter. And I do see this is going to be the future in terms of data pipelines. And there are a couple of examples, like a proactive monitoring also you can use it. Okay, it is very simple and crisp. So over to the questions. Any questions? Yeah.
Put your hand up in the air. We'll have someone come up to you. Up front, we have someone here. Is there anyone at the back also that has a question? Okay, yes, please give him the microphone.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi, sir. My name is Rahul. I'm wondering about the implications that you see in terms of using AI to fill missing data. So I can extrapolate it, for example, you got an ingestion pipeline running, you got missing data in there. Now for categorical values, it's probably easier to do that. But let's say I'm running an ad campaign. Let's say I've got impressions. Can I use impressions to extrapolate spend? And do you think in terms of maturity we are there to use AI to do that kind of extrapolation for missing data?
I think my answer is definitely yes. It is. See, again, in what, see, ultimately we're dealing with the data, to be very honest, right? What we want is we don't want any data less, whether it may be, small use case or the complex use case. As long as we're achieving that, irrespective of the business, whether you take a crypto is the most complex data pipeline. This is what I know. Anything, anywhere you can put it. But only one challenge, what in our experience, in our practice, when our solution architects used to work, I think the system prompting plays a very important role. I think you can develop your system prompts in such a way, and you can make it multi-agents, right? One system prompt will make sure that only check this, and other one, whatever you told the data, right? Something is missing or something. And so you can have multiple data agents, right? Multiple system prompt agents so that it does the job. So the trick lies is we should put a lot of effort in fine-tuning the system prompts. I think, yes, it is possible. As long as there is no data, my data reaches with the right transformation to the destination, our use case is met.
Thank you. The gentleman in the front, yes, please.
So for the open AIs or like LLM models, if you're planning to use it for our organization, right? So how we can make sure our data will not spills out, like sensitive information will not be like AI will be learning, right? So how we can have a separate agent kind of things for
There are multiple ways to do it. One is we can have our own RAG engines. Okay, without that also you can use even system prompts also. System prompt, let's take a simple example, right? You can always say that, be very clear and specific. Don't consider the data other than 3M company. Or you can mention all your sensitive story in the system prompt. And it is smart. It will make sure that it will not give any other thing. Or maybe you can even say that don't ingest any other data where 3M is not there, right? It is smart enough to look at.
Okay.
It will filter that, whatever you want to achieve in the system prompting.
Okay, but whatever we are using a private agent kind of thing, so which can be learning to that other clients also, it can be used, or we can prevent that also. We can try to use our own agent from the LLM.
See, you can put your own agent, and you can put limitations how you want that agent to behave. Let's take an example. This agent should work only for a XYZ clients. You can define that, right? You can configure in the system prompting itself. You can do everything. You can put it in a system. But only thing is to the consistency and the rhythm for the system prompt will come only with multiple testing. I think that's where you have to keep fine-tuning the words, letters, and sentences in the system prompting.
Yeah. Yes, I have a question. Yes. So my question is basically, it's a general question. We have our schema is like 700 tables in our product, and there are multiple teams spread across, and we are building a data warehouse now.
Sir, can you hold the mic a little higher?
Okay, thank you. So my question is like, is our AI models matured enough that will detect the changes on the source system and correct its scripts on the data warehouse so that the data ingestion happens seamlessly? That's my question.
Yeah, I think just to the benefit for the people not, his question is the technology is matured enough because they have the data sources from multiple the location, multiple sources, maybe 70, 80 or 100 different locations, the different schema. Is the solution or the technology is matured enough to detect the schema changes and adopt or do the self-healing? I think that is the question he is having it.
Yes.
I think answer is yes. It is definitely yes. I'll say definitely yes. Please try it out. You will feel wow. Okay. See, I'll tell you the story behind this, right? We started with one pipeline in the form of proof of concept. Then we learned a lot of things when we were implementing, right? We learned a lot of things, and that has translated into the full-fledged working solution. It is possible whether it's detecting 5 fields or 50 fields or even 1,000 fields, it does its job. But the schema inference from the LLMs is quite good. across the multiple, not only GPT, even if you take cloud or other thing, it's all good. Schema inference response is really good. So we need not to worry for that, and it's going to be work. It is going to work.
I think we have time for one or two more questions. Very quickly, the lady who already has the mic, please go ahead.
Yeah, my question is regarding, so when we talk about this using LLMs in our data ingestion, right? So what are our best practices, what you suggest for data compliance and data governance things? Because we don't have that much strict data compliance within India, but what about if we are implementing for other regions, right? So where we have GDPR, HIPAA compliance for specific domain, right? So what are best practices to follow for using LLM within data ingestion? Because we talk to data, we transform the data, and we give it for the consumption.
Mic higher up, man.
Yeah.
See, in terms of any kind of a compliance thing, right? So if you took it now, so most of us, we'll only take the current system to the next level, right? I think because all the companies already have their own versions of their data pipelines. So I think it is always, take it from the current state to the next level. Instead of reinventing everything, identify and put a lot of research on currently what system you are in, where you can go. But for your question, still the system prompting will work. I think we have seen that system prompting, you can put your complaint story also, whatever you want to do. You can put a system prompting so that it will make sure that it will take care of that.
Okay, but system not with respect to engineering, but how we are making sure, okay, it is compliant even though we are using LLM.
See, it is all again, when you say something is working or not, whether it's compliant or not, then you need to do asset, right? Asset, you need to do it. When you say I'm doing asset, I think you need to have some kind of a standard mechanism saying that this response is yes, this is what I want it. Whether you do an asset with your own very good gold data set, you call it as a benchmark data set, you take that, keep it, and you take these changes and do an asset for this. As long as it is meeting, then flow through to destination. I think that is the one intermediate steps you can bring it up.
Thank you for your question, madam. The gentleman in the glasses, you have 10 seconds. Quickly, question.
Okay. Hello, sir. So since you are extensively using system prompts for the LLM, so I want to know your experience about, can we avoid LLM fine-tuning by using smartly using system prompts and contexts to get organization-specific answers or outputs?
Yes, yes, so, definitely.
So, in your experience, if we
I think maybe in my experience, I think we started with only for the data pipelines because data point is like a heart of any of the the organization, right? The data will flow in, flow out. I think the system prompts, I think we did a lot of research, but we are able to see very good the responses. But you can definitely use it. Any of your problem statement you have it, you can try it out.
So we can use stock LLMs without fine-tuning also, with smart use of...
What is that?
Stock LLMs.
So we can use stock LLMs without fine-tuning to get organization-specific answers. So what is your
so what happens is, I think, then again it's like, it will come with hallucinations, then you need to filter it out, or maybe you need to use a reinforced human intervention, right? You should, or I should make sure that, put a human step, somebody will verify it, then only proceed further. All those things you have to do. But if you use a system prompt, the beauty of that is, I think it will take care what human wants to take care. Simple example, I want to make sure that my data should not cross something, right? Or maybe this particular field should not have some values. No, you can put a system prompt around that. It is smart enough, it will show you, right? And you can even put a guidelines on that, how it should behave. What you want to do, you can all keep putting in the system prompts. I think it works. But again, usually in the data pipelines, the complexity lies only in the transformation story, right? I think that's where you have to be little smart, what to put, what not to put. But system prompts are going to work superb.
Thank you very much for the question. Can we hear a big round of applause to our speaker on stage, Manjunatha ji? Thank you very much, sir. That is our time. Appreciate it. Thank you. We're going to move in to the next conversation of the day. This gentleman is a technology strategy leader with over 2 decades of experience at GE, IBM, and Accenture, and now leads agentic AI initiatives at Genpact. In this session, he'll explore how data is powering a new era of intelligent service delivery through services as agentic software. Please welcome to the stage Aniruddha Ray, with a big round of applause, Senior Vice President at Genpact. Make some noise, audience. Come on, while he makes his way to the stage.
everyone. How's the Josh? Good, fabulous Friday. And as I start my session, I just wanted to call out last 2 weeks has been very interesting in the world of agents, but of different type of agents, the agents of Bharat, right? Okay, so what I'm going to talk today is we are entering a very interesting world of agentic AI. And as we do so, why data is actually the real engine to succeed in that world. And I will contextualize in, in the world of Genpact when we serve clients. So let's start that. So if you look at our journey in Genpact, you will see there are 2 paths, and they are sort of going towards what I call as the agentic world. We obviously started in 2005, where we were spun off from GE. We created a category called the knowledge process industry, right? From there, if you look at it, 2010, we launched what we called as the smart enterprise processes. 2022, we evolved into, we created this construct, digital operations, lean digital transformation, and all that. If you look at the journey on the technology side, we started looking at lean digital, which later on became digital operations that I just talked about. We looked at how analytics, automation, and AI could really transform the journey for our customers. And then we started getting into generative AI in the last 2 years. But both these journeys are finally meeting towards the most powerful construct in my lifetime, which is making enterprises agentic. So that's been our journey. That's where we want to go to, and I'll take you through how we're getting there. So today in Genpact, we call something called Genpact Next Strategy, and while it has a lot of details, I would like to call out 3 different things. We want to lead with advanced technology solutions. It's a culmination of all the things I talked about: digital, analytics, AI, agentic AI, generative AI. We are focusing everything around prioritized service lines, so industries, functions, and all that. And then really it's all about we all exist because we unlock value for customers. So what's really changing? Whatever I told you, what's really changing? The first step is basically to create what I called as agent-powered enterprises. The next step is subtle, and I love English, but subtle change. It's to go from agent-powered enterprises to agentic enterprises. And I'll try to explain what it is, and I think this is where 2-3 things help you to go from A to B, and data being one of them, and there is one more thing that adds to that. So the agentic enterprises will actually evolve when we go from agent-powered enterprises to the future, right? So what does it mean in the context of process, data, technology, and people? If you look at process, so far in an agent-powered enterprise, you can say that AI is in the process. But in an agentic enterprise, we believe AI will become the process. So today, if I run a process and I embed AI or software in it, what will happen is that the process will be driven by AI, and human will actually enable part of it. Okay? What does it mean for data? So today, with all challenges, the challenges of data veracity, and we keep acquiring, demerging, and all of that, data is always in silos and static. We generally do not have the fingerprinting of or the DNA of the data. What we sometimes talk about as the knowledge graph. There is no semantic ontology. So we go from there to a unified, contextual, and real-time available data. In terms of technology, we have, from the world of systems of records like ERPs and all that, what we have inherited is complex applications. I was just talking to someone past. I spent some time in a company where the manager had an interface which had 50 different application links. From that, we are reaching to a world where your interaction has to be using simple interfaces, right? 2 clicks, 3 clicks, things should get done, and that's where agents will help you, because it is doing a lot of stuff that was the complex interfaces earlier. It's abstracted from you. You are actually interacting with very simple interfaces. The last is people. If you have AI in your enterprise or even a lot of agents infused in it, what you have is human in the loop. So the human is enabled by the AI. From there, you actually go to human on the loop. So think of it as human is working with, the agents are doing a lot of work, human is actually monitoring, augmenting, governing, so that's the human on the loop. So this is where you go from agent-powered to agentic. Now, where we have been struggling to go from agent-powered to agentic is that we have systems of engagement, we have systems of record. Something has been missing, and we have tried different stuff. We tried systems of insights, good, powerful. We tried systems of integration. We think that we need systems of innovation. That is the set of agents, but agents are themselves not the innovation. The agents which are working in an orchestrated manner, seamlessly between themselves and the systems and human, that is the agentic layer, and that is the layer of innovation which bridges the gap between systems of engagement and systems of record. That's what we call as systems of innovation, and that's the agentic AI. It is not just agents, it is the agentic AI, the agentic enterprise. Okay, so how do we get there? How do we drive our clients through that journey? 3 steps. First is we have to supercharge our knowledge workers. This is where you bring in agents. And I'll give you a simple example. We have a fantastic team of data engineers. What we have done is we have enabled them. To us, they are the super knowledge workers, because our data engineers, they bring in super domain knowledge. They bring in knowledge of the latest technologies. They bring in knowledge of the architectural patterns. But how do we supercharge them? We have some assets, and you might have heard of a few of them yesterday, and we can talk outside. We have an asset called Dataverse, which basically creates industry domain-driven models very quickly based on very little data that you present to it. So it's an agent that is empowering our knowledge workers. We also have a tool called Code Genie. It's basically you have a system which you don't know who, there is no technical documentation, there's no proper annotations in the code is spaghetti and all that. You apply the agent, it actually gives you, depending on the complexity, it might work better when you give it a Java code, it may not work that great if you give it a Power Builder code, and also depends on the quality of the code, but it gives you a pseudocode. From there, it actually can give you a typical BRD that was used to create it, a feature list basically, right? So again, this is how we empower our knowledge workers. So these tools are used by our data engineers, but we also use it when we drive value to our customers. So this is an agent. But then how do we drive the last mile FT automation? This is very important, because our customers, they are now looking at all processes, and they are basically saying how agents can work in a seamless manner which drives automation at the last mile. How do you do that? Is you orchestrate these agents against a use case, and you bring in significant automation so that the human starts, rather than doing the actions, it actually starts reviewing the actions. It becomes a governor, an auditor, or a supervisor. So that's the second piece. How are we doing it? Again, the tools that I mentioned to you, they work in a construct, and I'll touch upon it. It's called Gigafactory. So that's where we bring in these operating model structures called Gigafactory, AI Gigafactory, which leads to last mile FT automation. So we can do stuff which, a transformation which is needed to be done in 6 months, let's say, we can try to do it in 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, because we bring that. The last is agentic powered offerings. So all this is fine. How do I tell the story of the benefits to the customers? This is where we create something called products or productized solutions, where we bring all these things together, start with a value, and then deliver this as an end-to-end. So we don't deliver based on FT or reduction or automation percentage. We deliver value based on, hey, Using this, your cost of processing invoice goes down 70%. Or using this, your ability to handle claims goes up by this %. So that's the level of the agentic offerings. Okay, so these are the 3 steps. I explained to you how we are using it internally and how also we are trying to take it to the external clients, right? So all these things come to 2 operating model changes for Genpact. One is service as agentic solutions. This is what I was alluding to. We have all talked about SaaS. This is what we call as SaaS 2. The software is not the service. The service itself is driven by the software, and that is an agentic software. Okay? And the second is Genpact AI Gigafactory, which is what I referred to, where we bring in agents empowering knowledge workers. We bring in an operating model which focuses on automation in driving value, and then combining all of that into a value-led offering. So these are the 2 that we are driving. So to give an example, we have launched a product in the space of accounts payable. And this is, for example, a architecture of that product. It has agents, it has orchestration, it is all wrapped by a value architecture. At the center of it, if you see, it works with systems of records. For accounts payable, it could be FTP servers, ERPs, R2R softwares, all sort of systems of record. On the right side, it has different portals where you engage buyers, suppliers, processors, finance senior people who need to see the reports and all that. We always had a central layer called systems of insights, what you see there, systems of integration. So Genpact has very strong IP in the middleware space. We are building a data products-driven data hub. But the secret sauce is what you see at the top. So we have a system of specialist agents, generalist agents. So orchestration agents are generalist agents. Specialist agents are like extraction agents, metadata curation agents, and all that. And all this is working in a multimodal architecture, multimodal agentic architecture, which is the systems of innovation for us. That's the heart of it. It's the agentic AI engine. So this is an example of how all these things comes together. But what you see at the bottom is interesting, governance and data quality. Our experience is all this works, as I'm implementing this product in customers, 3 areas come to us as the problem areas. One is the master data. Second is our data integration, not just the data integration work, but the quality of the data that I'm integrating it to. And the third is, am I able to apply the right agents, right models, depending on the form factor and the complexity of the data. This is where we go wrong. We started creating one extraction agent. We are realizing we need to create an ensemble agents, which may be 5, 6, maybe tomorrow 15 or 20, which will be determined by the type of data that it's applying on. So therefore, if I have to build this innovation engine, the biggest enabler or the biggest innovator is the data, the master data, the metadata, the access to the data, and most importantly, the deep domain knowledge, the semantic knowledge of the data, which is helping me to select the right agent for the job. It doesn't help you if you have 15, 20 agents in your agent foundry. You need to know which agent to be used with some config and customization. That is determined by the data type. Okay. This is just an example of how we are thinking of building agentic solutions. I've just taken an example of the finance and risk area because that's our largest area and we want to go there. So we have built something on accounts payable, we are building something on invoice to cash, records to report, ERC, and all of that. The common theme in each of these, in some of these we have built solutions, in some of these we have built productized solutions. Productized solutions, according to me, are solutions which are customizable 20 to 30%, meant for 5 to 10 customers. But products, that's the ultimate culmination, which is you build products which are geared towards outcomes and you target 50, 100, 200 customers. So as we are building agents, first in all of these, the agentic solution is happening in few, and ultimately some of them are going to lead to agentic products. Okay? The problems, I already touched upon them, but I'll just talk. So obviously there are data silos. Look at it from the business side and from the technology side. This is where the so one is, do I have the right use case? And I'll give you an example. We are building an extraction agent. The agent that works best if it's a handwritten invoice versus it is a PDF versus an image. The use case determines which is the right agent. So whether it is tesseract-based extraction or donut-based extraction or whatever, right? What is important is the use case. What am I trying to extract from? Is it a handwritten prescription of a doctor? Or is it a standardized 60-page contract? Or is it a very, very sort of specific but highly, highly domain-driven invoice? The problems are different. Okay? Second is the veracity. So use case, choosing the right data product for that use case, which is the use case determines the right agent. Think of the data product as agents are a type of data products. Second is scaling AI. Our experience says that a lot of things work at MVP stage, but and it's not just that there is drift. It's simple that when you scale up, your ability to handle the use case actually widens, and then you need to think of not a product, mostly you need to think of an ensemble product. So which is where our ways of addressing the scaling of AI is, don't think of one agent, think of a set of agents and have an orchestrator which selects the right agent for the right use case. As you scale up, you have to have it. The third one is obviously talent shortage. Agentic is not just AI engineering. It's agent engineering, and agent engineering is AI plus also domain. Second is agentic also needs a lot of concepts of microservices, orchestration. So you have to blend all this together, and that's the right sort of talent. On the bottom side, I talked about the products. You have to select the right agents. Data veracity. Again, you do something, roll it out. As you scale up, what you realize is customers themselves don't know the quality of their data. So you have to have an engine built as part of the scalability, which always checks the quality or the veracity of the data as you scale up. We have seen that where, when we are running 10,000 invoices, we expect and we stabilize the product to that. And then as we go to 50,000 invoices, the customer themselves don't know the veracity of the data goes down. So how do you react to it? So it's a feedback loop. The third is fingerprint. And this is where the metadata, the knowledge graph, the semantic layer is so critical. Okay? So these are the three business challenges, and these are the three data challenges which needs to be addressed if you have to create the agentic AI-led innovation. Moving on, if I have to do this, what is the capability model? And this is Genpact's model to it. So the way we do it is, if you have to build for a customer, start from the top, go down. But if you have to you are assessing that, hey, this problem is going to hit some customers, you are doing some market research and you want to proactively build something, then you start from the bottom. So classical project management, top down meets bottom up. This is what we propose, okay? So first you have to have what we call as the data engine room. This is a place where I have access to data. So when we work with our customers, we try and see what data can be anonymized, synthesized, so that I can build data sets on which I can train not just one agent, but a different type of agents. So what this means is I need to fine-tune my synthetic data into 5 different varieties so that different type of agents can run on the same data set. So that's engine room. Metadata and constantly having a live semantic metadata layer, absolutely critical. It has to sit on top of the engine room, not separate from it. On top of it is a AI agent foundry. This is what I was talking about, build 15 agents on extraction, 25 agents on curation. You keep building it. But you apply domain-driven LLMs and SLMs on these agents so that they become real and they actually are not just rule-based, but they are more advanced. So, they are not just reflex-based agents, they are model-based agents, right? On top of it, you don't do anything without working with partners. So your partners, whether they are like other agent marketplaces or whether they are other data marketplaces, or whether there are other agents being built by, so we are working with a partner where they have a fantastic observability agent, and while we have our agent, we are also working with them to embed it in our products because they have something unique which we don't have today. So work with them. All this leads to what I call as executable AI agents. This is where I was referring to as empowering our knowledge workers to become agent enabled. So everything is fine, but till you reach that level, you actually don't have a working agent. So that's the executable agent. On top of it, you have orchestration AI agents. So you may have 5 executable AI agents, but unless you orchestrate all these things together, where it can work autonomously. When I say autonomously, it can prompt the user to do certain things. It can guide the user to do certain things. In some cases, that it learns based on the user interactions. At some cases, it can start doing certain things autonomously. So that's the orchestration of the AI agents. And finally, you reach the business outcomes. When we do it for clients, so this is how we do it for products. We do it bottom up. But when we do it for solutions, we start from the top and we go down. The thing that you see at the top is all this has to be enabled by responsible AI and security framework. So Genpact, we have our own responsible AI framework. We have built it using MIT frameworks and all of that. But we also constantly work with niche companies in this space so that we always make sure that our responsible AI framework is live, updated, and it's real. So any product that we release to the market, for example, my product, there's an independent COE team which actually applies the responsible AI framework, and only when they pass it, it's one of the gating factors before we do GA. When we do big solutions for our clients, same thing applies. Last two that I want to talk about is, on one side, there is data sharing, but the monetizable area of that is Genpact Marketplace and a partner marketplace. So all these add more muscle to it. So it doesn't help if I have all of this, but we cannot expose it for our internal Genpact employees, or we cannot expose it to our customers. We have already exposed it to our internal employees. We're in the process of creating an external marketplace. So how does this come together? I already mentioned about Gigafactory. It all starts with what we call as value studios. So we have value architects who start with the business use case, the outcomes in case of client solutions. If it is a product, we have working brainstorming sessions with them. So right now we have sort of released a product in the accounts payable space. The next one, will it be X or Y or Z, will be determined by some workshops with the value architects. They actually use a very interesting tool. I'll give you a glimpse of it. It's called G Solutions. They leverage all these other layers I talked about, what agents we have, what data we have, what executable agents can I leverage. That then flows into the Gigafactory, and the Gigafactory has two parts. It is a pool of agent-enabled knowledge workers, data engineers, data architects, domain architects, working in a pod level, very fast scale up, scale down, and they are enabled by pre-built assets, the things I called like the Code Genie, the Dataverse. You have heard about Dataverse yesterday. And they use, obviously, Giga Academy, which is our very, very custom-defined academy to scale up people's knowledge, applicable knowledge in much faster speed. Okay? Some of the partners we are working with are mentioned here. So this is what we have today. The G Solutions, today we have 1,000+ active AI models. When I say active, it is like either they have been deployed in our internal products, it has been deployed in products that we are selling to our customers, or all these models have been deployed in client solutions, whether agentic or AI or whatever. Not all AI models are agents, by the way, right? That's the next one, about 21 agents. By the end of this year, we hope to make it about 50. When I say agents here, these are the executable agents, not the AI Foundry agents. We have done about 500 AI implementations. Some of them are Gen AI, some of them are agentic AI. As I said, the product we have launched, we are doing about 15 implementations in 3 months. All of them come under the 500. We have Gen AI trained folks, and we have a very simple model: builders and consumers. Builders go through a training where they become builders of agentic AI. Consumers go through a training where they understand how to consume. So what you see here is primarily 5,000 plus are builders. Consumers, our view is all of our employees, because they run digital operations, all of them have to become consumers of AI. And so far, this last data is specific to our products. I do not have the data which is specific to all the solutions we have done. But for the products that we have launched, we have done 5 launches so far in 3 months. We have seen about up to 40% productivity improvements. So we call this as a glide path. So today we have about 40%. The idea is to go up to 60, 70% in the next 12 months, 18 months, 24 months. This is what I was talking about, is the G Solutions, the marketplace. It starts with something called agentic development lifecycle. This is where we use our code Genie. It basically changes the software development model to an agentic development model, where you work with an agent to generate code. You work with an agent to generate test cases. You work with an agent to decompile existing code and get at least a baseline of pseudocode. You cannot give this to basic workers. You have to give it to people who can make use of that. Okay, so it needs a skill set to use the agentic development tools for the agentic development lifecycle, but that's the way forward. Below that is what we have, our agentic products and solutions, what I mentioned. They are underpinned by a data marketplace, the engine room, the metadata, the synthetic data, and all of that. The AI model hub, this includes the executable agents, the agent foundry, all other non-agent models, everything. And below that are the engineering libraries, the DevOps pipelines, the architecture, pre-built sort of toolkits and all of that. And at the bottom, as I said, it is underpinned by our responsible AI checklist and framework. It's not just a checklist, it is a framework that we apply before going to production on everything. That's where I will end. The point I wanted to end with is data engine is what is going to go all the way. Unless you have that part, you cannot do all the remaining pieces of innovation, which includes the agent foundry, the execution agents, the orchestration agents. If you don't have a very, very mature, your maturity of the data engineering has to be 8 out of 10, so that, because the things which are at the top, they are not that mature, they're evolving fast. But the evolution, the velocity and the efficiency of evolution is determined by the data engine room. So that's where I will pause. I will take a few questions. I'm available in the Genpact booth for a few more hours for any other questions. Any questions from any of you?
So we have time for one question. The lady who put up her hand all the way at the back.
Yep.
I'm Swati. I just have one question regarding that governance and data quality, what you talked about. So we have a set of rules, right? What we usually do is that for any data quality, we have a set of rules we follow, and for each requirement, we give those sets of rules. But what do you do for data quality? Do you have a tool, or do you have a set of rules to do that?
We have a tool, but in service company, we also have to sometimes use the tools mandated by our customers. So we have a framework and a tool. So the framework is more important for us. If a customer allows us, so when we do stuff through Gigafactory, we basically take our tool along with it. But if we are doing stuff where the customer mandates a tool, we apply the framework so that the tool gets better. So the tools could be any of the IDQs and all of that, but the tool that we have is something called PowerMe. The framework, there are 3 things that we have realized. One is your data quality should not stop only at the data. It has to also have rules around the domain centricity of the data. The second is your data quality rules also have to connect with the metadata quality rules. And the third is your data quality most of the times becomes static, stale. The rules, not the actual quality. Obviously, the quality becomes stale because the rules are stale. So you have to have an automated, semi-automated, whatever you can afford, to make sure that these rules are constantly getting updated. right? And we
Yes.
have, that's what the framework does. If you are using a third-party tool, the framework makes sure that it actually enables the rules to be updated, whichever tool it is. If it is our tool, then we enforce it much more, in a granular way. So that's my answer to what you asked. It's not an easy journey. Data quality has been the biggest problem, but we are getting there. And some of these, the tool we have, it actually uses nuances of AI. I will not say it uses agents, but it uses nuances of AI to get there. But at some point of time, we will bring agents to also make that tool really an agentic software.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your question, madam. Can we hear a big round of applause to our speaker on stage? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Truly appreciate
Thank you,
you being
everyone.
here.
I am available in the booth if you have any other questions for the next few hours.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We're going to move into the next speaker introduction. Our next speaker leads data engineering at Target and is at the forefront of building Gen AI platforms that are secure, agile, and production ready. The person taking stage will take us inside the think tank story and how it's accelerating Gen AI deployment at scale in his talk titled Think Tank, Target's Gen AI platform for simplifying LLM ops. Please welcome to the stage Natarajan Ramamurthy with a big round of applause.
Hello, good morning, everybody. My name is Natarajan Ramamurthy, and I am Vice President at Target. And today I am here to talk about Think Tank, Target's Gen AI platform. At Target, we believe that at the heart of every innovation and great idea is collaboration. When curious minds come together, challenges becomes opportunities, and problems turn into solutions that influence and impact our business. We also believe that a great idea can come from anywhere. So we build playgrounds and platforms for our team members to experiment, to iterate, innovate, and build great solutions that influence our and delight our guests. I am here to talk about one such platform which powers Gen AI use cases within Target. In 2023, all of you would remember that the world was abuzz with the launch of ChatGPT. And we at Target were very excited too. So a small group of engineers from diverse teams and diverse backgrounds came together to experiment with this technology and understand its power and what it could accomplish. They hosted an open source model Llama on the Target data center and built a very simple chat application. It was very soon clear that this transformative technology had the power to influence many use cases across our business and across all our personas, whether it is guests, whether it is suppliers, or whether it is team members. So the question for us was, how do we scale this technology's use? And how do we allow our team members to safely experiment with this technology and rapidly build applications that power our business value through the use of this technology? The answer of this conversation that we had was, let's build a platform. So what is a platform, right? A platform is nothing but a collection of shared capabilities that allow engineers and developers to rapidly build applications in a safe and controlled and secure manner. So this conversation led us to build our own Gen AI platform, Think Tank. Now, putting it on the deck with all these boxes sounds very easy. But obviously, this platform was not built overnight. To build this, first we had to understand what are those capabilities and what are those services that we need to build for a platform like this. So let me walk you through some of these capabilities and services that we build. Any GenAI platform would require access to GenAI models. Seems obvious. So we built the model garden, which allowed for controlled access to multiple LLM models and SLM models later, which are both proprietary and hosted on the cloud, and open source models that are hosted on the target GPU stack. This allowed for multiple use cases to access the model that they felt was the most relevant for their use case. Next, all applications have specific context that they need to respond with relevant responses to the prompts and to the inputs from the users. Without the relevant context, the responses that the LLM provides may not be related to the inputs that the user has provided. So we built grounding services that allowed tenant teams to provide that context, manage it, and also instruct the LLM to use that context while responding to questions and responding to inputs. Now, beyond context, there are a lot of other factors that go into defining the voice of an application, right? Brand guidelines are very important, and most enterprises have a unique voice in which they would want to respond to chat queries and customer queries. We built prompt services that provided the brand guidelines and enriched the prompts that the user provides with tone and other details so that we could achieve consistency across multiple use cases and consistent voice across multiple use cases. Beyond the tone, the prompt services also helped in optimizing the responses by compressing prompts and also in terms of reducing the token count that we sent to the LLM to keep cost control. Now, we all know that GenAI is vulnerable to many, many risk vectors. Hallucination, bias, brand risks are few among them, and security is, of course, important. So we built moderation and evaluation services to scrub both the prompts and the responses from harmful content, and also mask things like PII and other sensitive data. This allowed the tenant teams to have confidence that when they use the platform to access LLMs, their prompts and their responses are safe and free from bias or any other ethical concerns. We work very closely with our cybersecurity and responsible AI partners to provide vetted moderation services, and you will see some examples later in my presentation. Now, a lot of our use cases are real-time guest-facing use cases, and this requires careful performance management. Our tenants need to be able to optimize and track their prompts and the responses from the LLMs. So we build performance management services and monitoring services and a lot of observability to ensure that all the tenants can be confident that the platform can meet their scale and latency requirements, and also provide real-time updates and real-time alerts for things which are bottlenecks or things which are causing a drop in performance. This also, LLMs are shared resources among multiple use cases. So this also helps us prioritize traffic and provide other services like throttling and rate limiting to make sure that the most valuable use cases get the most access to LLMs, especially during busy times. Now, I know that there are a lot of developers and engineers in this room. Now, engineers don't usually think about costs, but executives like me need to think about it. So we did build quota management services to scale GenAI across an enterprise. We need to keep control over the costs. It is an expensive piece of technology, and though the rates are dropping rapidly, the scale of use is also increasing rapidly. Understanding the ROI of each interaction with the LLM and each use case that is using LLMs is very important to really do the cost-benefit analysis of where LLMs are most impactful and most useful, and create efficiencies over time on how we are using LLMs. So the quota management services measures the cost of each interaction with any LLM model, whether it is on-prem or hosted, a proprietary model hosted on cloud, to give visibility to product managers, to executives, to developers on how much their application is costing to deliver the services it is. Finally, we wanted all our team members to experiment fearlessly with this technology. We believe that a democratized experimentation among all our developers, product managers, and business users is the best way to unlock innovation in the organization. So we built a think tank AI studio, which allowed product managers, which allowed the engineers and business users to experiment rapidly with this technology. So we created a token quota system where they all get $10 per month, where they can quickly, rapidly innovate, try out a use case, prove out a hypothesis, and then make the case of scaling that use case across our entire enterprise. Now, here's the thing. A platform is not just its technology or its architecture. It's in the collaboration with many tenant teams who built this platform with us. It is in creating a shared vision of where we want to go. Now, I mean, it reminds me of a dialogue from Jerry Maguire, and to paraphrase it, tenants make platform complete. Here is the story of a platform is not complete till I tell you the story of the tenant. So let me approach this from a tenant's perspective and give you a perspective on what a tenant's view of building this platform and building a use case using this platform is. One of the first use cases we built using this platform was our AI shopping assistant on target.com, which is our digital experience that allows guests to make informed choices about the products they are interested in. Now, as a developer, having a platform such as Think Tank makes my job very easy as I am trying to scale the application. But that is the case only when the platform is mature. When the AI shopping assistant journey started, Think Tank's platform journey was starting alongside it. So we didn't have all the services that you saw on the previous slide. We had the initial ideas, but we didn't have the services built up. And we didn't really know what the requirements and needs of building these services are. So using the AI shopping assistant as a guinea pig, we worked closely with that team and many other such teams to build out and mature the platform itself. So how did we go about it, right? So this is an example of a shopping assistant. And if I go forward a little bit, we started with using a small set of products for which we wanted to give additional information to the guest when they needed it. So we built a shopping assistant started with just the model garden and access to multiple LLMs. We experimented with different LLMs to see which gives the most relevant responses. but we started with minimal product information available to it. So let's say the guest comes and she wants to buy a rug. So will this rug be a good fit for my living room? And the model was not able to respond to that. It said, I don't have the context to respond to this. We had other challenges when we started off. Can you describe this rug in a funny way? Absolutely. Imagine if a zebra and a barcode had a baby and you get a striped area rug. Now, who responds to our guests like that, right? And it's not even funny. So how do we solve for this? So the first thing we realized, is that it requires grounding information from multiple sources to enrich the context. So the grounding services in the think tank platform was developed through this process. So we built the grounding service and fed it with multiple sources of information, whether it is product details and attributions, or FAQs, or reviews from the guests. We built multiple sources of data to provide additional context. So with this, it was able to answer the questions progressively better as we added more sources of information. So for example, when you asked what do the guests say about this product, we could have a relevant response based on the reviews that other guests had provided. But this still had a lot of challenges in terms of certain contexts which it was just not able to answer. Like suddenly if a guest asks, where is my order? The system was not built for that, right? So we built an intent classifier so that we can route appropriate intent to different systems which are better suited to respond to this. Now, one thing you would notice through this routing is this is like even before agentic became a thing, this is the beginning of sort of the agentic abstraction that is coming out here. With this intent classification, we were able to make more relevant responses, but still, what if the user uses a profanity? Or going back to the previous question, can you describe the rug in a funny way? How does the LLM understand and respond to that? So we leveraged think tank's moderation services, and we built on top of it to short circuit some of these questions that came through and which we felt were not relevant to the use case in hand. With these moderation services, we were able to short circuit the calls to LLM using other models which were better suited just for that purpose of moderation, hence also reducing the cost incurred by the use case. So now if you ask, hey, is this a bleep rug? We can short circuit that response and we can go back to canned response, sorry, I'm still learning. I don't have an appropriate response at this point in time. Or can you describe the rug in a funny way? We can say, hey, sorry, I can't answer this question because I'm trained only to answer on the product features and reviews. Now, once the moderation service in place, this was the first guest-facing use case that we built. So you can imagine that the risk posture that we had, given the newness of the technology, was very, very stringent. So we had to satisfy multiple stakeholders about the quality of the response and also have the right checks and balances so that we can satisfy the quality needs and reputational and reduce the reputational risks that we carry when we build a system like this. So we built evaluation services that allowed us to constantly evaluate the responses these LLMs give and also test it with a corpus of questions that guests had asked our service center to verify whether the quality of responses is adequate and meets a certain minimal standard threshold for it to be launched in production. The evaluation services also allowed us to plug in human in the loop so that these responses are constantly vetted by humans with some sampling to ensure that we are constantly evaluating the performance of the LLM. Now, this evaluation service now also gives us capabilities that allows us to do a competitive evaluation of multiple models. With the number of models coming into the market and the quality of open source and small language models improving, there is a possibility of using the best model to respond to a particular use case in the moment based on the evaluation criteria that we have set up. That possibility opens up. We are not there yet, but that is a possibility that the platform allows us to enable. Now, with all this, we were able to build and deploy the AI chat assistant very successfully, and it's one of the most loved products in the target digital experience. As you saw, the journey of building a platform which allows us to scale GenAI goes through multiple iterations. We are at a milestone where we have the base platform ready, and we have deployed multiple use cases using this platform into production, both in real-time and batch use cases. We have managed to keep costs under check. And we have also built the foundation on top of which abstractions like agentic can be built and can be layered on. And it allows us to onboard new models that are coming into the market very, very rapidly through our automated evaluation checks and through using benchmarks from the external market. So with this, I will pause and see if there are any questions that you would like me to answer. There's one there.
Would you be kind to talk about the tech stack of the architecture, please?
Yeah, so we are a JVM-based house. So most of our services are built using Kotlin. They are proxying to various models. So you name the model, we have access to that. So whether it's OpenAI, Gemini, we have open source models that we have deployed on our data center as well, which we have access to. We have our own moderation service that our data science team has built, but we also leverage moderation services from Google and from OpenAI. Yeah, that's pretty much. I mean, it's a very standard stack. Essentially, we have to understand that we are proxying to third-party models. So we are not building models ourselves, right? So we are proxying to it. So from a tech stack standpoint, it's a fairly layered, simple architecture. So agent ops, we have just started the journey. LLM ops, we are experimenting with multiple LLM ops stacks. We are experimenting with Vertex. We are experimenting with NVIDIA's NeMo. So we'll see where we land. But those are the choices we have to make.
There's a gentleman towards the side, please. Yes, please go ahead.
Hello, sir. Given that you are leveraging third-party LLMs, right? How much of an effort was it to kind of like augment it by injecting context, as well as kind of like trying to train the model to customize for your specific use cases?
Yeah, the second part is tougher, more complex. So fine-tuning is a more complex process than, and a little more trial and error process than grounding service or RAG. The key thing in building the RAG system was twofold. Number one, how do we create standard, easy to use pipelines, a system for anyone to onboard a source of data, whether it is structured or unstructured, into the ecosystem. That's one part of the puzzle. The second part of the puzzle is how do you retrieve and how many chunks should you retrieve for the most optimized relevant response. So the trade-off when using RAG is how many tokens do you send for the most relevant response. So if you send too much, you will increase the costs without impacting the relevance too much. But if you send too little, you will impact the relevance while keeping the costs down. So these are the trade-offs that you have to go through. And that iterative cycle is what the developers need to focus on rather than focusing on how to build a RAG. So the RAG problem is platformized. The relevance problem is federated to the tenants.
Yes, please.
Hello. For the example you gave on the reviews part, on what basis you would decide that these many reviews are enough for the LLM to provide an answer for?
So there is this is where the validation and the initial process of validation comes to fore, right? So a combination of evaluation services, corpus of questions that we already have, like we run through those thousands of questions that people have already asked and what human beings have responded, and evaluate that what the LLM provides against what the users have actually, the human beings have already provided, right? By comparing these two, we can then fine tune how much chunks we should send, where's the limit, whether it is 16 chunks or 8 chunks, how much is enough, good enough for this particular use case. Obviously, the threshold is higher when we have guest-facing use case. It is lower when we have internal-facing use case. So there are multiple factors that go into that.
Anyone else with a question? We're looking towards this side of the audience as well. The lady in the middle, please.
So, hello, sir. Great presentation. So what are some of the metrics or KPIs that you have to measure the efficacy and efficiency of these models?
Yeah. Obviously, response accuracy or relevance is a key metric. Cost is obviously another key metric. Now, these metrics are evolving, right? So this world is very new. These metrics are evolving very rapidly, but essentially these are the two metrics that we pursue.
So anything that translates into business.
Sorry?
Anything that translates into business, right?
See, okay. Now I get it. So there are two parts to this question, right? So one is the platform performance itself. Is the platform performing as expected? How do we measure that? That's to the relevance of the responses and the cost. Can we do that? Can we increase relevancy while decreasing cost? This is the key platform driving objective. Now, when we look at the use case objectives, those are business focused, right? So we don't go to full scale on day one. So each use case has a objective metric. So for example, if you look at the AI shopping assistant, now I'm not from that use case team, but if I were to guess, conversion would be an important metric for them, right? So if people are interacting with the AI shopping assistant for a particular product, is conversion increasing than if they did not, right? So that would be the key metric for the use case. Which is so whether we are using LLM or not, that metric does not change for the use case.
Thank you.
We have time for one question. We'll do the gentleman in the red, please. In the red. If we have time, we'll come to you, sir.
So I'm Rajakesh from AstraZeneca. So we are working on one of the chatbot system, right?
So focused
mic
on
up, please.
Yeah, to text to SQL conversions. Accuracy is one part, and latency is another important part we are facing. Even though there are some limitations, right? Even though you optimize the prompts, you use number of different LLMs, still there are any suggestions you can improve and how we can satisfy or convince the stakeholders, right?
Yeah, yeah. No, text to SQL is a very interesting problem. Everybody is trying to figure that piece out. Now, we have to be realistic when it comes to LLMs, right? So there is currently a ceiling to the latency it can provide. And this is different from the traditional like API performance kind of mindset, where there are only two variables, right? Throughput and latency. These are the two variables. In LLM case, there is a token size as well that is included. It's a three-dimensional, three-variable problem. So we are often dependent on the LLM layer and the performance of the LLM layer. So we have very little control over how we optimize for speed. Some of the things we are experimenting with is GPT caches, so which are slightly fuzzy caches where similarity searches can short circuit the LLM call itself. But beyond that and beyond optimizing for prompt size and compression and those kind of things, very few levers exist in terms of performance management.
Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we don't have time for more questions. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Can we hear a round of applause for our speaker on stage? Some very good questions from the audience. Right?
Absolutely. Really enjoyed my session here. Thank you very much.
Absolute pleasure, absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for being with us. It's time for us to bring our next speaker onto the stage. This speaker brings a fresh perspective on what it is really like to take and build trustable AI systems. This is by going beyond traditional data quality into the realm of data reliability engineering. This person coming up on stage explores how testing, observability, and monitoring are redefining how we engineer reliable data for smarter and safer AI. Please welcome to the stage the Chief Executive Officer at ICE DQ, Sandesh Gawande.
Nice music over here. Guys, I'm Sandesh. I'm the CEO of ICE-DQ. For people who wonder what ICE-DQ stands for, is Integrated Check Engine for Data Quality. And today, I'm going to talk about, where's the first slide? Data quality and data reliability. So, there's one important piece of information I want to give you before I go through the slide. I had a conversation with many people in the forum over here, and one of the points I'm telling them is my background is mechanical engineering. And this is very relevant to this presentation. The reason is, when we look at what we do with our data, how we process it and how we generate data or store data, to me, it seems no different than a factory, how we run a factory. And what I try to do with this presentation is to try to bring in the manufacturing concept to the data world, and I call it as a data factory. So everybody's talking about AI. I'm not going to bore you with all those things, but AI sits on top of data. The first thing that comes is data. And if something is wrong over there, your AI is going to behave in a different way that you don't want. And if you look at these slides over here, so these models are failing because there was something wrong with the data. And then the question is, we are talking about data quality since maybe 20 years, 25 years, 30 years, right? Why do we still have the problem? Now we have started talking with AI because it's in fashion, but the underlying problem with the data is still there. So if you look at all these failures and look at some of the stats generated by research institutes and all that, it says 80% of the AI projects are likely to fail. 30% of AI projects will be abandoned by the end of 2025. So whatever you start, 30% of the projects will be let go of. A conventional IT project has a high failure rate, but AI projects has a 2x failure. Now think about it, right? So the question again comes back to us is why are these failing? And there are many reasons, okay? And one of the fundamental reasons within that is the data quality that you are getting. And the way we understand data quality is also a problem, and then we'll go through a few slides, and then once you see that, you'll see, hey, why didn't I think about it? Okay, so let's go to the next one. Everybody, is there anybody here who has no idea about these measures? What we measure accuracy, completeness, uniqueness, consistency, timeliness, validity, and there are a few more. Everybody knows about this, right? Everybody is implementing it. So the point is, if you are measuring everything, you are counting everything, you are taking care of data quality, so then why are the projects failing? Right? It should not happen. If you look at this, I am doing the job, I have these nice dashboards in front of me, as you know, if you are engineering leads or you know, data management heads, you have all these things, so why are they failing? There could be many answers, but the one thing that I pointed out from my experience, and I'm going to take that experience, share that experience with you. Read that line, you say, read my lips. Because by the time you are measuring, it's too little, too late. Think for a moment. What you are measuring is the output that has generated by your system. And if I tell you that, okay, there is a problem with your data, here's an example. The TSB Bank, they came to know that data was one of the major issues why their project failed. And the reason was, of course, they didn't do data testing. That was the main reason. And the result was data quality issues. And they were fined by like 48 million pounds. And even the CIO of the project was personally fined, it's not there, but about 80,000 pounds or something. They lost, officially, they lost around $330 million. But if you look at the overall picture, they lost around $1 billion or so in that project. You can Google it, you'll find it when you get a chance. Now you're saying, oh, Sandesh, you said you're a mechanical engineer. Why are you showing me this? Right? So look at this. How many have you heard about this thing? Right? See, the Titan, the submarine, imploded 13,000 under sea, under the water. Right? So look at this. The passenger and needed to be certified. Look at the last words. The system was not certified before it went and they started using it. So what it has to do with data quality? Think about this. Look at your project, look at your data. What are you doing? You are measuring at the point of failure when the system has already failed. So now, if you are in that Titan ship and I tell you, oh, the system is faulty and it's breaking, what is of the use to it to me? So at the most, you can try to manage the situation, right? The term everybody has, "Arey, manage kar lena yaar," right? So when you do data quality with that mindset, that is what is going to happen. Another example, if you look at the Boeing, this lost a door at 16,000 feet in the air. I didn't make this up. So if you look at the guy on the bottom, so there is a YouTube interview of this guy. His name is Sam, and he's a quality engineer at Boeing. He said, and this is where I bring the data reliability and I'll explain that we didn't follow the quality standards, the data reliability engineering ideas that we are supposed to do. We didn't do that. That's why it failed. So there are two angles to this. One, it's too late because you are flying 16,000 feet and tell you, hey, I got this nice dashboard, and you see my quality as this score, it's 0. It's too late. The other thing is, when that happens at the end of the production line, again, it is too little because you are left only to manage the system and not actually do anything about it. Okay? So let this sink in, because many times we think, oh, we are the IT people, we are the data people, we are the experts, and we know all the solutions. But sometimes you have to look at the parallel industry. Maybe it's manufacturing, maybe it's flying, maybe it's shipbuilding, I don't know. You have to look at other industry which are much older. IT, data engineering, this all came now, but manufacturing and all that is going since long time. So we always need to learn lessons from other organizations, which they themselves forget, by the way. So then having these conversations, what happened, everybody will say, okay, then what is the difference between data quality and you're talking about data reliability? So you will get the classic definition of data quality, but I said, no, I'm not going to go at the definition of data quality. Let me look what is quality. In a way, expected versus actual and all that, but it is whatever you calculated, quality is an instance in time. Okay? And I say, what does it mean? And I will give an example again from the parallel industry. And this is very important. So then, if quality is an instance in time, what is data reliability? Data reliability is delivery of quality consistently over time. So it seems like, okay, so what's the big deal here? The big deal is, if you take again an example from the parallel industry. So if you're making a knife and you cut apples with it, so you take the knife, you cut the apple, beautiful. I keep the knife on the apple and you have 2 pieces, right? Now, I go to the second apple, I put the knife and it stops cutting or it breaks. So there is a difference between having a quality and reliable, because at that point, if it cuts 10 apples and after that it stops cutting apples, or if you go in a battlefield with a sword and you do a great job in the first strike and after the second strike your sword breaks into pieces, so that is not a reliable sword. It might be a good quality sword, but it's not a reliable sword. So now think about this, is what do you really want? You want a good quality knife or a good, a reliable knife? Think about this again. If you are going to a battlefield, do you want a sword that is good quality or you want a sword that is reliable? Okay. Now, then you say, okay, so then Sandesh, what you're telling me is I need a reliable, and reliable has only one dimension, that is consistent. No, that is not true. What reliability means is it is an additional dimension on top of quality. Whatever quality you define, you have to have that reliably delivered over a period of time. Okay? So think of data reliability as quality plus time. Then, okay, so you told us what is the difference, so what do I do about it? A reliable data quality delivery is not an accident. A bad quality is an accident, right? So you don't design accidents. If I have a car accident, it's something I did wrong, right? But if I have a good training, good practices, and all the right things in place, then I can have a data reliable. I will have reliability over time. So if you think about this, and again we have to go to the you can go to manufacturing or you can go to the Bhagavad Gita, where it says, follow good processes. The outcome will be dependent on the process that you follow. Don't worry about the outcome, because your process is good, your outcome will be good. Now, if you take that back to data reliability engineering, if you get a chance later on, you can look at reliability engineering and how they do it. You can look at, there are 3 factors that you put in place: people, process, and tools. The important point here is, what I'm doing here is I'm trying to change the thought process of people. You have to change, the management has to bring these ideas down to the developer, to the testers, to the data pipeline developers, that, hey, we need to worry about this thing. What are the things that I need to train you? What I need to do with you? Then implement process, and we'll talk about the process. The processes are, what processes do I put in that I will deliver quality data or reliable data, right? Quality data over time, that is reliable data. And then I need to empower the person and the process with proper tools. What tools do they have, right? That will give you the results that you're looking for. So again, as I said in the beginning, being a background with mechanical engineering, I again look at this thing, what am I doing? So essentially, if you consider data pipeline engineering and all those things that we do in the as a data factory, it has 3 distinct phases. The phase 1, when you buy the machines, the process and tools, and assemble it, but you are not running it. So when you are assembling your system, building your system, the question is, what do you do with it? So any good, if I am asked to set up a factory, actual factory that manufactures cars or something, I will check each and every part. I will check the machines are proper, the toolings are proper, they are within the specifications, the power is, has a correct power factor, and there are a lot of things. And how do I know that everything is in place? Is because I am testing it. So the question that comes to your data factory and my data factory is, when I am building the system, what do I have in place to test it properly? Am I even testing it properly? Okay, so that's the first part. Now, the factory is assembled, you tested all the machine toolings, everything is in place. All the ETL process and the orchestration and scheduling, everything is in place, everything is proper. Then the second question is, I now to click on the green button that starts the factory or the red button that starts the factory. And then there are 2 parts to it. The input data determines there are 2 factors that determine the quality of the data that it generates. That is the input data. So what do you have in place to check the data that is coming into the factory, right? So you get files from vendors, you get data from some other systems. Do you check them? Do you monitor them before you start processing them? If not, why not, right? Because regardless of how good your factory is, if I give you bad products, raw material, you're going to produce bad product. So that is one thing. The second thing is, you need to monitor the processes itself, because if you don't monitor the processes, so sometimes what can happen is, accidentally you can kick off the same process twice. It is possible that the process runs, and loads nothing. There are a lot of things that can happen which are silent failures, which a controlling system or a system cannot capture. So what do you have in place to monitor the raw data that is coming in, the files coming in, and what do you have in place to monitor the processes that are running, the orchestration that is running, right? How do you know it's actually done the job that is supposed to do? So that is the second part. So now you have made sure the assembly of the factory is good, data factory is good, your raw data is good, your machine is running correctly. Then there is a third part. Yeah. There is a third part where the product is coming out on the right hand side. Now this is again very important. in a real factory, you know what they do? They take the products out and they do sampling of the data. So that's where observability and things like come into picture, where you see normal weight of the product is 40 kg, this is like 10 kg, so something is wrong, maybe the box is empty, maybe the dimensions are not correct. So you need to do some kind of the final product that you now think about. The data quality that you are thinking, or I was thinking earlier, comes in the phase 3, not in the first 1 and 2. It's a big difference. It's just one slide, but now you see where I personally see, and you don't have to agree with me, but the way I see this, what we used to classically think about data quality comes in the step 3, not in step 1 and 2. Right? So let's move. Again, you said, okay, there are 3 places. I am doing only in the last place. So what is the big deal in this? Let's look at the big deal. Before that, if you look at data testing in the first step that we are talking about to achieve reliable data, what are the things that you're doing? You are doing the development of the pipelines. Do you have the audit requirements? Do you know how to test the pipelines? Do you have anything in place for unit testing? If you are testing the data pipeline, what do you have to test? Do the QA testing, integration testing, UAT testing, regression testing, what do you have in place? Think about it. If you are deploying the CI/CD pipeline, how are you certifying the pipeline? You take out the ETL code from the gate and deploy it, and you do all those things. How are you doing it? What do you have in place? What infrastructure? What toolings? What actions are you taking? There is, everybody probably has heard the word observability, but there is something deeper than that. There's something called as white box monitoring. And I will explain that this is part of the development that you have to take care of. Is when you buy a car, you already get the speed meter, and you get the oil gauge and the pressure gauge and fuel gauge built into the system. So the system becomes observable. So one of the things you need to do while you are doing data testing, and part of the test has to be deployed as you deploy the ETL pipeline, data pipelines, you need to also embed the white box monitors into the system. So this is one part that you need to do. So of course, these are the things you need to do. You will need tools for this. So we talk about processes, but you also need people. Are your business users involved in there and saying, hey, how do I know if my data is correct or not? How do I know how to test this process? Who has given you the audit requirement? Who has given you the testing requirement? Who has given you, who is going to automate this? Are your testing QA team even trained in data testing? Do they know how to do data testing? Do they know how to do data pipeline testing? Do they know how to check your JSON files that are coming in or some other files that are coming in? So even if you decide to do data testing, there are people, process, and tools. You need some kind of tools, you need the processes, and you need the people, relevant people involved in this. Now, you don't have to answer it to me, but think about this. What is your organization doing from this perspective? Of this, how many things are you doing? From people, process, and tools, how many things are you doing? The data monitoring. As I said, when you receive the files or you receive the data, are you doing the checking of the data? If you're receiving the files, are you checking the files? How many, think about this, again I'm not going to ask you, we'll have a Q&A at the end, but how many times you accidentally receive the same file that you received yesterday? How many times it has happened that while running the system, while running your data factory, you process the files, but it didn't process anything because the file was empty? How many times it has happened the file came with the numbers don't match, the location of the column is changed? It happened to me so many times. Then, because fundamentally the data is moving from one place to another, If somebody, I came from New York and I landed here, the way to audit this, the way to check is to reconcile if I should exit there and should enter there. So in your data pipeline, how are you reconciling whatever you gave is loaded correctly or not, or transformed correctly or not? Do you have business checks in place? For example, can you do, you cannot ship a product without orders. For all the shipments, do you have orders in place? Then have you embedded these checks as part of your data pipeline? Because if you are not embedded the checks in your data pipeline, will it stop? Remember, one of the things I said, data reliability is different than data quality. Data quality is at the end of the thing. But if my in-process checks fail, can you stop? Can your system stop the data pipeline right there? Or it will continue? Then, so you need checks and controls. They're called ABCs, checks and controls, audit, checks and controls, balance and controls. So do you have in this place? Because, and then are the ops people being notified? So the persona that was involved earlier is mostly QA people and data engineers. Here is mostly ops people and data engineers or business users. Going to the third section of this. So you have now prevented as many defects as possible. Now the third part of this is, okay, I follow, the Lord Krishna's following, and I followed, check my process, everything. That doesn't guarantee outcome. That only guarantees 99.99%. So there is still something you might have missed. So this is where the data quality, data observability, all those things come into picture, where you have pattern detection, or you can have all kind of notification, ticketing, analysis, whatever you want to have. But see, I spent 80% of my conversation here on the testing side and the monitoring side, and hardly anything on this side. Because if I have done my best, here there should be least amount of problem. It doesn't mean you don't do it, but you have to do in such a way that this requires least amount of your attention, least amount of effort, so that you can deliver not good quality, but reliable data. So basically what, again, I've just summarized this. If you do this thing properly, 80% of these defects, if your processes are designed properly, they are tested properly, the business rules have been taken care of, you should be able to prevent your data quality issues right there, right? The 15% comes from operational issues. When you are running your process, you have source data coming in, flat files coming in, the format checks and all those things, checking the process doesn't run accidentally twice or things like that. That will take care of about 15% of it. And see, it could be anywhere between 5 to 1% that is checking the final product. The data quality approach, yes, follow that, but at the end. But you see now, if you go with the data reliability mindset, that is the least amount of your problem. Again, I'm now saying you don't do it, but if you take care of things properly, that should be a least problem. We have 5 minutes left, right on the time.
Yes, we do. We have 5 minutes.
Yeah. So if any, we'll have a Q&A, but my thing is, take one thing from this. There's only one thing that you need to take away from this, meeting over here. Will you go to a fight with a good quality sword or weapon, or a reliable weapon? And if your answer is, hey, I will go with a reliable weapon, then why not follow the same philosophy in our job? Because what we are going and fighting against is poor quality, right? The mediocrity. We are fighting, we are going to the corporate or enterprise or your own business with the same thing. Why can't I do the same thing for what I want for myself in a battlefield? I want the same thing over here. So if time permits, we'll have Q&A, but the point again is shift your thinking. I don't know how much you will change in the organization, but if your thought process changes, these changes will be reflected in the organization as well. With this, I'll open up for any questions or anything you have. The last gentleman.
Yeah, I have one question. Your session was completely different from what we had till now regarding AI.
Yeah.
So to the young generation which is coming up, like young engineers, so what is your suggestion to them? Because they prefer if we learn AI, we can lead the world, right? So no need to learn any programming languages or anything. So what is your suggestion to them, whether we have to learn both programming languages as well as AI, or if we have the programming knowledge, it's enough?
Look, you have to go with the trend. You have to learn AI, right? There's no question about it. A lot of jobs, engineering jobs, a lot of ETL jobs will go away. But my point over here is even AI sits on top of something. That is your data. So you also have to understand learn basic concepts of reliability engineering, process engineering, and all those things. So you can deliver a good product for AI to consume. Make sense?
Yes.
Thank you for the informative session.
Yeah.
So the question I have is, data quality is predominantly a localized approach where a specific engineer or team handles the data quality within their scope. But what you are suggesting is to take it across the board throughout the data platform life cycle.
Yeah.
So are you suggesting that we should have a data reliability team spin off and takes care of the whole range of activities you presented, or should it still be federated and dealt by those individual teams?
No, what I'm saying is, first, the change of thinking, everything starts here, right? So instead of thinking of data quality manager or DQ manager, think of data reliability manager, right? And it is his job to his job should not be limited to just checking the data quality and having those fancy charts, right? His process is, he has to look at what do I do to engineer data quality, right? Not to look and measure and find, oh, you are giving bad data, you are giving bad data, because at that point you are managing the situation. You are not managing quality, you are managing the situation, right? So that is the difference. You have to distribute it across the thing. It is not a one-person responsibility, unfortunately. It cannot be done.
And that's where my follow-up question is. I'm from a governance team, and when we try to have this culture and this thought process, the major pushback we get is we have lots of SLAs and we have lots of people sitting on our heads. Are you suggesting we should kill the whole pipeline when something is wrong with our data? So how do we achieve this data reliability, balancing those pressures every engineering team has?
That's a good question. So what he's asking, let me rephrase it. He's saying there's a data pipeline running and something goes wrong. And suppose, let's say we are monitoring and it says, oh, the data is messed up, and then what to do with it. So there are two parts. There are two ways to monitor. One is called inline and other one is called parallel. So you have to classify your defects in the blocker, critical, and warnings. If it is a blocker, you have to stop, because anybody knows once you integrate data, you can't undo the integration of data. That's managing the situation. But you have to classify your things. Now, within that, there are like tools like ISDQ and other products probably. You can actually find out, let's say you are giving bonus to 50 people or 1,000 employees. So is the data, you can say, oh, I will stop the whole bonus process because data is wrong. Or you can say, oh, Sandesh bonus looks incorrect, so let me stop his payment, right? And then every else can go through. So this is the level of engineering that you need to bring in your data pipeline. So that's what I'm trying to add. So don't think about quality, think about engineering data quality. Make sense?
Thank you for that. Unfortunately, we are out of time. Would you be kind enough to take questions offline?
Yeah, I'm near the booth, and anybody can just come and swing by. Thank you for your time. Appreciate your patience. Hopefully something new you learned over here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Before we move into the next speaker, I quickly have an announcement to make. AIM Leaders Council Mentorship Program at DES 2025 is a perfect opportunity for young analytics, data science, AI professionals, or students to interact with successful professionals in the field who provide career advice offer perspectives on industry disruptions, share valuable professional knowledge, or answer your queries. So, if anyone would like to connect, please reach out to Purvi near the registration desk. So reach out to Purvi near the registration desk. It's time for us to introduce the next speaker taking stage. From hackathons to high-impact AI use cases, GEM is setting the benchmark for how robust data foundations can unlock public sector innovation at scale. Please welcome Pankaj Dikshit, Chief Technology Officer at Government e-Marketplace, as he takes us behind the scenes of India's largest digital marketplace and how AI-driven data engineering is shaping the future. Please put your hands together and welcome him to the stage.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And I would like to thank the AI Media House and the Data Engineering Summit 25 for having me here. I am Dr. Pankaj Dikshit, and I am the Chief Technology Officer of Government e-Marketplace. Some of you who would have heard of it, some of you may not know about it. This is actually, it works like, something like the Amazon for the government. Government, I mean the central government, the state government, the ministries, the state departments. So whatever public funds, the money that you pay as taxes, and which the government wants to use for purposes, for office or infrastructure, they get spent through this platform, right? So, pre-GEM era and post-GEM era. Prior to GEM, the tenders used to come out in, small knowledge circles. Okay, there is a tender out, few people would know, they would tender for it, and you know what used to happen. So we have democratized this public procurement business and digitized it and made it available to anybody and everybody who wants to be a part of it, right? It's obviously resulted in cost savings. I'll come to a few figures after this slide. There's an efficiency of time because now it's not, anybody's time, or anybody can simply change the dates for the bids to happen or the process to close. It's all there on a platform, it is automated, and it happens as per the process that has been put in place. The biggest advantage is reach and inclusiveness. So, if a tender is published or a requirement is there in Tamil Nadu or Andhra Pradesh, somebody from Assam and Kashmir or Himachal can also bid for it if he wants to participate and if he has the right qualifications and if he's there in that business domain. If somebody publishes a tender in Delhi, now somebody in Nagaland or Tamil Nadu or Andhra Pradesh or Gujarat can also participate in it. So we've democratized and made the reach and accessibility available to the remotest part of the region. Why? Because all you need is the internet connection and to log onto the portal. And of course, you have to be a participating buyer or seller on that. MSMEs and SMEs have been a big winner of this particular activity, and it makes us happy to say that the 40% of our business is actually taken by the small and medium industries, which is also a push that the Prime Minister of the country wanted to give, and the entire government is focused on ensuring that the small and medium enterprises get their due. Transparency and fairness comes by the fact that it's all available, democratized, commoditized on our portal. So this is a brief organization of how the portal is looks like. We have the business services here. We have the various features which allow the government and public sector to purchase. Direct purchase is what works exactly like an Amazon or a Flipkart. You simply select a product, click, check out, and it gets delivered to you. Of course, there are some thresholds. You cannot do that for 2 crores. You can do it for small amounts. But for larger amounts, we have enabled L1 buy. So that goes up to 10 lakhs. And then we have various bids and reverse auctions. So happy to inform that certain reverse auctions where there is high competition, the price reduction is phenomenal. It comes down by even 60 to 70 to 80% at times, depending on what the tender is about. And we also have a forward auction. if you have, infrastructure lying like old servers, racks, routers, IT equipment, or even just furniture, or some old, steel or whatever, almirahs lying around, you can do a forward auction. In case you're not able to find a product on our portal, you can also create a custom bid. We call it a bill of material kind of a thing, and you can put that. And so we have various features for contract management, incident management, etc. We have the finance, and obviously payments happen through that. And we are integrated with the public sector treasuries so that your payments are directly linked and controlled by them. A few statistics and figures. I'll just highlight a couple. So we have 22,000 participations per day, right? We give about 17,000 orders per day, right? And we have almost 1,700 to 2,000 bids. In peak times, it even goes beyond 2,000. So 2,000 tenders which are published per day, out of which these orders will also include what I just talked about, Amazon kind direct purchase orders where you click and buy and check out, right? So a few figures just to give you the size of what we are doing. And here is the true, picture of what GEM has been up to. Maybe silently for those who do not know, but those who do know what we have been doing, right? So this closing year in 24 to 25, we've done $65 billion, nearly $65 billion worth of GMV. So last year was about $48 billion, before that 24. So almost you see an exponential growth that we've been having. Before that was about just $12 billion. So a couple of years back, we were bigger than Amazon and Flipkart in India. Today we are the second largest in the world. The only country which does bigger digital procurement for the government is South Korea. And we are obviously snapping at their heels and would like to beat them at it. In the last 7-8 years I've been there, we've done a total of $155 billion of GMV. Now, what the academic studies show that for every order which is placed and which goes through our portal, we do a 10% saving on that, 8 to 9 to 10%. That means the government of India has saved $15 billion in these past years. And all that is tax-based money, our money, your money, and that the government uses for other purposes. So this was about a brief about GEM. And now I'd like to tell how the technology piece comes into the portal and what I am doing there, and that's why I'm here to discuss with you. We are building a new platform also on the sides, while the one is, the 1.0 version is still on. And we would like it to be an AI-first and AI-driven, AI-enabled platform, which drives our motto of efficiency, transparency, inclusivity, right? And the use cases that we have already done, this actually shows that. So we were the first portal in the country to have deployed just last year. I mean, just a year after the generative AI thing went, viral, we had already deployed a GEM AI chatbot by middle of 2024. And so it provides basic generic queries. We use the Mixtral. We, of course, tested with Anthropic and Claude's. We finally settled on Mixtral because it met all our requirements, and it also was the most cost-efficient one. We provide a voice-to-text also, so you can talk to it. It'll convert it into text and still give you the response. We've now built a multilingual, so you can talk to it in 10 Indic languages and still get a response of all the queries that you put on that. We have enabled ticket creation through the same chatbot. You can also get status of your tickets. What we are trying to do is make more features available. So currently, the only post-login feature is the ticket creation and status check. But now with the post-login feature enabled, we would like to also make available information and details like what are my orders, what are my incidents, where is my brand or OEM approval pending, etc., etc. Now, it always happens that one in certain kinds of cases, you may not be very satisfied with the responses you're getting, and it's becoming repetitive. So we want to have a threshold of either the number of queries or a certain amount of time that has passed. Then we want that conversation or communication to actually go to a human. So we are also working on an agent handover, that after this threshold is crossed, there will be a human at the end of the chat engine talking to this particular user and trying to address his queries and responses. We have a very large customer center which has about 400 agents, and the next use case that we want to address is by eliminating the incoming calls being handled by humans. So we've all experienced that. I'm sure all of you would have seen the banks are using that. It's not very good. My personal experiences with the banks and other AI engines with the voice is not very good. That's why we've not gone live immediately, because we would like to put up a quality product out there. So once we are satisfied with that is when we will try to migrate it from the human to the AI-based IVRS. We've already done some POCs on conversational BIs and some graph creations and reports. I will come to that in a couple of minutes. We are already using generative AI for code analysis and code generation. Why code analysis? Because there is continuous attrition in teams. Documentation, even though you try to enforce, never is that accurate. It's not that complete. So we are using this for understanding what a piece of code does or the complete set of functions do. It is very helpful to our development teams, and our time to market is much faster using this. And secure code generation, and for new code generation also. Now, I'd just like to, for those who might like, that this was the journey we crafted for ourselves last year, and this is what, so like I said, we started in May of 2024 last year. We did a POC, showed it to the Commerce Secretary. He approved the whole thing, and by April 25, we've reached here. And like I said, we would like to end this journey of customer support using AI with the AI engine for the IVRS. This is a small video. Will it play? This is a PDF. Okay, I don't think. Anybody from the tech? Okay, maybe I can put that up after the end of the thing. We all understand whoever is using AI nowadays, you can't simply take a LLM-based generative AI chatbot and start querying them on whatever is out there. So we have obviously got to create a RAG and a knowledge base or a storehouse where the LLM is pointed to and only responds to the queries that you want, because it has to be contextual to the context of GEM. And hence we had to do this activity, and we have put guardrails in the RAG also. So if you see these, we always have people who try to game the system, who try to enter mischievous queries, and sometimes the LLM may not be accurate, so you have to put an output guardrail also, right? So input guardrails are there to prevent any non-contextual questions from coming up. Let's say, for example, someone asks a political question, so it will not be allowed. And output guardrails to ensure that the query which is going out is within the context to what is being asked. These were important. Why? Because we are representing the government and the public sector, and we would like the public to have confidence in what we are doing. And that's how we actually handled it. So with that being our journey till now, just for information purposes as to what we are working on. So we have all probably, we are aware of business intelligence, business analytics, and dashboards and reports and ETLs, etc. So it's a very complex process. You have a lot of database administrators, and you have a team of database experts who write queries and try to get the answers you want. Now what AI can do that complete backend work is what we have seen is possible, and that's what we are working for. So instead of having a huge DB team with experts and etc., we would like to give this query interface to the leadership, the CXOs or the top management, and we say simply ask what you want, either by means of a voice or by texting it. So for example, give me the last 3 months of top product sold and at what cost price and from what region. You give that query. You don't have to wait for it to come after a day or 2 days because the DB team is working with it. The AI engine will be able to do the back-end work for you and give it to you in a certain amount of time based on what compute and infrastructure you have behind, right? So this is another use case that we are working on. We have done POCs, but the complexity here is we have a huge database which has been built over the last 7-8 years. It has virtually millions and millions of records and petabytes worth of size. So we are trying to address that, and then we will be able to put that out for the leadership to use. The other is, of course, it's a public platform. You have, the interest of sellers to get orders. You have interest of buyers, certain kinds of buyers that I must give this order to only this person, human weakness. So we, since we are dealing with a public portal and it's public money, we'd like to minimize these collusions. Let everybody, because transparency and fairness is our motto, we'd like to ensure that there is no such activity happening. We'd like to pick up the data, pick up the patterns, see how and where and when it can happen. Even though it's very minimal right now, but then even why shouldn't technology be used to completely eliminate that? So that's one of the use case. And of course, this is very important because this is our day-to-day bread and butter. Whatever somebody purchases on our portal should be the best price, best quality, best brand, whatever that particular buyer wants. And hence, we want to have a complete comparison data that before you put in an order, you are assured that yes, what I have is the best quality. Obviously, whatever it's gone for him also. Okay, it's back. We know that wherever there are analytics and dashboards, it's what leadership wants. It helps in decision-making strategies going forward, right? I'll give an example here that one of the reports that we try to get from our system, it takes 2 nights of running through batches and coming out after 2 days. So what it basically involves is, is what we AI engine will be able to eliminate instead of having multiple we'll be able to do that through the AI engine in just one go. So the context of the query that will be put by the user would be understood, which the AI engine itself will convert to whatever SQL queries are required. They'll be executed, and there'll be an outcome that will be available to the users. And now, AI has, of course, it evolves on a day-to-day basis. Virtually what we had in, let's say, 23 is no more what we have. So we have all heard of the agents. And we are trying to use agentic AIs also. So I think there's an issue with this mic. Can I go on? Okay. So I think 2 days back I read a LinkedIn where there's an hospital in China which is completely being run by 46 AI agents. Now, it's something which is happening, and I'm not saying that everything needs to be done by agents, but agents with human in the loop is something that we are definitely working on, and we will use that for whatever use cases that we can find applicable. Of course, a simple query agent, what's my order, where is my delivery, where is my order, and what have been my monthly, daily, etc. purchases. Conversational BI, I just explained. Now, agent will be very good to assist you in all your journeys, whether you're a first-time visitor to our portal for registering, or you want to buy as a buyer, or you want to sell as a seller. And these are some things which will help you go by step, and also reduce your journey and also give you better satisfaction on your navigation through the portal. And metadata available, I will give you a couple of examples after this. The other is finance would be very happy to have agents which can help them their account payables and expendables and monthly purchases and receivables, create the balance sheets. This would be very much possible. And Copilot, like I mentioned, for documentation, logic, and increasing your coding velocity and efficiency. HR is a function which is another area which is, I think, one of the low-hanging fruits where AI will soon almost completely overtake that. If you put out a position today on a job site, you get virtually hundreds and hundreds of CVs, which is humanly impossible to scan through. So that's a very simple low-hanging fruit where CVs are being scanned today by AI. We are doing that. And once you've shortlisted a certain amount, let's say 5, 10, 15, whatever is your process, then you have the AI engine that does the interviews. We don't have the interviews yet being done by the AI engine, but that is happening as we have learned from the rest of the companies. So once you've done the mock interviews, then you just need to have a final confirmation interview, maybe 1 or 2 depending on your company policy, and then finalize the hiring. So this is one place where the agents would be used very much and very efficiently. Performance evaluation, yes. Your annual appraisals, instead of you writing through your last month or last week of the year what you've done, that continuous evaluation through whatever you're doing through your emails or through your metrics which are available on your HR tools would be done. And at the end of the year, whatever the date is or the week is, your performance evaluated will be automatically given by the AI agent. Now, there are more complex AI opportunities that we are exploring. Data management, like I mentioned, we have a huge amount of data, and we would like that to be managed. Also, because we are planning a migration from our GEM 1.0 to GEM 2.0, as we like to call it. 2.0 is what we are building. If we have a petabyte worth of data in more than 5,000 tables, I'm sure it'll be humanly impossible for us to actually, riffle through that and see what is to be taken, what is not to be taken, what is junk, what is not junk. That is the biggest biggest opportunity for us to use AI, and we're already doing that. Wherever you have data pipelines, how to prune them, how to extract the metadata, and how to actually use the business data. Standard templating is something which all of us do, whether it's a passport form or whether it's a driving license form or whether it is a bid on our platform. So as I talked about the assistive journeys for bid creation and bid participation, this would be a big change that we will bring about of formatting, templating, and then using the AI to walk you through the entire process on an assisted journey. Anomaly detection outlier, of course, is very much there. Intelligent quality data assessment, and then data architecture considerations. Modeling, etc. This is a standard architectural and engineering principles that we work by, and you would try to use AI in those also. And one very important function of the company, that is the finance. They like to use the word business cockpits to understand all the numbers and to use, slice and dice across various functions, various horizontals, verticals, and time, etc., to come at the right strategic decision. AI would be the best one, and we are already halfway through this process of providing the business cockpit. We would do that not only for the finance function of the company, but also for the users to a certain extent. And it could be a model for revenue generation also. On-demand analytics, as I said, if you just put in your text entries, the AI engine is expected to do the back. Forecasting is something that AI does very well. Dynamic pricing, depending on the forecasting and demand generation which happens, you could have the pricing also being done depending on the demand-supply dynamics. And self-learning. The biggest power of AI is that it is capable of learning. And hence, we would like to know in advance, based on the system behavior and system metrics, as to how the system is behaving and how it will happen in the coming days or weeks, so that we can take preventive measures and avoid any outages which are affecting business or affecting user satisfaction. Now, the works that we are doing in house, we've got our internal partners and internal teams which help with that. But for the other use cases which I mentioned, that we are on a POC stage or something which we are considering, we would at some point in the time be coming up with a hackathon. And we would expect the startup industries and the ITs companies, the middle and the small and the large, etc., to partner with us and participate. And let's see who all can go on this AI journey with us. So with that, this is my projected vision for what we should be able to do at the end of, let's say, this year or sometime whenever we have done the new portal. So if I simply say, or tell my AI engine, just create a bid for me or a tender for me or an RFP with me, with the minimum number of interface or interactions by the human, that's me, it should be able to generate that so that I can publish that. Least amount of clicks, least amount of navigations, least amount of scrolls, the outcome should be available to me. That's the parameter I would consider to be the satisfactory conclusion of my AI work. And if I have participated in a tender and I have lost out, let's say there's a tender, only one person wins, let's say about 15 people have not been able to win that. They should all get an input from my system saying that, look, you did participate, but because of this particular deficiency or shortcoming or this miss in price or product or quality or brand or OEM is the reason why you probably could not win it. Better luck for next time. So that is the kind of vision I have for the GEM as we go forward. And thank you for your time. Thank you very much. That's been it. Yeah, so in case there are...
Yes, we have the gentleman with the hand up already. Can we have a mic move up to him, please? Quickly. Gents, one of you, please. Mic. Quickly, please. So if you could stand up as well, thank you, so we can see you.
So thank you for this wonderful session. It is always amazing and proud to see the digital journey that is happening, and good to see all the things that is happening from your group. My question is, this making it happen, you can do all the software you want, you can do all the platform you want, but for that getting adopted by different departments, which has at the various stage of maturity in terms of their digital exposure or digital maturity, how did you make such a massive change in them adopting your platform and using it? What kind of struggle were there and how did you overcome that?
I'd like to be philosophical in this. Somebody said at some time that nobody can stop an idea whose time has come. So that is one reason. And second is, you see, the vision of the Prime Minister and the government of India for the last many years has been to work for the citizens by using technology. So I think today you would encounter technology in most of your interfaces with the government, whether it's going for a driving license or going for a passport application, or you travel daily, Digi-Yatra, look at that, right? So I think technology, and also why? Because technology has become all-pervading. Notwithstanding that, I think your question says, how did you force people to do that? So part of the thing is that, see, Gmail came, your children started using it. You could have said, I am an illiterate person, I do not want to use it, but today you're using that, right? Same thing happened with mobiles. Your children would have got it first, but today you are as proficient on the mobile as maybe your children are. Maybe you don't use the same platforms of, that they are using. But when you have an environment where it's full of technology, you cannot stay aloof from it. So So I think one is that. The other is the push by the government itself. Look, get onto this platform. And then we made those reports available. We did those studies. Look, there is an advantage. If you do a reverse auction, if you can get a 50% price advantage, why not? If you can simply put out your items on there for a forward auction instead of, trying to get somebody and, isko uthao, sell it and something, a digital platform is available. Do a direct purchase. If anything is there within 50,000 rupees and you can just click and buy it for your office, why not? So these are when you see that efficiency happening all around you, you cannot stay away from it. So a number of these factors helped. And most importantly, had the government not wanted the portal, it wouldn't have come up. So the portal came up, then, it was simply a question of motivation, nudging people, forcing people to come on there. So that's, I think, how it has happened.
Thanks. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that. Unfortunately, we do not have time for more questions. Can we please give it up for Dr. Pankaj Dikshit? Thank you very much for being with us here today, sir. It's been an absolute pleasure and a fantastic presentation. We're going to move into the first panel of the day. This is the second panel of this festival, and we're looking forward to hearing from 3 people from the industry. We're going to have a dynamic panel discussion that dives into a hotly debated topic: is data as a product truly transformative or just the latest tech buzzword? That's going to be a conversation that we're going to have on this stage in a little while. And just a quick announcement before we get into that panel. Keep in mind that some of the biggest industry leaders will be coming up onto the stage. It's a panel that's not to be missed, so make sure you get the best seats in the house. The AIM Leaders Council Mentorship Program at DES 2025 is a perfect opportunity for young analytics, data science, AI professionals or students to interact with successful professionals in the field who would provide for career advice, offer perspectives on industry disruptions, share valuable professional knowledge, or just answer your queries. So just in case this interests you, or you know people who might be interested, make sure you divert them to the interested people at the registration desk. Purvi will be available for conversations there, or just ask them for further directions. So that is happening at DES 2025 Day 2. Good afternoon and welcome. Just in case you're walking in a little late, it's been an interesting day of conversations so far, and it's time for us to jump into the first panel of the day, the second panel of this festival. To unpack the hype and explore the reality, we have an exciting lineup of leaders from product, engineering, and delivery. 3 individuals will be taking stage. We have with us the CTO at Lentra. We also have the product officer at PhysicsWallah, and we have the assistant vice president, delivery director at Genpact. They will be taking stage momentarily. This is a panel discussion that you want to be a part of, so make sure you get the best seats in the house. It's time for us to introduce the people onto the stage. People of the audience, I'm going to request Mr. Kanhaya Gautam, CTO at Lentra, to please come up to the stage. Give him a big round of applause and make some noise while he does. Joining him is the Chief Technology and Product Officer at PhysicsWallah. Please welcome Vineet Govill. The moderator of this discussion, please welcome the Assistant Vice President, Delivery Director at Genpact, Arun Munuswamy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, AIM, for this opportunity. For last 30 hours, we all have unlearned, learned many things in data engineering. Starting from automation in real-time streaming, then end-to-end pipeline, which is built by agent AIs, real-time demo from Genpack on Dataverse within matter of minutes. From requirement, BRD, we are able to generate a data modeling. A real-time demo on data analytics through Apache, Pinot. Then today, from the session of Anirudhara, agentic enterprise, empowered to take autonomous decision, keeping human on loop. But the challenges mentioned are on data. Data as a product, data veracity, and data fingerprints. So this brings to an important topic of discussion today, data as a product. So how many of you here aware of the term data as a product? Can you please raise your hand? Good. Good number of audience. So this brings to an important point of discussion from our panel experts, Kannaya and Vinith. Is a data as a product is a game changer or just a buzzword? So with no further delay, let's get into the session starting from Vinith. Hi Vinith. So is your organization is really ready for product thinking, or you just renaming your data team into a data product?
Great point. And before I answer that, let me take you to my journey. Okay. When I started almost 25 years ago, when people were not even talking about the data didn't really exist at that time. I got an opportunity to really work on what we call as a data-driven media processor. So we designed the processor at that point of time using the data instruction set. Okay. And then the mobile evolution happened, but at the time there was no data in the mobile. Everything was voice-driven, right? And the mode of communication in terms of how the mobile is functioning in terms of various services used to be only the SMS. Okay. Then the next 5 years, it was really about how do we use the data from an engineering-centric perspective, because the products which were being developed, there was no easy means to debug them, right? So there was a mechanism wherein you need to build in inside the product where you pump in all the data to some common place. There was no cloud concept at that point of time, right? But you have to pump in the data so that you can, in an offline mode, analyze those logs. And then really, the Microsofts and Googles and Metas of the world came in, where they started looking at the cookies and what really our users are really, doing in terms of the activity, so that they can, monetize it. And that, in my opinion, has been the real evaluation and the acceleration of the data as a product. Okay. Even though that time there was no data as a product as a term, but the people started really, started using the data. And then we all know what really happened when in our country, when Jio launched, Airtel launched the data on the mobile, it just boomed in. But even at that point of time, the data was being really used as a mechanism to find out what users are doing it. Mostly in terms of, I can really, give them the predictions. I can give them the recommendations. What really happens in any e-commerce site or any OTT platform, you see, right, that you get the recommendations, your personalization in terms of based on what I have seen, what I have, experienced on that platform, basis that they recommend. Okay. Then really the next boom happened in the form of the Gen AI, where everyone then started really using the data for generating the content. Okay. Till that time, if you really see, the data was being used either from a development perspective, okay, to analyze the data, or from a monetization perspective to really find out what users are doing it. But now, with the AI coming in or Gen AI coming in, really everyone started really using it to their benefit. And finally, the agentic AI. Okay. Now, that's really, in my opinion, has been a complete game changer, because now it's the agents who can, take the actions. Okay. So far, it was more of really doing certain activities, okay, by own. Human was doing it. Now, it's a machine who is on the behalf of human is taking some actions also. So in summary, I've seen the entire evolution as to how the data really evolved in last 25 years. Now coming to your question of really, is my company ready? Of course, right? Now in today's world, if we do not really use the data, okay, and this data can be used for multiple things. It could be used, by the developer to debug and develop the product, okay, for the CXOs and the executives to really figure it out how their company is performing, how their products are performing, product managers to really, figure out what and how they should be doing the road mapping. And finally, from a monetization perspective, how I can really monetize based on the history of that company, right? Yeah. So yes, in a sense, in my opinion, it is not now inevitable for any company to really not use data as a product.
Okay, thanks. So it's just not a name change, so it's really happening. So let me get your view, Kannaya. So is your organization, because you are from fintech background, so you have, because you play majority on the data, because the data is more governed from your side. So how do you see this one? Is data product, is your organization ready, or what's your point on that?
Data is very crucial and important. It's the blood that drives businesses, the same way it drives us, the humans. Without data, without blood, nothing happens. We very rarely or seldom think about what happens downstream, but all of us are very concerned about our transaction processing. What data touchpoints are there on the platform, on the application with which humans are interacting with. But downstream, it's a very arduous process. So for example, if I take a credit card, right? If you swipe your credit card, how soon do you see that transaction posted in your statement? And if it's a public holiday and the weekend, then it would take anywhere from 4 or 5 days or 6 days, at times even a week. So that's how far or lagging the downstream is. So data, as I said, very, very crucial and important, especially within banking and financial industry, fintech, where if I take lending as a vertical, you have to lend immediately to the customer. If I walk into the branch or go to the online portal of any bank, or if I get a pre-approved offer, and despite of that, it will take 7 or 10 or a month for me to get the loan, for the money to come into my account, and it's a big problem. So in all businesses areas, we are surrounded by data. So I as a credit consumer, data about me, what do I buy, how much do I spend, what do I make in a month, am I salaried, do I have a business, and things like that, what's my credit score. So data drives and governs everything. Till now, we have had a very scalar view of data, wherein questions are asked, data is taken, and all the data is gathered, and then you kind of build a consensus as to the credit worthiness. But a lot of vectorization is happening, wherein without even me knowing, my banker actually knows much more about my habits. I may not know how much I would have spent on Zomato, Swiggy, or Blinkit, Zepto in the last 6 months, but my bank knows, and they absolutely make every effort to make that experience hyper-personalized. As an organization, yes, we are ready. We are ready to play on this data game with a lot of technical innovations happening. Finally, what I feel is, for the last couple of years, economies of scale within AI have started working in favor of practitioners and people who want to adopt. Before that, it was just the R&D departments, the PhDs and the doctorates who used to kind of really work on data. But now even normal software engineers, data engineers can actually use the power of LLM, as it was elicited in the discussion prior to ours. It was a very good discussion about GEM that the gentleman had. So yeah, absolutely, we are ready. Credit decisioning, how do you ease operations? How do you improve the TAT when you actually are onboarding a customer, during collections, identifying fraud scenarios? So yeah, we are ready, and we have taken a lot of steps towards operationalizing AI-based models a lot, and agents.
So good to hear that both of you are ready. Okay, so this comes to the next follow-up question, Kannaya. Okay. So who owns the data product? Okay, because it's going to be navigation of tug-of-war between engineering, analyticals, and business. So from your perspective, whom you think that really owns the data?
So good question. Perception of data as a product, actually it's a bit nuanced. So data as a product, it's not like you have a standalone data product which you're selling, which you're trying to monetize, which you're trying to get a revenue solely on that piece. Data as a product, or whatever you do with your data, the data cubes, the visualization, it's an adjunct to your primary business. So if I talk about myself, my organization, who are we? We are in the lending space. We build products and platforms to ensure a seamless lending happens to the customer, whether it's a personal loan, home loan, an auto loan, a two-wheeler loan, it doesn't matter. So to that effect, it's very, very important. So I can't emphasize it more.
What's your take on this, Vinith? Who owns the data as a product? It's either engineering or analyticals or business.
Well, my answer would be that everyone. See, in today's world, if you really see, I cannot say that, okay, this data belongs to data engineering. In fact, if you really see in the modern world, right, I'm sure a lot of you who are engineer would relate, they would have heard a term called DevOps, okay, which was really to automate or scale the engineering. Now there is a new term coming with data ops, which really is, the merging the data engineering and data science. Okay. Because earlier, everything used to be in silos. That there is a product team, there is a marketing team, there is a sales team, there is a data engineering team, there is a data science team, then there is our CXOs, right? Now with the data becoming a unified thing, in fact, it is also helping all these different verticals to come together on a single platform. Okay. So in my opinion, data belongs to everyone. And everyone has to really use it to its true potential, to use it for their decision making. Right? Product managers need to use it to define, right, what should be in my next product roadmap. Okay. Now, say for example, we are into the education space. Okay. And we of course have both online and offline presence. Now we use the data to really find out in which part of the country, what kind of students really are there, what kind of request they have, what kind of a demand they have. Basis that we decide, right, where to open the centers. Okay. So in that sense, the data is being used across the world, I would say.
And in fact, we have kind of democratized it within our organization. So it's like we don't have technical people or engineers owning the data. We have subject matter experts who actually specialize in the domain. So if I talk about lending, you have various domains within lending. So if people know domain-driven design, Gary Evans, that's one thing to remember. So customer is a domain, a loan application is a domain, your credit standing or worthiness, wherever the decisioning happens, that forms a domain. All the letters and communication, that forms a domain. So we have subject matter experts, necessarily not technical, who know the business inside out. So the ownership starts from there. And as was mentioned, it actually percolates to each level. But the Spock or the owner from where the Gangotri starts is the subject matter owner or the owner of the domain owner, and from there, it manifests itself into data dictionary, and a lot of evolving happens around it. Finally, it flows through all your OLTP or real-time platforms, and then downstream, whatever conversion, massaging, enrichment, imputation you have to do, it finally lands into the various data cubes, whether read-only or read-write and things like that. So subject matter experts, they don't have to be technical. That's where we have seen a lot of success. Because if we make engineer and owner, they try to boil the ocean. So we have kept it very simple. People who understand the business inside out, own it, and from there it starts.
So it's a decentralized approach you're applying.
Decentralized approach.
Okay. So Vinith, so this gets into an important topic of discussion. So is it practically or need to convert each and every data type of sets into a data product? Because it leads into over engineering, and moreover, it gives you a governance as a fatigue. Okay, because so now as data as a product, what's your view on this? So what type of data sets you should target now to avoid over engineering and then data governance fatigue?
Very good point. See, now we have a plethora of data, if you really see, right? And different data needs to be managed and handled differently. See, for example, certain data is very sensitive, which has the PII information of the user, right? Which is really need to be handled in a very, very secured manner. Because, of course, we cannot really let go any confidential or a private information, be it, their Aadhaar card or their mobile number, okay? So that needs to be handled in a different way. At the same time, there's certain information which need not be that private or confidential. So, for example, right, if we take in Bangalore, right now, Bangalore, there are a lot of the traffic points where there is a congestion and there are cameras, right? Now, that data I need not really handle with the same amount of sensitivity. Of course, that is also important, but there is a degree of the sensitivity involved in the data. So not every data can be put in the same bucket. Okay. So it needs to be put in a separate bucket. It needs to be handled with the different level of security measures, different level of sensitivity involved in it. Okay. And because if you keep everything together, which used to be the case earlier, okay, then it becomes extremely, extremely difficult to handle it in an efficient way. Because earlier we were talking about, a few millions of users or a few hundreds of users. Okay, now we are talking about the millions and millions of the users, and the data which comes every month is in, the terabytes or petabytes.
Absolutely.
So you have to process it in an efficient manner. So therefore, you have to really bucket it in separately.
So essentially, data classification becomes important. So you have your sensitive data, your semi-sensitive data, and data which doesn't have any information or cannot roll back to a person like me or Vineet or anyone else or anyone within the crowd. So that data classification now, and with the Data Privacy Act coming in, all the CISO offices and CDOs have started doing that in earnest. And the question, it was a very good point. You have many ETL pipelines. Now, where you put your focus, where you feel that you can get an adjunct revenue, as I said earlier, standalone data, if you go to a customer without a primary business, without a human body, the blood is of no use. It needs to flow, it needs to drive all the organs, right? So when it comes to how do you monetize and basically carve out which ETLs are beneficial to you, essentially there are two verticals. One is customer facing, which is live, visible on the platform, which the customers and everyone, the humans, would adopt. Other gets classified as productivity gains. Like, for example, what have I done? How have I used the data to help my developers? How have I used my data to help the business analysts when they prepare BRD? How have I used the data, like nowadays you see on Gmail or chat, they help you write emails, they help you summarize. So all of these, they get classified as internal productivity gains. But in both the scenarios, all of this is leading towards improvement of bottom line and getting your foot, your product or platform's foot outside the door when you go and give the customer a demo. Just imagine if you have no data-driven insights and you just give a plain vanilla demo to a customer versus a competitor comes, gives a demo, and also demonstrates how that real-time data percolated and what all prescriptive analytics happen and how the agents fired and are helping the journey. That matters a lot.
Yeah, and also to add one more point to it, right? It's not really at the mercy of the organization or the individual to classify the data. Now the government is also really, taking a major step in it. If you really see in our country, the DPDP Act is going to come in, right?
Valid point, yeah.
Which is really going to enforce that, there is certain data governance which exists. And everyone has to really, work under those guardrails.
Thanks, Vinny. So this brings an important point. So now we agree that yes, data as a product is going to be by the organizations, but who is ready for the platform? Is only the modern platforms like data mesh is ready for this change, or the legacy systems or a traditional data warehouse type of a things are also will be supporting this mindset? So what's your take on this, Kanya?
So my take is, and the good news is, it's a level playing field for both the scenarios. For greenfield startups who are just starting on or have been in the market for a couple of years, for them it's very straightforward. You get to the cutting edge or the bleeding edge and ensure that you have real-time streaming of events as and when they are happening. So you kind of shy away from CDC-based data streaming, wherein you are tailing the op log or whatever wall log that is happening in the database and then building your model downstream.
So for greenfield, it's very easy, but it's not that impossible or difficult even for people or traditional or older methods, wherein you have a very robust warehouse, you have massively parallel databases, let's say not a vector database, but something like Vertica, Greenplum, or a PostgreSQL on steroids. Even there, it's possible. You just have to build layers now. See, handoff of data and processing of data at each layer. I'll just take a very small example. A new startup, completely greenfield, or a traditional system, traditional bank running for the last 30 years, doesn't make a difference. If I have to ensure that, okay, how my PII data is flowing, and can the agent alert me if there is any unmasked data or unencrypted, let's say, mobile number or address or email flows, it's very easy to build agents which can intercept. I don't need to boil the ocean and kind of change my warehouse process altogether or do something extremely costly if I'm leveraging bleeding edge. So there are hooks which are there. We just have to be careful about one thing. Older way of doing things is very structured. They primarily are dependent on RDBMS. But the newer way of doing things for the GTM and for a very faster turnaround causes a lot of data redundancy. So you just have to be aware that the source of data doesn't get compromised. Like you can't save my details at 10 different places and then later on be confused that, hey, if I have to change Kanaya's mobile number or email address, where do I do? And how do I ensure that it gets replicated everywhere? So that's just one gotcha we have to be very careful about. But both the scenarios, you just build hooks and ensure things happen. So the good news is it's level playing field at both the ends to modernize the downstream process.
So Vinit, this brings an important point for discussion. So one, beyond your cleaning of the data, okay, and your uptime. So data as a product, how can be evaluated through a customer experience? For example, on the three leverages, correct, discoverability, availability, and the third option I can say is that user experience, correct? So what is your take? Because you are more interface on the user experience side. So what is your take on that?
So it's very important to really have a good user experience because, as I said earlier, right, there's a lot of data which exists today. And if we do not really, process that in an efficient way and present it in a proper dashboard, which can be consumed easily, okay, it's of no use. Because I don't want my CEOs and the top executives to really spend hours and hours to really find that what it means for their business, right? It should be presented in a very user-friendly way. Okay. So user experience is the key. Okay. It cannot be really compromised. Then really comes that how, the adaptive it is, right? Now it has to be really adaptive because now I'm using the data for multiple purposes. One is to really, find out how my business is doing. Second, I took the example of really, the personalization and the recommendations, right? So there it needs to be used in a different way. Mm-hmm. So my data has to be processed, whichever pipeline I have, right? Whichever pipeline I'm using has to be in such a way that it can be used for multiple purposes. It can be used for analysis in terms of the user behavior, okay? How and what my user patterns are, how and what my products are really behaving, so that I can, take some business decisions on top of it, okay? So adaptiveness has to be there. Okay. So there are no two ways about it.
So data which can't be seen, felt, or touched is of zero use. You can invest millions of dollars and have heaps and heaps of Excel or CSV dumps or flat files. But if no one, either a human via a portal or a mobile app or an agent programmatically, if that data cannot be seen, touched, felt, meaning consumed and acted upon, it's of zero use. So it's very important not to go overboard and just break the bank into, because what it causes is data proliferation. You have to ensure that data is very crisp, proper, and it's utilized. Now for its utilization, it has to be rendered, it has to be projected, seen. Now we were just, one short point I'll cover, conversational AI.
Now there are Apache Superset. There is one startup which has built a good wrapper which lets you conversationally talk to your data models. So MapReduce engine. So your conversation gets converted into a MapReduce query and it fetches the data. But now we are also going beyond that because the data that gets outputted, it's the quality and the veracity is only good as the person who is querying, and not everyone would query the same way. So even the model is being turned now wherein prescriptive analytics, like a doctor writes you a prescription, they'll check your pulse, they'll check your temperature, and if you have a slight cough, they'll write you a prescription. So their prime focus now, or main focus, is on models which in an autonomous manner, non-human touch manner, are actually able to throw out all those prescriptions so that you don't have to query and go back and forth. So a lot of innovation is happening in this space. It's a highly dynamic and evolving time. So I think in a few months and years, we are all set for great innovation to happen and adoption.
So when you bring up the CXO, CEO, so the important point comes to my mind. How you measure ROI of a data as a product?
So ROI of data as a product, as I said, it conjoins or is joined at hip with your primary product. The most important thing which I have realized with my experience is, if I have a very less maturity on data as downstream, I mean, you have OLTP, your transaction processing, and then you have your warehouse, your data lake or ocean. If the right-hand side, the downstream, the maturity is less, the product will always lag. So the primary driver of revenue is what investments do you put in, how do you use your downstream data, what type of reconciliations you build, how do you ensure that it's accurate, how do you ensure that the source of truth remains a common entity, a single source or a truth, and that will bring you additional revenue within your primary product. So data as a product standalone will not fly. It always is joined at hip with your primary business.
Thanks. So see also, right, the data engineering team need to also ensure that, okay, this, what Kanaya talked about is from a business perspective. But from engineering team perspective also, if we really look at, it's very important that there are, key metrics which are being monitored. Say, for example, what kind of incidents I have, meaning that how many times my data is incorrect, missing, or completely wrong. Okay. Even if, let's say, that my number of incidents are less or more, how much time I take to detect it? Okay. How much time I take to fix it? Because these are the important metrics which are also needs to be monitored from a data engineering perspective.
So ability course correct.
Okay. So I think we are bang on time. So last 30 seconds from your view, Kanaya. So what's your, is a data as a product from the discussion what we have is really a game changer?
It is. It really is a game changer, and it helps you in aspects which you may not even foresee. Take it from me, when I am assessing a platform, rather than the prime business of what that platform is offering, there's a lot of miscellaneous and periphery that I have a very keen eye and focus on, because that's where the platforms, they seem very good to begin with, but are very hard to operate later on. So data is what weaves everything together. So yeah, it's a game changer.
How about you, Vineet? You agree?
See, in 2020s and in the era of the AI, okay, data is no more a cost center. It's really a value creator, right? And the data engineering team need not be seen as just a plumber who really is, crunching the data. They are really the technology partner. And if you really see the organizations who have really witnessed data as a product, really are able to see the benefits, and they are really forming it as the core stack. Okay. And in fact, the most of the forward-thinking teams are now really embracing it, data as a product.
Okay. So thank you, Vineet and Kanaya. I think we are on time. So I think as a moderator, I think I did my job to complete on time. So last, maybe if time permits, any questions from audience? 2 to 3 questions is available. What's your take? Do you have time? Out of time? Yeah. Okay.
We can do maybe one question from the audience, but apart from that, unfortunately, we have run out of time. So we can take one question. If you have a question, please put your hand up in the air. we shall have someone come up to you.
I think everyone is ready for lunch. I think we are
I think
outside
so.
available. We'll be, I think Kannaya and Vinith is there, experts, so we'll try to answer your questions if we have. Thank you. Thanks everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you very much. Also, we shall see you back at 2:15. That's 2:15. Gentlemen, if you could get together for a picture. People walking out, people of the audience, 2:15. I will be playing a little music on stage, so come back, listen to some music, and we shall start off our sessions post-lunch. We shall see you back in a little while.
Artificial intelligence.
AI.
Coexisting.
AI.
Coexisting.
AI.
AI is changing the world around us, and the complex world of software development is no exception. EPAM AI Run is transforming the entire development lifecycle, not just by generating code, but in supporting multidisciplinary teams, boosting enterprise-wide productivity and optimizing every step of the process.
AI Run, it really helps us accelerate product ideation. It helps us arrive at new product hypotheses more quickly.
You can validate your hypothesis faster in production.
Writing test cases.
With clearer requirements, help us align our product roadmaps.
Instant market research.
To create stories.
For rapid and collaborative business case development.
AI Run drives a first-time right approach, boosting speed, productivity, and quality, from project onboarding to product deployment, with an ecosystem of trained GenAI agents that unlock next-level collaboration. It's a natural evolution for one of the world's leading engineering and innovation organizations.
At EPAM, we have been delivering tech-enabled solutions for leading global enterprises for over 3 decades. Over the last decade, our AI capabilities have accelerated from early apps and code generation to enhancing the efficiency across the entire SDLC.
All the silos that were existed in the form of ticket passing back and forth is gone.
It's a better quality product, it's faster product. It doesn't replace real humans, but allows us to do better our research work.
With a superior quality product at a 30% faster time to market, AI Run delivers instant ROI.
It's kind of in the name, AI Run.
We're revolutionizing the way we deliver digital products with EPAM AI Run. The future made real.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner. Relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
By 2025, enterprise spending in Gen AI will soar by 50%. And it's not just statistics, it's actually call for all of us. And we're already helping many organizations create the value by reshaping customer experience, by generating the content in every medium, by automating innovation, by improving demand planning, and also streamlining many different data and business processes.
Traditionally, large language models operate in zero-shot mode, producing output token by token without revisiting or refining their work, much like writing an essay in one go without any revisions. While impressive, this method has its limitations in achieving top-tier quality. Agent workflows address this by introducing an iterative process, enabling LLMs to refine their outputs.
Are you tired of using the same data quality approach without seeing improvements? Remember, the root cause of 80% of data issues come from development, 15% from operations, and less than 5% from the data itself. Think of your data system as a data factory. Implement data reliability engineering. 1. Implement data testing during development. 2. Monitor your data processes. 3. Observe the data and the system in production. With IceDQ's unified data reliability platform, automate data testing, automate data monitoring, implement data observability. IceDQ, data reliability engineered.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and with tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of MathCo. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with our larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale MathCo from where we are to 10 times our size, 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Until recently, AI was a field for specialists, scientists, experts. An amazing technology, but so complex only a few people could use it. Well, that doesn't fly with Snowflake. Since the day we were founded, we've made it easy for all types of people to work with all types of data. And today, we're applying that can-do, let's-do, will-do attitude to AI. We're eliminating complexity. Simplify, simplify, simplify. And putting the power of AI into the hands of everyone. The era of enterprise AI is here. It's easy, efficient, and trusted. Right now, thousands of organizations around the world are driving success in the AI data cloud. Join us, and let's put AI to work for you.
Artificial intelligence.
AI.
Coexisting.
AI.
AI is changing the world around us, and the complex world of software development is no exception. EPAM AI Run is transforming the entire development lifecycle, not just by generating code, but in supporting multidisciplinary teams, boosting enterprise-wide productivity and optimizing every step of the process.
AI Run. It really helps us accelerate product ideation. It helps us arrive at new product hypotheses more quickly.
You can validate your hypothesis faster in production.
Writing test cases.
Fit keynote requirements help us align our product roadmaps.
Instant market research.
To create stories.
For rapid and collaborative business case development.
AI Run drives a first-time right approach, boosting speed, productivity, and quality, from project onboarding to product deployment, with an ecosystem of trained Gen AI agents that unlock next-level collaboration. It's a natural evolution for one of the world's leading engineering and innovation organizations.
At EPAM, we have been delivering tech-enabled solutions for leading global enterprises for over 3 decades. Over the last decade, our AI capabilities have accelerated from early apps and code generation to enhancing the efficiency across the entire SDLC.
All the silos that were existed in the form of ticket passing back and forth is gone.
It's a better quality product, it's faster product. It doesn't replace real humans, but allows to do better our research work.
With a superior quality product at a 30% faster time to market, AI Run delivers instant ROI.
It's kind of in the name, AI Run.
We're revolutionizing the way we deliver digital products with EPAM AI Run. The future made real.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
By 2025, enterprise spending in Gen AI will soar by 50%. And it's not just statistics, it's actually call for all of us. And we're already helping many organizations create the value by reshaping customer experience, by generating the content in every medium, by automating innovation, by improving demand planning, and also streamlining many different data and business processes.
Traditionally, large language models operate in zero-shot mode, producing output token by token without revisiting or refining their work, much like writing an essay in one go without any revisions. While impressive, this method has its limitations in achieving top-tier quality. Agent workflows address this by introducing an iterative process, enabling LLMs to refine their outputs.
Are you tired of using the same data quality approach without seeing improvements? Remember, the root cause of 80% of data issues come from development, 15% from operations, and less than 5% from the data itself. Think of your data system as a data factory. Implement data reliability engineering. 1. Implement data testing during development. 2. Monitor your data processes. 3. Observe the data and the system in production. With IceDQ's unified data reliability platform, automate data testing, automate data monitoring, implement data observability. IceDQ, data reliability engineered.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and with tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of MathCo. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale MathCo from where we are to 10 times our size, 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Until recently, AI was a field for specialists, scientists, experts. An amazing technology, but so complex only a few people could use it. Well, that doesn't fly with Snowflake. Since the day we were founded, we've made it easy for all types of people to work with all types of data. And today, we're applying that can do, let's do, will do attitude to AI. We're eliminating complexity. Simplify, simplify, simplify. And putting the power of AI into the hands of everyone. The era of enterprise AI is here. It's easy, efficient, and trusted. Right now, thousands of organizations around the world are driving success in the AI data cloud. Join us, and let's put AI to work for you.
Artificial intelligence.
AI.
Coexisting.
AI.
AI is changing the world around us, and the complex world of software development is no exception. EPAM AI Run is transforming the entire development lifecycle, not just by generating code, but in supporting multidisciplinary teams, boosting enterprise-wide productivity and optimizing every step of the process.
AI Run. It really helps us accelerate product ideation. It helps us arrive at new product hypotheses more quickly.
You can validate your hypothesis faster in production.
Writing test cases.
With clearer requirements, help us align our product roadmaps.
Instant market research.
To create stories.
For rapid and collaborative business case development.
AI Run drives a first-time right approach, boosting speed, productivity, and quality, from project onboarding to product deployment, with an ecosystem of trained Gen AI agents that unlock next-level collaboration. It's a natural evolution for one of the world's leading engineering and innovation organizations.
At EPAM, we have been delivering tech-enabled solutions for leading global enterprises for over 3 decades. Over the last decade, our AI capabilities have accelerated from early apps and code generation to enhancing the efficiency across the entire SDLC.
All the silos that were existed in the form of ticket passing back and forth is gone.
It's a better quality product, it's faster product. It doesn't replace real humans, but allows us to do better our research work.
With a superior quality product at a 30% faster time to market, AI Run delivers instant ROI.
It's kind of in the name, AI Run.
We're revolutionizing the way we deliver digital products with EPAM AI Run. The future made real.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner. Relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
By 2025, enterprise spending in Gen AI will soar by 50%. And it's not just statistics, it's actually call for all of us. And we're already helping many organizations create the value by reshaping customer experience, by generating the content in every medium, by automating innovation, by improving demand planning, and also streamlining many different data and business processes.
Traditionally, large language models operate in zero-shot mode, reducing output token by token without revisiting or refining their work, much like writing an essay in one go without any revisions. While impressive, this method has its limitations in achieving top-tier quality. Agent workflows address this by introducing an iterative process, enabling LLMs to refine their outputs.
Are you tired of using the same data quality approach without seeing improvements? Remember, the root cause of 80% of data issues come from development, 15% from operations, and less than 5% from the data itself. Think of your data system as a data factory. Implement data reliability engineering. 1. Implement data testing during development. 2. Monitor your data processes. 3. Observe the data and the system in production. With ICEDQ's unified data reliability platform, automate data testing, automate data monitoring, implement data observability. ICEDQ, data reliability engineered.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and with tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of MathCo. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with our larger mission to empower decision makers in global
This is the part where I
enterprises
say hello to
own and
everyone again.
activate
Hello, hello.
Our goal is
Done with lunch? Yes. Thumbs up if yes.
10 times our size.
Okay,
10x
super.
In terms of the value that we add to our quality of experts we have.
How many of you saw me in the morning, by the way, play?
All in all, we
Okay,
want to be
quite
a
a few
one-stop
of you.
shop
Okay.
for all our customers' digital
So I
transformation.
won't repeat those songs. Maybe we'll do one more call play at the end if we have time.
Until recently,
Can we mute the audio, please? Thank you. So this song that I'm going to sing is famously known by the band Guns N' Roses, but it was played by someone else before that. Anyone here listens to Guns N' Roses by any chance? Okay. Few. All right. If you can push up my mic on the monitor just a little more. Check 1, 2. Do you know who originally wrote Bob? I gave it away. Never mind. Bob Dylan is the right answer. I think you can take the bass down just a little. Take this badge of pain, and I can't use it anymore. It's getting dark, too dark to see. Feels like I'm knocking on heaven's door. Door. Knocking on heaven's door. Knocking on heaven's door. ground. Yeah, yeah, and I can't shoot them anymore. That cold black cloud is coming down. Yeah, yeah, feels like I'm knocking on heaven's door. Knocking on heaven's door. Yeah. Knocking on heaven's door. Knocking on heaven's door. Yeah. Knocking on heaven's door. Knocking on heaven's door. Yeah. Knocking on heaven's door. Knocking on heaven's door. Yeah. Knocking on heaven's door. Yeah. Thank you. Sweet child of mine, only because you asked. She's got a smile that it seems to me reminds me of childhood memories where everything was fresh as the bright blue sky. Now and then when I see her face, she takes me way to that special place. And if I stand too long, I probably break down and cry. Whoa, sweet child of mine. Whoa, sweet love of mine. She's got a smile that it seems to me reminds me of childhood memories where everything was fresh as the bright blue sky. Now and then when I see her face, she takes me way to that special place. And if I stand too long, I probably break down and cry. Whoa, sweet child of mine. Whoa, sweet love of mine. She's got eyes of the bluest skies, and if they thought of rain, I'd hate to look into those eyes and see an ounce of pain. Her hair reminds me of a warm, safe place where as a child I'd hide. I pray for the thunder and the rain to quietly pass me by. Whoa, sweet child of mine. Whoa, sweet love of mine. Whoa, sweet child of mine. Whoa, sweet love of mine. Yeah, that was for you. Welcome. Okay, running out of time, one last song. Something that relatively new, something quite old. What? Nothing else matters. Unfortunately, I'm not that talented yet. When I get there, I shall play that. But until then, when the night has come and land is dark and the moon is the only light you see. Good taste in music, by the way. No, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So, darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Won't you stand now by me? Stand by me. 'Cause you're way too beautiful, girl. They only wanna do you dirt. They'll have you suicidal, suicidal when they say it's over. Damn all these beautiful girls. That's why it would never work. They'll have me suicidal, suicidal when they say it's over. And now we started at the park, used to chill after dark. Oh, when you took my heart, that's when we fell apart. 'Cause we both thought love lasts forever. They say we're too young to get ourselves strong. No, we didn't care, we made it very clear. And they also say we can last together. She's very defined, girl, one of a kind. But you washed up my mind, you often get declined. Hold on, my baby is driving me crazy. You're way too beautiful, girl. That's why it would never work. You've got me suicidal, suicidal when they say it's over. And now we are fussing, and now we are fighting. Please tell me why I'm feeling slighted, and I don't know how to make it better. You're dating other guys, you're telling me lies. Oh, I can't believe what I'm seeing with my eyes. I'm losing my mind, and I don't think it's clever. She's very defined, girl, one of a kind. But you washed up my mind, you often get declined. Oh Lord, my baby is driving me crazy. 'Cause when the night has come and land is dark and the moon is the only light you see, no, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So, darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Won't you stand now by me? Stand by me. Thank you all very much. That is my time. In case you like my music, my YouTube handle is called Vineet Vincent Music, so you can catch me there. And in case you're on Instagram, when I put something up, tag me. I'm Vineet Vincent Official. I will see you in 3 minutes. Yeah? Ciao. So you can clap and I can walk off. Thanks.
Artificial intelligence. AI. Coexisting. AI.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you have had a lovely lunch so far. This is DES 2025. This is day 2. We have a fantastic lineup of speakers coming up on this very stage. Make sure you walk around and check out the other stalls, have conversations with them, network as much as possible. We have one half of the day still remaining, so we hope you're having a lovely time so far. We're about to get our next speaker onto the stage. In case you have colleagues or friends who are not here as of yet, give them a call, send them a message, tell them that we are back from lunch and that they just missed a nice little performance. Our next speaker is making big data human at a scale that serves the nextillions. Next up, we have with us Ashish Tiwari, Senior Vice President, Head of Big Data at Axis Bank, who will be talking about humanizing big data for nextillion customers. People of DES 2025, I know your bellies might be full from lunch, but will you clap and make a lot of noise for him while he makes his way to the stage? Thank you very much. Please make some noise and welcome our speaker to the stage. Please welcome him to the stage, Ashish Tiwari in the house.
Hello all, very good afternoon. I hope you all will be in comfortable stage after having this good lunch. So maybe some of you feeling kind of lazy, relax, okay, be comfortable, okay. We are not going to talk something very hi-fi. This is something which guys already know, okay. So let's start with this, okay. Some nice topic has been given to me. So that is humanizing the big data for the next billions plus customer, right? Okay. So I mean, see, let me give you the two scenarios, okay, before landing what is the humanization. So one of my relative, okay, so he is living in some tier 2 cities, okay, he's not doing well, went to the doctors, multiple doctors he got checked, lot of reports have been come up, okay, not able to diagnose what exactly problem he is having, okay, and then he is running around, okay, lot of reports, data, x-rays, and lot of statistics is in hand, right. Second scenarios where let's look at from the layman perspective. We are staying in a country where farming is a kind of backbone of our entire economy, right. So I mean, say mostly if India look at this farming season, season completely relying on the kind of rain. Mostly areas it is kind of a rainy season when it happens. Okay, so something farmer gets to to do all their activity, right. So weather is not good. Season is also not doing really well. Farmer is reaching to the bank for the certain loans. Okay, bank is also working some of the things. They are gathering the stats of that region, gathering many data points. What would be, future weather of these areas, how long it will stay, right? And what could be, cost-based benefit analysis for them to offer the kind of a loan to the farmer, right? So let's relate these two scenarios, okay? In first scenarios where person have all the data, lots of data is there, okay, but unfortunately nobody is able to relate that data, right, in a larger scales. Nobody can do any research on that, okay, going in a detailed view of what could be possibility of this, what disease the person can have, okay, and what is the possibility of that, okay, what what the kind of a medicine can be prescribed to him, right, in a first scenario. And second, where, a bank itself looking kind of a forecasting of a season, dot position, water labeling, what could be best crop can be for that area, and how after the, how the farmer can return the loan, right? So that is also one of our data, right? So if you look at both the scenarios, right, where we are trying to relate this data with these two personas, okay, to make some sort of decision to both entities, right? So humanizing the data is all about, like, when you have a lot of data, you are gathering, from the respective, entities, either it's real time or, batch, or by any XYZ means, but you have to relate and come back with some sort of a story, okay, or some sort of a decisioning which can benefit to them, right? Okay, so there is the concept of how we can humanize the data, okay, which can benefit to all of us, okay, entire human kind. That is a very big aspect, right? A lot of tools, technology is coming about it, right, to gathering that data. Okay. So in general, studies says, like, say when any point of time, any human generate many data, we use the Facebook, we use the LinkedIn, we use the Netflix, we use the mobile banking, and all these stages we continuously keep generating the data. Just assume, say if you look at the a small set of entity, how many data we are generating per day, right? And even the study sees at least we reach to the stage where we're generating petabyte, zettabyte, and this will keep growing with the evolvement of a technology, right? Okay, so if we can relate this data and we come back with some sort of give some regions to it, right? So probably this data can be converted as some decision, or some kind of a fruitful result where this data can be beneficial for us, all the aspects, right? So if this, we cannot tell this as a story, we cannot tell this as a kind of a decision, okay, or convert some the meaningful sense, then there is no use of it, right? What the technology we are looking, whatever we're doing, okay, that won't be fruitful, it will be not kind of a meaningful, right? So process of making this data more, relatable with us, understandable, okay, makes sense to us, okay, and process of doing all these things, right? This is what we say, humanization of our data, right? So, and what I mean to say, we will have to be dig in the data. Data is a gold, right? We'll have to come back some conclusion which can be beneficial for all of us, right? Now coming back, okay, what is the importance of this humanizing of our data, right? What will give it for you, right? So if you look at, say for something real-time decisioning, right, to use this data, or maybe we are running some financial aspect where there are a lot of risk, some kind of a fraud-related mechanism, if we can handle on the time, where you are in some of the city, but you getting the message, some money has been withdrawn from your account from the different city, right? If within a time this can be informed to you and consensus gate, do you want to go through or that transaction, okay? And that is actually you are doing this transaction. If you get, and you can say no, it is not me, right? So that scenario, we can save your money. Say we can save from the fraudulent activity, right? So for all this aspect, if you look at this, humanization of a data is a very, very important, kind of a concept, right? Moving forward, okay, let's say I have to do kind of a humanization of a data. How we can do that, right? Say that is the, I think from last yesterday, right? This conference is going on, okay, you are understanding of a concept of your data engineering, you are understanding the concept of your machine learning, you are understanding the concept of AI, artificial intelligence, what is all about, right? And why it is required, right? So it is required, to present the data, capture it to the real time, can come back to you for some conclusive decision, right? So what is the way of how we can do it? So first of all, say for delivering this data to the human perspective, first let's understand who are you? What is your audience for whom you are working, right? Second, give some kind of a visualization, right? Visualization to that data context. So appearing that data, right? Looking at the data, if I look at the data, some raw numbers, and if I present that data into some, graph or dashboard, it makes more sense to you, right? So we'll have to give some sort of shape and some kind of a, visual perspective that data. So you can relate it more, you can understand it very well. That could be give your data to the some context, right? In which reference you are talking about, okay, and relate that data with some reference, some story, right? Another thing, if you look at the broadly, kind of organizational culture, right? We are looking for the data, how you can drive the business with the data, right? It should be, we are focusing kind of a data-driven culture, right? So for any decisioning, right? With various vertical, right? Lot many data being generated. So at what point of time, what decision we can take, right? So there it comes where anything should be driven with the facts, right? So here we come with the kind of your data-driven culture. Same time when I am presenting the data to you, right? So is it making the sense to you? Are you able to grasp it, the meaning of it, right? So there we come back with the kind of a concept, enable the kind of a data literacy, where individual should able to understand what the data you are presenting, okay, and how he can get a feel of it, that data, right? So that is a two thing, data-driven culture, data literacy. It is a kind of a very important point, where we can put into any business, right? So if you gather the data real time, transform this data, okay, process into the meaningful kind of either report, dashboard, something, and then take the decision based out of that data, what your data is telling, right? So there's a lot, it's a very complicated process. So while speaking it looks easy, but it is a very complex process, many, kind of technology involved into doing all these things, right? When you did all these things, right, you personalize the data as well. So really it is something which you created one data model, right? Where data model is telling something to, this could be outcome of it, right? So how to validate this, right? I have delivered, let's say, some nudges to you, right? Saying that this product is beneficial for you, right? So how I should know what could be, further product line I should go with the same features or in the same pattern, or I should go revise it, right? So how this decision can be taken, right? In that perspective, it comes, keep taking continuous feedback, what you are delivering, right? There is the agile methodology comes in picture, where you say what you are delivering, keep getting the feedback of that and keep, improvise your product on top of it, right? There is certain tools and technique also, okay, which comes where you do the data humanization. So like first thing, you look at the data visualization, which I talked about in organization. You haven't seen people keep working with the analytics area. They go with a lot of dashboard reports, okay. And second thing is kind of a storytelling, right? When you have a data, okay, do something around it, put the context, create the meaningful conversation with that. Third is a kind of a personalization, right? Personalization is about, when you say the personalization, each of you as a kind of a I'm creating the one persona, right? And then I'm capturing your entire, pattern of data, how you are consuming it. For example, if you are, going for the certain shopping, what item you are preferring to, purchase, right? So for specifying that, I am creating a one personalization message, and I keep offering you where we are going in, for some shopping or anything coming related to that into the, market. I can nudge you. This is the, which for you are looking, right? When you are going to the kind of Amazon or Flipkart, you go for certain shopping, you search one item, and then on beneath, if you look at, it suggests you something, right? Because you are looking for this item, and that could be, kind of a real match or nearby match for your product for which you are looking, right? So that is the kind of a personalization, and all these things, I mean, say we can do, okay, with the kind of giving the meaningful sense with the data and using all these tools and technique, right? So if you look at some personalization storytelling, right? So I'm a part of Axis Bank, okay? So in being a bank, we are using lot many technology, right? I use, I mean, it's a very vast set of entire cloud era, tech stacks, very big setup, very huge setup. We are having around kind of 800 node. We are having on ping. We are having the CDP on the cloud as well. I am using the, your AWS cloud as well. Very larger scale. We are using the GCP, something on the, Azure as well. So lot many tool and technology we keep using to sustain the business, right? Businesses keep growing day by day. We are getting a lot many data, lot many competition we are having into the market with the, our competitor as well. So to churn all this data or make this data useful, right? So we are using a lot many technology. So the screen, what you are looking, so kind of this is the one of the personalization, framework we have built in our, mobile banking. So when you do the personalization, right? So we need to ask few questions about it, right? So what is my audience, right? For whom I am building it, what they want to look at, okay? So what is the medium or channels through which they can consume all this data, right? And how I can serve it better, how can I penetrate more, for my business. So for that, for answering that question, right? So we are going, we do a lot of things, right? So these are the something, data strategy about the your competency, collaboration, communication, creativity, and conscience, right? Which you guide you, okay, how you can be ahead within a market, right? About your, what you are delivering to the customer, right? Hyper personalization, right? So personalization is, what is the difference between personalization and hyper personalization, right? Something can be very reactive, right? Where I am getting the data from, and then I am doing the further analysis on it, okay? And then I am coming with the something, okay, this may suit to you and offering you. And hyper personalization, something I am getting the data from you, and I am doing the, or, predictive analysis on that, okay? And based on that, applying this machine learning model, all this, I can think of, okay, a person is doing this sort of activity, maybe they can use this product, okay? So let me give you the one of the example, real example of it, right? So when we look at the entire pattern, right, of the customer, okay, so we keep capturing their, lifetime event when they have a wedding anniversary, what is their age of their child, what is their, schooling age, and all this stuff, right? So probably for I'm looking for one set of data where I'm finding customer FD is being matured, about to mature, right? And probably look like his son's age is coming for the, let's say, school or for a graduation, right? So looking that data pattern, I can easily relate, might be in future, customer can come for the, break this, their FD, whatever FD he is having with the bank. What could be ideal scenario? I'm where I can retain his wealth, and same time I can help to the, our stakeholders, our customer to, remain that wealth with the bank, and we can secure his money, I mean say, right? So mostly, I mean, say in daily life, we find it out, right? For the certain set of money, we look at some certain sort of helps, right? So in that scenario, where for this of the pattern, right? I nudge the customer. We do the machine learning analysis, and I'm finding, okay, these many customers, which are some significant events is coming for them, okay, and they have a FD with the bank, right? I can nudge them, both I can offer you the some personal loan, as these many interest already you are having your, like kind of a deposit with us, just not break it, right? So that is the one thing. Just for the engaging pattern might be where person has their wedding anniversary, I can offer, probably you can go for the dining with your spouse or with your family for this restaurant, okay, and I can offer this much discount, right? Or some event is coming, probably you can take up this sort of a card and you can use it for, for your own purpose, right? So when we analyze the data, customers' data, and come back with the, some set of a recommendation which actually they need it, right? So kind of a, this probabilistic and, machine learning, this kind of analytics, right? So this, we say this is a hyper personalization. We are ahead. I mean, say we are predicting what you need, okay, and then whatever data we are gathering for your spend pattern, for your, your lifetime activity, for all other set of data which we are having, right? So I am offering you to help you as well. Plus same time it helps me to have that wealth, okay. So that is, we say, it is a hyper personalization. Any question up to now? Okay. Something delivering all this, right? This is a huge set of data, right? Which we are getting from many channels. If you look at the kind of a UPI transaction happens in India, right? So processing all this data, we require, latest technology, a robust data platform, right? A robust serving layer mechanism, okay? So as a part of internally, we have taken this project and we have developed the kind of a data platform, nudges creation engine, okay, serving layer as well. And then advanced to more, we are on the way of building a kind of a lake house as internally into the bank. So for all the, possible future use cases of data, or, serving as a kind of a data to the entire bank, right? So we can have this lake house where we are developing kind of a data as a product which can be used across the verticals, right? So this is the technology trend. I mean, if you look at, right, so 20 years ago, right, when also I was graduating that point of time, right, I was listening about the Oracle when I was doing my graduation, MCA, SQL Server, Teradata, right? So after that, when we are started getting a lot of data and it requires to do the kind of a distributed processing around the data, right? So in that time, this distributed data processing framework came into the picture. We landed into the era of this cloud era, Hortonverse, Hadoop systems, okay? Post that we moved into the, kind of a cloud era comes, where Azure, AWS, Google Cloud came into the picture, where it benefited us kind of an scalability, analytics, visualization. So if you look at the mainly, people started using the cloud where we have a limitation of the scalability of our infra, or whatever setup we are having in-house. On demand, you cannot scale it, right? And scaling that require a lot of exercises, kind of a planning, okay? So as a demand, obviously it cannot be done, right? So people started moving the cloud, right? Then in fourth generation, we move into the kind of a data lake house, multi-data lake, hybrid cloud, data of platform as a services, serverless, okay? What is benefited at, time to market for insight and reduce the compute cost. You do not have to procure everything on the demand, okay? You can scale it, you can use it, right? Next, if you look at we move to the kind of a distributed and modular architecture, data mesh, which is a domain driven, data as a product, data fabric. Not many companies is working into this your Snowflake, Databricks, cloud players are also into this, right? How it's benefited is like business agility to react to the business, market change to drive hyper personalization, fit for your purposes solution via data domains, business innovation, and your AI readiness, right? Now, where we are heading right now, right? Your data pipeline is converted as a, AI-driven big data pipelines, where, you keep hearing kind of shift left, data processing architecture, right? Low code, no code, okay? So your, E2E services and the decisioning intelligence, right? What these technology changes to us, right? So these technologies, evaluation give the kind of feasibility to cope with the any volume of a data, serving the data and processing the data at any velocity, cope with the any sort of a data, right? When we see it could be your kind of a structured data, it could be your semi-structured data, it could be your unstructured data, right? So these technology advancement give us the feasibility, capture the data at any scales of any volume, process this data, convert into the meaningful, intelligence, right? And then transform this data as per business need, right? This concept, where it keep coming kind of transform the entire set of this data business and bring it to the meaningful conversation, right? So what I shown before that, right? So this personalization, right? How we are achieving it. So I'm just going to give you the glimpse of it. Like, look at this. This is a memory lane which we have been developed internally. Okay. When you log in into the MB, okay. So twice in a year, one kind of when your financial year ends and mid of the financial year, okay, we are giving this journey data to the customer to engage with more. What you have been done entirely here with us, right? I mean, say what the relations you are having it with, okay? How many credit card transaction you have done with us? How much deposit you have with, and some digital badge as a part of gamification we are awarding to the customer, right? So now how to achieve it, right? So just taking one simple example, how we try to do it, and currently we have more than 30 million of the customer, and for each customer, right, we are keep serving just nudges, and if I look at a monthly, around 200 to 300 millions of kinds of nudges we are serving to the customer. It is not just related to the customer buying pattern, okay. We are also helping them to kind of what is their financial status. Let's say you keep getting like what is your CIBIL reports, right? So how this happening actually? How we are doing this all business, right? So just a simple example I am taking, right? So delivering all this personalization aspect, right? We go and we create the personas, right? In the very layman language, if you understand. When I talk about the persona could be our retail customer, persona could be our corporate customers, personas is my branches as well, where people keep sitting and doing this banking business. Persona or our DSA, direct selling agent, right? That is also a persona for me, right? Then we'll look at, okay, what they need to do the business, okay? So what they need to do the business, what the right set of data is required to come back with the certain set of modeling, right? So for that we develop a model for them, okay, And this model is basically, kind of your data propensity model, right? So propensity model sees about, right, when what is the consuming pattern of this data by the customers, right? And through which channel we are serving. I am sending the message in this digital area to you. I am sending these messages you the SMS, right? You'll look at. If I am sending messages to the WhatsApp, very quickly you will act on it. I may say at least you'll open and you'll see it, right? If I send a message, through email, I'm sorry, relatively it is a low. Relatively less to chance to you'll see it, right? So when we create this propensity model, we'll look at, okay, what is the customer behavior? What is their significant event of, their life, their spending pattern, what usually they do, what the repetitive things they do, right? And then what the channel they explore more, right? Are you very handy with the mobile where you can see the message quickly, okay? Or I'll see some voicemail recording, you can listen it, right? Or maybe conversion of the language as well, right? So probably in, a kind of a Bangalore sort of area, we can speak in the English, we can understand it, it is good. But it will look at the kind of remote village of India, right? So probably if you send a message them in English, they won't able to understand, right? So probably something required what they can understand in which language, right? That is also the one part of this creating this, product model, okay? And then we do the dynamic prioritization of it, right? I cannot keep just sending a one nudge to you, and then I will expect, okay, we'll react it, right? So there could be possibly I can relate 4 or 5 events related to with you. I'll create a nudges and I'll give it to you, right? So probably I am giving the kind of a top 4 nudges, right? Where we can look at and you can see it both. I mean, say I'm doing some selling to you, or I am giving some notification to you, where I am saying both. I mean, say probably your Airtel postpaid bill is due. Please pay it, right? Or you are using the credit card, right? I am giving the notification nudging you. Okay, now time is coming for the credit card bill, so you should be ready to pay it. Minimum this much you can deposit, for the carry forward, right? So this product prioritization model, which helps prioritize, nudge and facilitate, allocation strategy, right? For cross sell, upsell, and further product recommendations, right? And then serve through this through push channels or pull channels, right? When I say push channels, right, I am nudging, I am sending you this on your WhatsApp, right? I have a number. When I talk about the pull channel, where you log in into the let's say your mobile banking, and on the screen you are saying, okay, these nudges is for you, and you have to act it, right? And then measure the kind of efficacy of that nudges, right? So kind of in a scenario like we capture this data, is sent to the Google Cloud, we use the Firebase, we bring back to the BQ, okay, then we do the certain analysis on top of it, and then we see both this nudges, this customer is acting more, or this set of a customer acting more on this sort of a product. Let's keep continue this, let's enhance this product, okay, give some more offer on this, so we can bring more customer. And this is the kind of a product or offering where customer is not reacting at all. Let's scale it, right? So this is a very, very high level, 30,000 feet of architecture, which we are using. So we prepare all the data, our on-prem big data environment. It is a very complex process, right? Where we keep getting the data from the various channels, real time, batch. We go with all the Lambda architecture, Kappa architecture for our data, ingestion. We enable the CDC on top of that, okay. Then we build all these nudges. We keep pushing into the, batch mode and real time mode to the Kafka, okay. It keeps storing into our persistence layer here, okay. And then if you look at the, kind of left hand side, there is the cloud APIs, okay. There are some on-prem systems which also have an API. When for cloud API, I reference like you log in with the mobile, The moment you log in on your login event, some API will be get called. Okay, that will hit to the API gateway. Okay, some Lambda function will be executed based on the your click, and then I'll share you all the relevant set of data to you, right? So it is a very high scalable, right? I said 250 millions of nudges we are serving, right? What? Oh. 2 minutes, just 2 minutes. Okay. Sorry, I should go fast now. So this is a very high level scalable thing which we are using. Okay. Personalization serving architecture, demographic relations, sales journey, servicing, transaction, customers, offers, and digital behavior. This data goes into this nudges. We have a push-pull engines. This is the kind of serving layer of CRM experience branches, all this. This is our I intelligence layer. Okay. So where I come to you, this is 2 things if you understand, right? What is the evolving kind of a data architecture we are following? One is a data fabric, okay, and then second is a kind of a data mesh, right? These 2 sort of things is a evolving data architecture to cater any need at any scale, right? You have been heard this about this Medallion architecture, okay, where we are developing the kind of a layers of a data, and we keep curated from bronze to the silver to the gold, okay, and then we create the kind of a product out of it, data as a product. There are 2 similar terms, data product and data as a product. Right? It has a significant difference between that. This is a very high level architecture where from core banking, card, LMS, UPI, MPS, I keep getting the data. We do all the sort of DQ checks, okay. We cleanse it and we convert into the product. This is our source, bronze, silver, and gold layer of data, okay. And if you look at left hand side, it is our consuming pattern. This is a very high level, data lakehouse reference architecture we are following. So I'm getting alarms, okay. Fine, I'll not take much more time probably, okay. So thank you. Anyone have any question? I can answer in 2 minutes.
Sir, unfortunately, we do not have time. The next speaker is already waiting.
He is asking a question to me.
But if you can take these questions offline, outside.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, the next speaker is a very interesting young chap. He's one of the people that have been walking around and everyone seems to want to talk to him. He is quite young. He's here to talk to us about anything from legal bots to bias mitigation. Ethical AI starts with thoughtful design. His name is Rahul John, a young AI educator who will be presenting on ethical AI development for sensitive domains. So before we welcome him on stage, I'd just like to let you all know that the next session happening on the stage is also going to be an interesting one. There might be a slight change in the schedule. You might want to check on that. But we have Amit, who's on the side. He's going to be taking over the stage in a little while. So the last time we checked, he is a human, not an AI. But there are slight doubts. He's a ethical vegan as well, a plant-based person. He's going to be taking over the stage in a little while. Very interesting conversations are going to happen. He's going to have a few interactions with y'all as well. Will y'all be up for that? It's going to be a lot of fun. Yes? Okay, super. That's a lot of yeses, by the way. Yeah, you can clap for that. You can clap for that. Absolutely fine. Yeah. So Amit, people, okay, he's gone. His boss called him away. But it's time for us to introduce our guest on stage. His name is not Rahul. His name is Rahul John. And we're going to welcome him as he dives into building AI that's fair, private, and responsible, especially in sensitive domains like legal services. People, make some noise and welcome the man himself on stage, Rahul John. Here we go.
Hello! First of all, thank you for the lovely introduction. Like you guys heard, I am into AI and stuff. And I normally talk about the positive sides of AI. AI is good at this, AI is good at that. So today, I thought about talking about a little bit of negatives, but ending with the solutions and the positives. So are you guys ready? Yes, okay. So today we'll be talking about AI for sensitive domains. First of all, I just would like to, let's start a little bit dark, right? So here is a case that happened in Detroit where a woman was 8 months pregnant and she was put in jail for 30 days for a thing that she didn't even do, right? She was put in jail because, she was put in jail because she did some carjacking, she did a theft, but in reality, she didn't do anything. It was the AI face tracking that said that she's the one who did it, but in reality, it was someone else that did it. But that's where the police failed and they just thought the AI was right. So AI failed there. So that is in the policing part. And here is another place where AI failed, in the medical field. In the medical field, ChatGPT provided diagnosis for a lot of doctors, and only 17% were right. 17% were right, not 17. And 72 cases were just misdiagnosed. Like, people used AI, doctors use AI for diagnosing, and it just didn't work out, right? Here is another case in the medical field where AI just completely blew off. Like, it was supposed to do transcriptions and all for a lot of cases that happened, and for doctors itself. Basically, in the doctor's room, AI was supposed to listen. By the end of it, AI was supposed to say what to do, or at least give a transcription to the doctors. But like you can see, it got Almastan instead of Arabistan. Okay, I have not heard about it too, but still, AI is the one who is supposed to know all these names, so it got that also completely wrong. So, in short, what I'm trying to say is that all these sensitive domains, more on that later, like medical field, law field, everywhere, AI is getting things wrong. Even in the court, it's giving lawyers and all wrong sources, and lawyers are happily taking it and giving it to the judges. Hopefully, there are no lawyers here. But in short, what I'm trying to say is that AI is getting like $31,000 were sanctioned for fake AI-generated citations, because judges are like, okay, it's just a citation, cool. They didn't know it was fake, right? So all these problems are there. How do we solve this? So I'll be talking about how we can solve it, how I've solved a bit of it, and all those kind of stuff. So hope you're ready. So first of all, let's start from the ground up, right? Everybody knows what AI is, but let me explain it in a different way. Artificial intelligence. Artificial means something that's not natural, right? Intelligence means something that can take a certain information and use that information. So when we combine it, we literally get an artificial brain, right? Or an artificial intelligence. But is AI intelligent? Is it really intelligent? Well, let's see. So people think AI is intelligent and it can be used in wars or in hospitals and all. Well, let me actually show you a small example or a small argument. I like stories. So I'll explain this through a story, right? So imagine there is a boy who knows English, but he has no clue about Chinese language or Mandarin, okay? But one day a girl puts in a note to the boy saying, do you know Chinese? Obviously, can the boy say he doesn't know Chinese? No, right? So he has a book full of instructions that say A equal to one Chinese word, B equal to another Chinese word, C equal to another Chinese word. In short, so he knows English. Because of that, he was able to write down a letter for the girl saying, I know Chinese. And he gave it to the girl. Now, what does the girl think? He knows Chinese, right? But in reality, does he know? No, right? So, that's how AI thinks. AI acts, it's all smart. It acts like it's intelligent, but is it really intelligent? No, right? So, I think we all knew that. But the thing is that we actually need to know it because we are not supposed to use it on the law field and all those kind of field, because at least for now, it's not as good. Maybe in the state of AGI or artificial general intelligence or artificial super intelligence or ASI, it could be used, but it can't be used now. We are at the weak AI stage or the narrow intelligence state. So we can't use it right now. Or can we? Well, I can't be a hypocrite because I have started using it too. More on that later. Now, this topic is about AI for sensitive domains. First time I heard it, I was like, sensitive domains. What do sensitive domains mean, actually, in reality? I'm going to be honest. So I Googled it, and what I found is that sensitive domains are domains which are personal, which have ethical stakes and high stakes. So if where someone can die, someone's education is on the line, or basically having something high stakes and it's personal for each person, right? So here is a few examples, like let's say the medical field or the law field. All these count towards sensitive domains. Now, is there any way to fix this? Is there, guys? Is there? No. Or is it? There is. Well, I think we all have heard about RAG and stuff, right? Don't worry, I'm not going too technical, I'll explain it. I'm pretty sure most of the audience is technical, but still. In short, RAG means, so I'm telling you how to solve this issue, okay? Here's how I found a solution. So RAG, or Retrieval Augmented Generation, even I can't remember it after some time, but in short, RAG is where you give AI information and it knows what we are talking about. Let's say law information, and it knows the law stuff. So imagine we feed it a document. It will convert it into different chunks. So one chunk could be about company, another chunk could be about finance, another chunk could be about marketing. So there are 3,000 pages, all will be divided into these 3 sections. Okay? Now, what divides this is the embedding model. Clear? So, now I'll tell you. So, this is really simple. So, when someone asks company X goals, the embedding model takes it to the company part. Obviously, when we ask for company X goals, it can't go to marketing or finance side, right? So, we do this because we don't want to take lot. It shouldn't take 3,000 hours or tomorrow to get an answer to this, right? It should be quick. It shouldn't go to the full 10,000 pages to give us an answer. It should go to that one part and give us an answer quick. Now, here, there is a small problem. What's the problem? Well, imagine we give it a document about a meeting, and then we say summarize the meeting for March 5th. What will it do? It will go to that one chunk, 5 minutes of the meeting, and it will summarize that meeting, right? It will not go through the full thing. So, do we have a solution for this? Do we? There is, actually. So, the solution is agentic RAG, or vector database. So, agentic RAG in short. In the other one also, we use vector database to store all these files. Now, in agentic RAG, what this agent does is that it figures out when the question needs to check all the documents, and when this query needs to go to database or use other, like search online if the information is not with them and all that. Okay, in short, all the technical stuff. But so this agentic RAG is better. For example, when we ask which week did we have the highest sales, it will not look at that small chunk, but it will recognize, oh, I need to look through the whole Excel sheet, not that one small part, right? So it will go through the whole thing and give you an answer, okay? So, wait, how does this help in the sensitive domains and all part, right? Coming to that. Well, how this helps is that we can make it actually more accurate through this, rather than having a full thing, or rather than having a small chunk. The medical bots or stuff can answer quickly, and it can search online if it doesn't have that certain information, or uses APIs. Now, not only that, obviously online there can be wrong information and all, but I'll go through that now. Now, before that, I made a solution for the law side. So I made an AI known as Nyaya Sati, Nyayasathi. Now, what's Nyaya Sati? Basically, in short, it's a little bit of marketing. So, in short, Nyaya Sati is an AI that helps people for legal stuff. So, we all don't know the laws, right? I don't know what's IPC section 39, or IPC even got changed to BNS. Some people don't even know that, right? But it's an Indian constitution to know all these laws, but no one knows. So that is why I created Nyayasati. So if you are stuck in an emergency situation, this will help you to do what to do. For example, if someone took your phone, you don't always have to go to the police. This will tell you, okay, block the IMEI number, do this. It will tell you what to do. Now, If someone comes and tells me your Nyayasati gave me wrong information and it told me Rao Janaju is the Prime Minister of India, obviously, right? I can't make sure that needs to be right, right? So that is why I implemented not just this agentic rack, but a little bit more complex stuff. More on that later. So that's Nyayasati, and we also, yeah, so this is the Nyayasati website and all, leaving that. So I am even, because it's really accurate, we have even been called to Dubai to present this to the AI minister there. So imagine how accurate this would be. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So, we had actually already presented this to the law minister here, the IT minister, a lot of police officials to gain the data and all. Now we are building it for UAE, right? So, how do I make it that accurate? Don't worry, I won't gatekeep. I'm going to reveal that too. So, yeah, that is the so this is actually kind of wrong. Fun fact, this whole presentation was created with the help of AI. So whatever you are seeing, even this whole thing was made with AI. All this, not this, all this images, everything, the text, everything is made by AI. Obviously, I did my stuff too. It's not like I didn't do stuff, but still, I used AI too, okay? So anyway, coming back. So we are not going to focus on that graph. We'll focus on this, which I made, right? So how this whole things work. So this, everyone needs to focus a bit, because this I am revealing how Nyayasati works, and it's kind of complex, okay? At least for me it was. So basically, imagine someone asks a question. Now someone says, what is the law of 355, okay? So what this will do, this LLM will rewrite that query to say, what is IPC section 355 or BNS section? So doesn't the question become better? So this LLM rewrites that, and the updated query goes to another LLM that says, do you need more information to answer this? If it does need, it goes online or it goes to the vector database. Remember the RAG I told you about? It goes through there or other APIs, and with that retrieval context, it goes to the LLM and makes it answer. Or if it doesn't need more stuff or more knowledge, it goes to the LLM directly. So it does, if it doesn't need more source like searching the internet and all. Now from this LLM, it goes and it responds, and then there is another LLM. There's a lot of LLMs here, large language models. Here, then it checks, is the answer right? Are you sure it's right? If it is not, it goes back and goes through the whole step again. Because I don't want someone coming to me and saying that gave wrong answer. So this is kind of a loop or the agentic RAG that we have used for Nyayasati, so it will answer most stuff right. Now, why am I saying all this? Why am I saying all this technical stuff and boring you all? Well, so, oh, by the way, these are all the LLMs. You can check. So there's Olama. In Olama, it's like a website where I've uploaded all my models, so you can check it out. It's open source, so the code is openly available. You can check it out there too. Yeah. So, yeah, so I don't want to gatekeep, that's right. Now, obviously it's not only me who is using it for good things, right? Obviously everyone is doing it. But, so I just want to show you some instances where AI is being used for good stuff. Let's start from Bangalore. How many of you so there was a lot of traffic, right? Even when I came today, there was a lot of traffic. But fun fact, the Bangalore police has actually done a lot of stuff. But it's just that if they didn't do the stuff, it would take a year for us to reach for this event. If they did do the stuff, it's only because we are here right now. Anyway, so some of the stuff in code. One, smart signals. So this is where in the signals, so there are around 500 junctions, and out of those, 300 junctions have this smart signals. What these do, if you guys notice, you will actually see, is that these timers that are there on the signals, that actually go up based on how many vehicles are waiting for the cars to go. If there is 50, then it will, so there will be a lot more traffic, right? So it will reduce the time from 100, so let's say 10. And where, if it is only 2 cars, you wait there for 1 minute or 1 hour, we'll let the other people go, kind of. So obviously there is a human supervising this, right? Another example in Bangalore itself is violation cameras. This is the reason now that we get more challans, because if you don't wear seat belt, or if you don't wear a helmet, or if you go a little fast, you're screwed, because there is always a camera there looking at you, right? So there's no police anymore. So obviously there's a police monitoring 5-6 cameras at a time. So it's much more easier for the police too. Now, it's not just in Bangalore, but even in India, there is an AI to find AI, like breast cancer. It detects it early, even before you show symptoms. That's another crazy part, and it's much more low cost, right? And look at Estonia. Worldwide even, AI is being used as a judge, not like the, 30 days in jail, the Detroit one. Actually good. And here, because it's under 7,000 pounds, and the advantage of this is that there is human layer after the judgment is done, human just treks to it, okay, cool, done. So you will see a pattern emerging here. All these places there's an advantage for AI being there. Not just to say, it's AI powered, guys, it's AI powered, so use it. No, there is an advantage of AI being in each of these places. Low cost, right? It is much more time saving, right? There's no need of that many human resources. And there is always a human in the loop, right? So all these are advantages. You have to look, is there any advantage of AI being in this place? We can do the similar stuff for medical field too, right? Like for example, in surgery rooms, AI is being used when surgeons are doing surgeries and AI is being taught so they can do the surgeries themselves. Anyways, let's skip all the boring part. In short, that's the stuff, right? This is how we can make sure AI is being developed better. Okay, now here's the real problem that no one is talking about. Okay, the pollution, right? No, I'm not talking about our pollution, climate change. AI is doing pollution. How? Yes. So the real problem is not that AI will take your job and all that. I'm pretty sure it won't. Hopefully, don't come after 10 years saying, Rahul, you told us AI won't take us job. Now look, no. But here is a bigger problem that we have right now. Is climate change. See, whenever you ask a question to AI, it's not on your phone. It's connected to the web and it's coming to these big computers or servers, right? And whenever we use the servers, a lot of energy is being used. ACs are 24/7 run. There is water pumps cooling to keep the servers cool, because even after using your phone for 20 minutes, it starts to get hot. So imagine 10 million plus people using the servers together, right? Screwed. I'm just happy that it didn't burst. So how much energy is being used? One question to ChatGPT is like 3 times more of carbon footprint. Did you know that? So if I produce one carbon footprint, AI produces 3 times more than one individual. So that is a real problem that we all should be focusing on, rather than AI will take our job. Because it's not the real problem. So I just wanted to point that out, because actually people should be talking about this side too. Now, AI will not take your job, but someone using AI well. Like you heard in the introduction, I am actually going to 11th. I just finished my board exams. And one thing about me is that I try to squeeze in AI wherever possible. And I mean wherever, including, like you see, I made my website with no code, fully with AI, right? Or even my studies, I use AI. Hopefully my teachers are not here, but even my YouTube, I use AI. Wherever possible, I try to use AI. And I'm not saying use AI everywhere, but what I'm trying to say is that ethically, like make sure and use AI privately. So don't try to squeeze it everywhere like I do, but make sure it's right, and AI needs to be used there. Have a good reason for it. So anyway, that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Come back. You can hold on to that.
Oh, questions.
So, check. Hi. Wasn't that fantastic? Yeah? Can you give him a bigger round of applause, please?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, we're absolutely thrilled to have you here on the stage.
Thank you for calling me.
Thank you. If you don't mind, can we do a few questions from the audience?
Sure.
Yeah?
I mind, but no problem.
Oh, no.
Yeah. No.
He's a funny guy as well. Okay, so if you have questions in the audience, you know the drill. You put your hand up in the air. I will point to you. Someone will come to you with a mic. We have someone in the front, please. In the front, please. And anyone else, put your hand up. And we'll have someone come to you.
what's my age,
Age,
right?
yeah. How old are
I
you?
knew that question was coming. I
The
don't look-
answer is also quite surprising. Yeah, go.
I don't look like it, but I am 16 years old this April. Yes. Shocking, right?
Okay, next question. Yes, this gentleman all the way at the back. Can we have a mic go to him, please? Quickly, if you don't mind. Thank you. Anyone else with a question? Yes.
Hey Rahul, thank you very much. It was very inspirational.
Thank you.
Yeah. So just one question. With 16 years of age, how did you learn this AI, Gen AI, everything? And what do your parents do?
Well, that is my father right here, who is recording right now.
We should put our hands together for the father, please, yeah?
Well, so I started, so I'm just a normal kid, actually. I just like
Nice.
creating YouTube videos. Actually, I am, right? So it's just that, see, I create YouTube. I loved creating YouTube videos for like, I think past 7-8 years. And I started some time ago and I just created videos about my room, showing my room. Hey, I have that Doraemon bag, this and all. I did, right? So, but after that, I started creating challenge videos. I even bought my father in exercise challenge videos and all. So I just created videos. And then I slowly but surely started to find like other content. Like I rooted my phone. I put iOS in my Android phone and did all those kind of stuff, right? And I went to the
What
peak.
regular kids do, you know? Obviously.
Regular kids, regular stuff, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah, regular.
Well, see, after that point, I was like, this is the peak of technology. What's going to come next? So I got into metaverse and stuff. But then I had a problem. I had studies and I had all this YouTube stuff. I was like, no, I can't choose between them. I have to do both. But it took 2 months for me to edit one YouTube video. And I was like, what do I do now? Like, I need to do something, right? So I found an AI tool that did 2 months of my hard work in 2 days. 2 days. I was like, what was I doing all this time, right? So that's when I started using AI. I didn't even know it was AI back then. I was like, what is this thing? Then I went, researched AI. Then I created a YouTube video on it. Then I took a session on an app known as Clubhouse. It's a social audio platform I still take. And from there, I started taking sessions for US kids because one of the principals were there. I created my own robot clone known as MeBot that sounded like me, that had all the information about me. So I created my robot, that went popular. Then I took advantage of that, created my own Instagram page, made that viral. Now I am doing my YouTube and Instagram, taking sessions around the world. And I'm working as a consultant and a founder of a company and a student.
Like a regular kid. What regular kids do. Does that answer your question, sir? Are you satisfied?
Hope you're satisfied.
Okay. If you're satisfied, we'll go on to the next question. Sir, in the middle.
Hi.
Nice talk.
If you don't mind, Kim, you stand up so we can get you on the camera as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think, Rahul, you did an amazing job here.
Thank you.
Many eye openers. And I think my question is already answered by whatever he said in the last few sentences. But I really want to point it out, while Mr. Elon kind of thinks about making Mars habitable for us by dropping some kind of nuclear bombs there, these are the kind of people who will lead or maybe make a road towards Mars so that other people can follow who doesn't understand.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Means a lot. Hopefully I'm able to do it.
Okay, the question that I want to ask, technology has been around you, maybe your father is from the tech background, but really the point in your 16 years where you really started, okay, this is getting interesting. Okay, what was that point? Who was there around you in your family? How does it started? Maybe that will help many of the parents creating that kind of.
Okay, so I'll tell you, when I was actually born, I was supposed to be a footballer. So my father here, my name is Raul because Raul Gonzalez. So the day I was born, he did 3 goals. So I was like, he needs to be named that, right? My father was a big fan of football. So, but I went the total opposite route to technology. So that's why I guess someone told me an idea about creating an AI agent for football and all today. Anyway, give that aside. So my father, but my parents, even though I had a different passion, they supported me. My father has worked in IT, he has worked in Adobe, Wipro, a little bit marketing for you, and Amazon and all those kind of stuff. My mother works in HCL. She's the director and vertical head of HCL Technologies. But that's not because I got into AI. I always like presenting stuff. I always like talking stuff. I always like interacting with an audience. So in one way, the reason I got into like AI as such is because it just blew my mind that it just made my life so much easier. Like this presentation, I kid you not, I made it yesterday. Yes, yesterday. Even though I was supposed to give it yesterday, right? I gave it luckily, but I made it yesterday. Think about it, because I had another session and all, but I practiced it, I did it, right? I hope it was good though. But still, what I'm trying to say is that I tried to use AI here and on my YouTube, everywhere possible, and the tipping point was when I, found that AI to do all the work for me, in short, made my life much easier. That's the only reason I'm able to manage all this stuff. Because there is AI. And now I have a team of 5-6 people helping me to do all the videos and YouTube and stuff. But 1 year back, I didn't have no one. I was doing everything on my own, right? So AI was helping me there too. So yeah, hope that answered your question.
Yep, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So before we go into the next question, you're not intentionally doing it, but you're making the rest of us feel like losers. Yeah. Just saying what the rest of us are thinking, okay? Just saying it out loud. Do we have any other questions from the audience? Yes, the gentleman up front. Can we have a mic go there? Can we also have a mic go there? First here, if you don't mind. Another mic there. Sir? He's on his own, yeah.
Yes, 2 questions. Oh, these many people want to ask me questions.
Please go on.
Should I go? Okay. So, Rahul, you have solved a problem for us. We always get asked that how would you explain Gen AI and AI to a kid who's going to school? You have just shown it how to explain it. Okay?
Thank you.
So we can talk about all the jargons that we speak, and I think kids should understand you are the benchmark for them now.
Thank you.
So my question is, what is it that you are doing next so that we don't enter that field?
Okay, good, you're keeping count of that. Nice. Everyone also listen. Okay.
But it's a great question, by the way. I'm just thinking about it now. Great question.
Well, I'm actually going to go to all the areas. So just kidding. But see, I have no one else doing the stuff because I would like to collaborate with them. Because see, I'm not that smart. Trust me. I wish, but what I do is just go to YouTube and learn the stuff in my fun time, actually, because for some reason these just blow my mind, like, oh wait, I had this problem 1 week ago and now it's solved. The agentic crack thing solved it, right? It's like crazy for me. So what I'm going to do next, I don't know, to be honest. Right now I said the Nyaya Sati Justice, I'm going this month to meet the minister. And other than that, we have another project known as Investo. Because I figured all this out, I'm like, okay, every section, every sensitive domain, go. The same rack technology use, right? So for Investo also, we're doing similar things. So we are releasing that too. But I don't know now, maybe in the next few months. But in short, that is also, it will tell you where to invest, how to invest, like cryptocurrency, stocks, gold. Do you want to invest in that? How much? And if in the next 5 days you have an emergency, so you like, what should I take out? Then it will tell you, take this out. So it will tell you. So people who have no idea about all this stuff can invest and make a little bit money out of it. So that is Investo. And so that we are working on that too. So that is another project. But see, my main thing is that before I leave this world, I just want to create an impact that will make the world a better place to live in. So, yeah. Thank you.
Can we have a mic go there, please?
Yes.
Just give 1 moment, sir. We'll start with this gentleman. We'll get you back on. Can you
hello,
check
Ron.
the mic, please?
Hi.
It was really inspiring, man. Just
you.
one question over here. So you are telling that you are using AI agents everywhere, right? So
Yeah.
doesn't it become an expensive hobby?
Well, that is why, so for example, for my YouTube scripts, so fun fact, I have a fully AI-powered podcast also, like it's edited, run fully by AI, and even little bit of my editing and all, now I have people to help me. I tell them to use AI. But my scripts are fully made by AI because it has seen the past 10 years. Now what I do, so I was discussing even with my father what to do. So we are planning, for example, I think everyone has heard about NA10, right? Has everyone heard? Right? So N18 is basically a technology where you can, connect WhatsApp and let's say RAG and an LLM. So I mostly try to use open source LLMs like Llama 3.2 and all. So I don't use like API keys from OpenAI and from let's say Claude and all. So I try to mostly use these local LLMs. So it's even for Nyaya Sati, I created my own LLM after fine tuning it. I didn't go to ChatGPT because why give them data, right? So that is the reason that I mostly try to do on my own.
Thank you.
And another thing is that, see, I never went behind money. I always did what I like, what my passion is. And my passion has always been creating and all those kind of stuff. But luckily, I don't know how, but even through whatever tools I talk about in Instagram, the tools I want to talk about, they come to me first saying, can we sponsor you? So I'm able to make money through that and the education and all those stuff too. So I'm able to, learn more about AI with this money too. So I'm very grateful for that too. I'm very lucky for that. So, yeah.
I like how he said, I'm not going behind money.
Actually, I'm not.
No, which is great because when you start doing work, people tend to come to you when the work is great. So it's not a flex, it's facts. So
correct.
Yeah,
you have fun doing what you do, right?
Exactly, you have fun.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, please go ahead.
My question is more of a general question to you. It's like, do you have any fear of missing? Like at your age, you are doing, at that time, I was thinking, okay, watch Doraemon or Power Rangers at that time, right? So
Don't worry, I do that too.
Yes, but how do you like manage this success with the fear of missing the childhoodness, right? Like this is the way you have been saying that you are into this technical stuff for the past 8-10 years, right? And then like how do you like think and like fear of missing out? How does that happen?
So there's a lot of reason behind that. Fun fact about me, there was a time when I had Doraemon backpack to Doraemon filter in my room to Doraemon bedsheet to Doraemon book cover. So I was a big fan of Doraemon, Shinchan and the stuff.
Wait, just hold on. Father, is that true? It's true. Okay, father says it's true.
Like I make videos, like I said on Insta and all, and people comment, do you know what Dora Buji is? Like, do you know what Doraemon is? I'm like, yeah, sadly I know. You have not gotten past that age, have you? So, a little bit for fun, So, but like the thing is that I still watch it. It's not like I don't. I still watch anime. I still play games like Fortnite and all. My father sees me play it. But with that, see, this is also enjoyment for me, right? So I do this and that too. And luckily, because my parents also support me, like my company, even though I'm the founder and my friend is the co-founder, my father is the CEO. So he does all the boring work for me. He's like, Papa, I do that stamp thing, do this thing. So he does all that work for me. So I don't have to do anything. So luckily, I just have fun doing what I do.
Okay, generally what my question was like.
Yeah. So let me just simplify your question if you don't mind. His question is specifically asking you, do you feel bad because you're doing all of these things that you're missing out on your childhood? Let's say you're missing out hanging out with a bunch of friends, going out to coffee shops, going for movies. Because I'm guessing sometimes you can't have time for these things because you have to focus it on other important things. And you also realize that he's talking about work-life balance, which is blowing my mind right now. Like my mind is blown. But yeah, that was, I'm guessing, your question, correct?
Yes.
That's right.
Okay, got it. Now,
people at this age, at least the teenagers, right, 16, 17 years, they just go for bikes or they are behind girls and all that. But
don't worry, that's also there.
Whoa.
Okay. Oh.
So I'm going. Let him be here. I don't want to get into trouble anymore.
Well,
go on.
So, see, like I said, I still do all those kind of stuff, right? Most of my friends go out and all. I go with them and I'm like, Papa, I'm going. Okay, like, yeah. And yes, there are times when I have already an event and my friends are going, I'm like, you're coming with me today. No plans. So I take them with me for all the events that I go to. Yes, I make them sit, but they also have fun. We say, hey, look at that. Oh, that's good. Like, we kind of have fun. All the events that we go, we talk about everything there. So It's not like we don't do that. We do that, and we also go out. Yes, not all the time I can go out, play football and all this stuff because I am an indoor person myself. That is there. But yes, I have fun with my friends. From 9 in the morning to 5 in the night, I'm out with my school and with my friends. And in between 2 hours, I have tuition too. So I am going out, but I'm enjoying with my friends too, and I'm doing this. So yeah, work-life balance set.
All right, so we're going to slow down on the questions for now. You can give him a round of applause, by the way. Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic. We're going to keep you on stage for this. Amit, is Amit here? You have a mic. Can you move into the audience if you don't mind? So everyone say hello to Amit. Say hi, Amit.
Hi.
Okay, so...
The AI man.
Yeah, the AI man, but relatively human, the last time we checked. So we are going to ask the people in the audience an interesting question, since I think you are the AI man now. He's no more the AI man anymore.
He's the AI kid.
I'm the AI kid, let's say.
The AI kid. Okay. It's a stupid question at an AI conference, but apparently it's not a stupid question as well. How many of you don't use AI? Hands up in the air. You have not, you don't use AI. I'm going to put my hand up in the air as well. Okay, there's 1, 2, 3 people on this side. Anyone on this side? You don't use AI.
Get them out of this conference, please. Why are they here?
Yeah, that includes Vinith also. He doesn't use AI.
It's actually true. I don't. Hi, Amol. Nice to meet you. But okay, the reason, so the rest of y'all use AI. How many of you use ChatGPT? Hands up in the air. Okay, how many of you use Gemini? Hands up in the air. What else? What else?
Claude.
Claude. How many of you use Claude? Okay. What we're going to do is, Amit is going to walk into the audience. Yeah. You're supposed to pull out whichever AI you use the most and show us what your last prompt was. I know, right? And if it's an interesting, you're not leaving, you're staying here, don't leave. If it's an interesting prompt, our young man is going to give you a little something. So, yeah. Put your hand up in the air. Pull out your phones first.
So one second. So can we flip the script here?
Okay, sure.
So let's call out, people, we had enough of AI.
Okay.
So let's use human buddhi or brain.
Okay.
Everybody uses AI in this audience.
Right.
Only there were few people who doesn't use AI.
3 plus 1. Yes.
3 plus 1. So let's ask people who are using AI, test their brain skill in terms of how they think.
Okay. We'll have to do this very quickly,
by the way. Yes. Who you said, right? You use AI. Okay. Now we're going to test his human skills.
Okay.
Just his brain, computer. Your name, please.
Gokul.
We are testing Gokul, not ChatGPT, not Cloud, not anything else. So Gokul, one question to you. If nobody is somebody, who is everybody?
If nobody is somebody, who is everybody?
Okay, let's complicate even more.
Okay, there's a person at the back who put his
hand
up.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Oh.
Who? What?
Who is everybody is like?
Wow. Okay, let me complicate the question a little more.
Oh, because it's not complicated enough.
Yeah, so
wait. Hold on. Does anyone have an answer to this question? Repeat the question. Repeat the question.
Nobody is somebody, who is everybody?
Now, some people will go to ChatGPT and say.
Actually, if you want to also open and check, go ahead.
Okay, you only use a ChatGPT.
Still, it's a somebody, right?
Check with ChatGPT.
I think it's nobody.
Okay, let me complicate it.
Okay.
It's if nobody is somebody, who's everybody, right?
Right.
So let's complicate the question a little bit more because it doesn't make sense. There's no answer to this. Second question: if nobody is somebody, everybody is anybody, what do you call this experience?
I think
chaos.
Anyone has any better answers? Any answer? See, this is where human thinking brain stops. You understand?
No,
okay,
actually.
now, let me ask. Okay, let's find out. I'll give a simple prompt to humans. Yeah.
Answer to your wrong question.
Wrong. Unfortunately. Let's ask Rahul. I mean, he uses a lot of AI. So, what do you call... I'll ask a simple question. So what do you call...
But wait, hold on. I need to get the answers to these previous questions.
I'll answer them.
Wait, does anyone have the answer so far? If nobody is somebody, who is everybody? What is...
Should we ask ChatGPT?
Yeah, okay. Can someone ask ChatGPT? Did someone
I'm guessing.
I'll ask,
Yeah,
I'll
there's a gentleman at the back whose hand is up in the air.
Yes, what is the answer?
All the way at the back. All the way at the back.
What is the answer?
It says the answer is everybody is somebody.
Everybody, somebody. The gentleman at the back, what did you get?
Who was that? No person. See, everybody gets weird answers.
Interesting.
Okay, now can you prompt the next question? Even ChatGPT loses this thing. If nobody is
Wait,
somebody.
but before that, let's
Yeah.
give them a little something, yeah? Just, if you don't mind, just can you hand it over to him?
Yeah.
We have a bunch of
Goodies. Can I
interesting
get the
goodies.
goodies?
Yeah. You are going to do the honors of giving it out this afternoon, yes? Can we quickly? Yeah.
Yeah, we have an answer here. 1 second.
If I'm guessing everybody's somebody.
That even ChatGPT guessed. Okay, now let me complicate the question.
Even more complicated.
No, it's, just want to know the experience around, say, for example, let me simplify it for everyone.
Okay.
Can we have the two gentlemen come up on
Yes.
stage, please? You, sir, and the sir.
No, it's not one yet.
Okay, the
Let's-
person at the back, you come up
Yeah.
to the stage quickly. We have just 2-3 more minutes for this, by the
Oh,
way.
okay, sure. I think I'll stick with Rahul only because he uses a lot of AI. I want to check
sure.
his brain.
Sir, if you could join us on stage, just pick
Yeah,
up
please,
your little
please.
goodie if you don't mind. You as well, yes.
You as well, yeah.
Rahul,
we
if
have-
you could do the honors of giving out these goodies on behalf of AIM.
Hey, not it. Wait. The
Hey,
question is-
no, I'm saying we give it out.
No,
Deal with it.
let me finish this. So there is a way of how human being think, right?
Okay.
So with AI, it is kind of evolving at this point in time. So the question, first answer was right. ChatGPT gave you that answer, but majority of them were still clueless in terms of what the answer is. The second question, if everybody is somebody, if nobody is somebody and everybody is anybody, what do you call that expression? That also is a complex human emotion which doesn't have an answer. So in this world, when you have an experience, people say I'm speechless. But with ChatGPT, you can never be speechless. So you can express all of that emotions, you will get your answers. So the answer to the second question, what is it?
Nobody.
If no,
Somebody. That's a clever puzzle. They say.
Yes.
Nobody, no person. Somebody
Can you hold the mic up to him, please?
Somebody is a particular but unspecified person, and it says everybody is all people.
All people. Wow. So this is where the complex human reasoning works. Now imagine how AI is being able to.
Yeah.
Yes. So Rahul, I think you can give the gift. I think we are done.
Guys, claps.
To the other gentleman as well, please.
Thank you.
Wait, you haven't given him his. Hold
You
on.
don't want the gift.
Could you give the both of them big rounds of applause?
Thank you.
please?
Thank you. Can I ask you a question, though, a small question?
Yeah.
Okay, because you asked me, I need to ask you too.
Damn it.
What grows in, what lessens in height as the time goes on? As the years go on, it lessens in height. What is it?
Lessons in height.
Yeah, it's not me.
That's an interesting one.
As it gets older, it lessens in height.
Height, yeah. It decreases in height.
Bank
Black
balance?
hole?
No, you guys are not. Candle.
Candy.
Candle.
Candle. Oh.
So when you burn it, it goes down as the time goes on.
Damn.
Yeah.
Got it.
I just thought I'd ask you.
Thank you, Rahul.
Wait,
Wonderful. Thank
who
you.
answered that, by the way? Who said candle?
Yeah, I think we need to give a goodie for that as well. Like,
You're just pointing in some random direction, sir.
Everywhere.
who answered candle? Yeah, please
Now
come up on
everyone's
stage.
just putting your hand
Can
up.
you get us the goodies, please?
Yeah, can you come up on stage if you don't mind? We'll give you a little something as well.
Nice.
Can we what?
Agarbatti.
Agarbatti. What? Oh, you can say agarbatti as well. Okay.
You want to get?
No. Give.
We'll just wait for you to come up on stage. Please put your hands together for Rahul John, by the way. A fantastic presentation. Just extending it a little. Congratulations, ma'am.
You had an advantage because I asked a random question. Okay.
Those are little coasters from AIM. Thank you, Amit. Thank you, Rahul.
Thank
Give them
you.
big rounds of applause while they make their way off stage. Okay, so what we're going to do is, you obviously know what's going to come up on stage next, yes? Yeah, there are seats up front that are empty just in case you want to move up front and take your seats. A kind request to people, if you can not keep your bags and things on the seats and just maybe keep it on the ground in your pockets, that would be fantastic so that we give people space. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 seats available so far. They're all getting taken. There's one in the middle there. Yeah, there's just in the front, if you have seats next to you, just put your hands up so we fill up the front seats. Just put your hands up so people at the back can see. Yeah, there you go. There are empty seats all the way there. For those of you standing at the back and towards the side, please come forward, take your seats. Thank you very much. Another quick reminder to get the best seats in the house. Move all the way forward. Also, a reminder in case you're putting things up on Instagram, make sure you tag us. That's aim.media.house. Make sure you get us tagged. We'd like to see what this event looks like from your perspective, from your eyes, how you're experiencing it. Make sure you tag us there. Ladies and gentlemen, people of the audience, requesting all of y'all to kindly take your seats. Requesting all of y'all to kindly take your seats. Once again, a reminder to get the best seats in the house. We are going to give our guest a little bit of space while he makes his way inside. People of the audience, we're coming close to 2 amazing days here at DES 2025. I unfortunately do not have the honor of introducing the guest of honor this evening on the stage, but I do have the honor of introducing the person presenting the conversation for the day. This man worked in Google for 10 years, and one day he decided to wake up and say, I am done, and I want to start pursuing my career as a sports presenter, which is highly unlikely for someone with an amazing career at Google for 10 years. He then went on to host and be a sports presenter and a sports broadcaster. And by the way, any RCB fans in the house, make some noise? That was horrible. I said, any RCB fans in the house, make some noise. Much better. So that's the energy that we need. He was the 12th man of RCB for a good 6 years. You've seen his face all over the place. Last year, he was the sports broadcaster at the T20 World Cup. This year, he was a sports broadcaster with the Women's Premier League. And he has been hosting at the Asian Games with Sony Sports. He's been hosting with the Ultimate Karate League on Discovery Sports for 2 years. He's been doing a lot, basically. So the Pro Kabaddi League for 4 years. People of the audience, it's time for us to make a lot of noise and welcome to the stage the man himself, Navneet Krishna. Make some noise for him. Come on, welcome him to the stage.
Very good afternoon, Bangalore. Listen, this is the final session of what's been a fabulous 2 days. If I don't hear more noise, this is not going to work. Make some noise, Bangalore! Okay, how many cricket fans in the house here? How many of you are excited about what we have for the next 40 minutes? I want to hear more than. Who's excited for the next 40 minutes? The man who I'm about to call on stage is a man who needs no introduction. I'm still going to take a couple of seconds to give you that introduction. He's India's most successful bowler in the history of the game. One of only 2 bowlers to pick up 10 wickets in innings in Test cricket. A former captain of the Indian cricket team, a former coach of the Indian cricket team, an ICC Hall of Famer, recipient of the prestigious Padma Shri Award. He's a coach. He's a mentor, now a broadcaster. He's a photographer by passion. And listen, we live in India. If this is not enough, the parents want you to have a degree. He's a mechanical engineer as well. Ladies and gentlemen, a man who just didn't survive, but he flourished at the highest level of Indian cricket for 18 long years. He's one of us. He's from this part of the land. He's one of Karnataka's favorite sons, the one, the only. Put your hands together for Anil Kumble.
Very intense competitor, always mumbling to himself, but an absolute champion for India and world cricket.
Very dangerous man, this Anil Kumble.
Thank you.
Anil, thanks for chatting with us and making some time. You can see it's a capacity crowd. It's often what they look forward to at the end of 2 long days. I know you do a lot of these conversations. You've been around the cricketing circuit for a long, long time. What happened over the last 10 to 15 days is almost unprecedented.
we've had cricket matches stop in the past for surprising reasons. In all that you've seen in the game of cricket, have you ever seen something as strange as what we saw about 10 days back?
Good evening, everyone. I guess it was something that we all had to do, and yeah, I'm glad that cricket is starting again from tomorrow. Hopefully, if weather gods don't intervene. I'm sure I heard the noise when you called out for RCB fans, and if all of them sort of start praying, then the weather gods should stay away, because I guess RCB can't just do with just 1 point tomorrow. They need 2. So yeah, but I guess cricket, even during COVID times, we played in different places. We went to Dubai. Then I think as a sport, it's wonderful to sort of have that opportunity to go and represent the country. I think that to me is the biggest sort of proudest feeling that you can get when you go out there representing your country, and you're representing so many people, and that a lot of people want the team to do really well, want you to do really well, and that's a great thing to have when you're walking in to your own profession, when there are so many people backing you to go out there and do well.
Is it okay for me to ask you if you have a loyalty in the IPL at all?
No, I'm a commentator. You're a broadcaster too, Navneet. You can't. You need to be neutral. And yeah, I've represented 3 teams. Of course, I played for RCB. I was mentor for RCB for the first couple of years. So first 5 years I was with RCB, then moved to Mumbai Indians for 3 years as a mentor. Then I moved to Punjab for 3 years. So yeah, all 3 of them are sort of eyeing spots for the playoffs, so which is not a bad thing.
Yeah, how many RCB fans here, guys? Are you all happy with how RCB are doing this year? Are they going to go the distance this year? That's not how RCB fans respond. Are they going to go the distance this year? That's more like it. You were going to say something. And it's interesting times, not just in the IPL, but for Indian cricket as well, Anil. Now with senior players announcing retirements, it's almost like a transition period for Indian cricket of sorts. A lot of youngsters coming into the mix. Ashwin announced his retirement a while ago, and Rohit and Virat obviously a lot more recently. How do you see this go forward? And if you have to pick a name for captaining India in Test cricket, who would that be?
I guess, transition is a part and parcel of life. You sort of, in any walk of life, any field, any profession, there are times where you have to let go and then move on to the next set of players, and cricket is no different. The game is bigger than any one of us, and that's the beauty about sport. It teaches you that it's not just you as an individual, but the team is bigger than all of us. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a challenge, when you're picking a captain, but I would certainly go with Jasprit Bumrah. He's done exceptionally well. He's your lead bowler. He's someone who's already led the team in Australia in Rohit's absence. So I think Bumrah would be the obvious choice. I'm not the selector, but yeah, I would go with a bowler.
Yeah, and just coming to the occasion today itself, it's a data engineering summit. Numbers is something that's not new to you. You obviously run an AI tech-based company as well in Spectracom. But when you started off, early 90s to where you see cricket today, numbers and the role that it plays has evolved a lot. Did you ever use numbers at all when it came to your bowling in cricket?
Always. For all of you who are all here, data engineers, analysts, data in cricket gets generated only from a bowler first, right? I was just telling Navneet backstage that if I stand still with the ball in my hand and not do anything, nothing happens. Yeah, so the batter reacts to what I'm going to do. So that's the first call. And it's all about percentages. It's all about the way I bowled as well. I was not a classical orthodox spinner, so I had to sort of depend a lot on angles, a lot on probability, percentage, and that's what I did throughout my career. I felt that if, bowling at the stumps, you have better chance of getting batters out because the probability is a lot more. You can get him out LBW, bowl, caught, stump. So there are, if you spin the ball this big and then if it's beating the stumps and the bat, yeah, you're losing it by 50%. You only catch and possibly a stump. So that was number one. Number two was, of course, in terms of using data itself, the mind sort of knows exactly how you have bowled at different batters in the previous time, and then when you encounter them again in the next series, what are the things that you need to do, what that particular batter is not comfortable with. So you keep trying to build on that. If someone is uncomfortable with a particular delivery, you sort of try and do that more so that the chances of you succeeding is slightly better. So you use those percentages. I think the first set of sort of tool that certainly helped us when I was playing for the speed gun. I know I'm a spinner, but speed gun sort of helped me because invariably in test matches, when you came back after a spell, after the first sort of session, and you came back at lunchtime, you sat down, and then you went through the guys who were at the middle, right? Two batters who were still not out. You would come back and look through at what speeds or what trajectory it felt uncomfortable on that surface for that particular batter. So when you went back in the second session, you tried to replicate that a little more so that you could get batters out. So in fact, I was one of the first ones to carry a laptop into the Indian change room. We had developed, much before Spectacom was born, we had a company called Stump Vision. And we had developed a software. And those days, it was not a video-based software. It was more a data scoring software, a lot more deeper. So every ball would be coded. Every ball would be sort of, you tag every ball with the type of ball that the bowler would bowl. So if it's an in-swinger, then you would say it's an in-swinger. What line, what length, what shot was played, and so on and so forth, what length it pitched. So you would generally tag all of those, and then you would get a pattern at the end of a few games. And once you sort of build data around one particular bowler versus one particular batter, you tend to sort of get a pattern. And those are things that I was trying to sort of tell the batters. So they said, look, this computer is no good. Don't bother bringing this in. But I think it took a while before everyone understood that this was a part and parcel of everyone's game now. If you look back now, if you look at how batters look at the analyst, as soon as they get out, the first person they go and sit next to is the analyst, just to see what went wrong. Why did I get out, or what could I have done different? So I think things have changed in terms of tools that are available for cricket. It's still nascent. It's still a long way. There's still a lot more scope for us to build on what is currently available in cricket. However, I think data coming in has improved drastically from what it used to be. So team meetings are a lot more data-driven now. People sit and watch various, you call it matchups. That's what you call it. We did matchups much prior to data analyst coming on board. So it was just a matter of understanding and building patterns is what you try and do in cricket, and that is seen more often. And with the advent of IPL and, of course, the auction strategy, then it becomes a lot more data-driven. So I guess cricket has embraced technology. It's embraced the data analyst and the scientist and all the tools that sort of gets built behind the scenes.
And it's interesting, one of the points you mentioned is I'm not an orthodox leg spinner, because in the more conventional form, you see a leg spinner turning the ball a lot more, but you found other ways to be effective. I'm just going to try to connect this outside of cricket to life in the corporate world, Anil. There are times when we don't follow a certain path, but we figure out different ways and we question whether it's okay for us to take that path or not. Was there ever a time in your career when people came and told you that you're not the traditional leg spinner? Your chances are you're not going to be very effective. How did you navigate those times?
I had that said to me every single day, every single time that whether I succeeded. If I succeeded, they gave the credit to the pitch. If I didn't succeed, then it was obvious that my style of bowling didn't help. And right till the end of my career, in fact, after retirement, when I walked into the press conference, one of the journalists asked me, "So Anil, how does it feel to finish with 600 plus wickets without spinning the ball?" And I'm not someone who just says no comment and moves on. I wanted to answer back. I said, look, I'm really happy and glad that it's taken 18 years for the batters to figure that out. So it's just a matter of understanding your own strengths. More importantly, how can you mask your challenges? Not everybody is gifted. Not everybody has all the things that one can do. I think in my career, the one person I saw who probably was extremely gifted was Sachin Tendulkar. I mean, fortunately for me, he didn't take his leg spin seriously, and he focused more on his batting. If he had taken his leg spin seriously, then I would have been in trouble. So, yeah, he was someone. But having said that, I know people talk about talent, people talk about Tendulkar. He was probably the most hardworking too, and both of them are important. It's not just the talent. And for me, I had to work a lot. So I had to sometimes prove myself. And when people say things like, he's not going to be successful, he should go the orthodox way, I did try. I did try when I was dropped from the team, and I think it was around 96, 97. I went back and tried the traditional approach. And it worked. It worked for me in the nets. I thought this probably is the new me. And then I went and played a match. It was an Irani Trophy game. I was captain of rest of India. We were playing Mumbai at the Wankhede Stadium. And I was successful in the first innings. I got 4 wickets, out of which 3 of them I got in first slip. So I said, okay, this is how I'm going to be. And in the second innings, our team was under pressure because we were, following on and not following on, just about avoided the follow-on, 190 runs ahead. The only way that we could come back into the match was if we bowled out Mumbai cheaply. So when I sat down, I'm the captain, our team is under pressure, I said, to hell with all this. I'm going back to what I know best. And that was a learning for me. Although we lost the match by 40 runs or 30 runs, I got 7 wickets in the second innings. And I said, look, this is how I am. I will make those subtle changes and understand what my limitations are, and more importantly, work on my strength and ensure that my strength will remain my strength for a long period of time. You have to constantly evolve and constantly understand what needs to be done in that particular situation, and understanding that, and then trying to be, you need to wholeheartedly get into that rather than half-hearted, saying, okay, what if? If you start thinking what if, then you're never going to succeed.
And that was 1996, 97 when you mentioned that you were dropped and then you worked in the background. And then 1999 happened, obviously, at the Firozshah Kotla when you picked up the 10 wickets against Pakistan. When we look at it from the outside, it's easy for us to say that he's gone on to achieving what nobody else has. But it's been years of work that you've put in the background. And more often than not, it's mundane, monotonous work, doing the same things again and again and again. We live in a time now where we put a post on Instagram and we're checking every 15 minutes how many likes that we get. How many of you all are guilty of doing something like that? Yeah? Exactly, right? Instant gratification. Times are changing. That was late 90s, we're about 25 years ahead. How did you stay undistracted and focused on the one goal that you always had?
It was all about practicing the way you're going to play a match. It was not about just going there. Yes, you wanted to have fun, and I loved going and bowling and batting and being a part of a cricket team. Having said that, I think once I stepped onto the practice field, it was more about the same kind of intensity that you would have in a match. Try and build. So if all my colleagues who were great batters, I mean, I'm fortunate that I had so many great players in my team. So when they went into bat, whether it was Rahul, whether it was Sehwag, whether it was Tendulkar or Lakshman or for that matter, Ganguly, Saurav, anyone walked into bat, it was all about how can I get him out on that particular pitch, on that particular, wherever we were playing or practicing. So it was not about going there and then giving them practice. So it was more about learning how to bowl differently, how do you negate them, how do you keep them quiet. And if I could, that's how I built my game, because I had the good fortune of bowling against some greatest of the batters in that era. So for me, it was a challenge to bowl at them, and that's how I learned. And they were the coaches for me. They were the guys who used to give me feedback on what I had to do, and that was the greatest strength I had, that I had such great players in my team. And that was the only way that you could develop your game, and that could also help you understand and be in the present in tough situations in a game. Because the moment, you're under pressure, whether you're bowling the first ball or whether you're last ball, when you need that 1 wicket to win a match or stop the opposition from scoring that 2 runs or 1 run to win the game. So the pressure is the same, whether it's the first ball that you're bowling or the last ball you're bowling. How you sort of try and be in the present at that point is the challenge. And that can only happen if you have practiced day in, day out, and it comes naturally. It's not like you don't feel the pressure. You will certainly feel the pressure. It's just about understanding that even under those situations or circumstances, you still are thinking of how to get that guy out and not getting into a mindset of how do I now save myself from this situation. You're constantly thinking positive. And when you're under pressure, you don't think positive. You're thinking all the worst things that can happen. Like, what if I bowl a full toss? It's going to get hit for a 6. That's it. What if we lose this game from here on? What happens? So all those thoughts may come into your head. How quickly can you take that out of your head? Depends on how you have sort of built the practice sessions. So I was fortunate that, all these guys were a part of my team, and I was able to get into those kind of situations more often in the nets than in a match.
Yeah, the golden era of Indian cricket in many ways, right? The batting lineup that India had. And we'll obviously talk a little more about Firozshah Kotla in 1999. You've spoken about it so much. You've probably been asked about it so much. What's the fondest memory that you have of that experience? It doesn't have to be what happened on the field. It could be an interaction that you had many years later. Someone came up and said something to you. Anything that you can share that maybe none of us know.
I guess, you sort of, since then, that day, I think things have changed. Expectations went beyond what it used to be. Whenever I played before that was, you take 5 wickets, and then after that, you take 10 wickets. So the expectations just doubled. And probably I was destined to get all 10. You don't walk into a match thinking you're going to get all 10. So this was one of those days where, I was destined to get all 10. I guess the toughest moment, the greatest memory for me of that was, we were 1 down going into that test match against Pakistan, and it was a 2-test series, so we had to win this test match. So that was the fondest memory. We won the test match, leveled the series. And I think beyond that, off the field, I guess it was really tough for my room partner, VVS Lakshman, on that evening, because he had to answer all the congratulatory calls, because I was on one phone and the other phone was ringing in the room, and he would pick up and then sort of have these conversations saying, please wait, he's on a call. I think it was more tough on Lakshman than, of course, he took the last catch, so he was under pressure. If he had, if he had dropped that catch, I think people would have reminded him for the rest of his life. So, and if I had not got the 10 wickets, he would have probably been reminded for the rest of his life. So that was the first pressure situation that he encountered.
Was it Srinath who was bowling wide of the batter just the over
Yeah,
before?
that was something that he did on his own. I didn't have to tell him.
Of course.
If I was in his position, which I was, a few years ago, when Kapil Dev was close to beating Sir Richard Hadley's record in Bangalore, we were playing Sri Lanka in a test match in 1994. And he was on 4-3-0. 4-3-1 was the record at that point in time, the highest ever by anyone in test match cricket. So Kapil Dev was on 4-3-0. Sri Lanka were 8 down, and there were 2 wickets left, and I was bowling from the other end. And we had plenty of time to win the test match, so it was pretty obvious that I had to bowl wide. So I was bowling wide, and Kapil Dev was bowling from the other end. So he finished his over. I got the ball. I bowled wide. The batsman swung at it. Inside edge bowled. So that could have happened too. So that's why I said, I was probably destined. Otherwise, a wide ball could have swung, inside edge bowled. Anything could have happened. So I had to say sorry after getting a wicket. And fortunately, the next game, he equaled the record here in Bangalore. And then the next test was in Ahmedabad, where he went past Sir Richard Hadley. So I guess it was one of those moments where everyone comes together. I mean, when India plays, it's not just the 11 players who are playing. I know there are millions who are praying for the team. There is, all kinds of hymns are going on, and all kinds of pujas are happening across the globe for the team to win and for their players to do well. So it's not just my own effort, it's everyone sort of joins in. So it was one of those moments for me.
How did life change after that day?
After that day, at least for me, it didn't change much, because people kept calling me saying, "Oh, now how do you feel?" I said, I don't. Yeah, I mean, cricket is like life itself. It takes you there one day, and then the next day you realize you have to start all over again, because 4 days later, we were playing against the same team in a different venue. It was called the Asian Test Championship. So we were playing Pakistan at the Eden Gardens. I struggled to get 1. So that's the beauty about cricket. Javagal Srinath got 8 wickets. So it was karma. So he did a favor by bowling wides, and then he got 8 in the next innings. I got 1. So that's what it is. So you tend to, yes, you celebrate, and then you sort of think that, okay, this is probably the identity that I'm going to have for the rest of my life. Because whoever I meet now, people keep recalling. And, earlier it was saying, "Sir, I was there at the venue watching it." Now when I meet somebody at the airport, "Sir, I was a schoolboy. My father was at the venue." Then I say, no, please stop. Don't go beyond this. Don't remind my age now. And I know it was 25 years ago that this thing happened. So that, I think, is the only progression. But otherwise, I think people do remember that event really fondly, and which is really nice.
And the reason I ask how life changed after that, Anil, is I'm just speaking from a point of view of humility. Life can change very quickly when you have a lot of things coming your way, and after something like that happens. What was the self-talk for you to keep yourself focused on the longer game that you were anyway playing, then that is to continue to play cricket for India as long as you could? Because what happened that day happens once in a lifetime almost. How did you keep your eyes on the ball after that?
I guess I was always, wanting to improve on every time that I was never satisfied with what I did on the field. I was always constantly looking at how could I have done better. And that was always been my case. Never ever satisfied with what happened. Yes, 10 wickets, you can't go better than that, but still, you're looking at how could you have probably done things slightly differently. And that's what I think keeps you sort of on the ground. And of course, the family plays a major role in those times. And I was one of those privileged and fortunate ones that cricket is loved in India. And that's why I'm here today as well, even after giving up the game for, 17 years now, and still people want to hear stories about when I played. So that's the beauty about cricket, and that love that people have and the affection people have. People tell me about, there's a junction here which is named after me, and it's a recognition of cricket. I don't think it's just my own recognition. Yes, I was recognized for the 10-wicket haul, and it was a great honor. It's something that I sort of rate as probably one of the top honors in my life, because it comes from the people. And it's not just for me, it's for the sport that people love. And I'm grateful for that, and I'm always going to be grateful for all the love that I've received throughout my life.
And the career that you had, it almost went over 3 different decades, for a good part of the 90s, the 2000s, and early part of the decade after that as well in the IPL. Apart from captaining the Indian team, you played under a few captains, for a big part of it, Mohammad Azharuddin and Saurav Ganguly. When you play under different captains, the environment changes, the culture changes. As a member of that team, how did you get accustomed to the different styles of captaincy? And I'm trying to relate this to life in a corporate world when we work under different managers, under different working environments.
Yeah, the sort of, not the culture doesn't change, because culture sort of remains the same, more or less. It's a team sport. Yeah, some of the things may change, elements may change based on the individual who's captain. But for me, it was never different, because I always felt that I was the captain of my own bowling. I didn't look up to anyone to sort of wanting to, because they knew that, look, I only asked them what was the outcome that was required, because sometimes you had to bowl a defensive line in certain situations where you know that nothing was happening, you sort of had to control the game. So even if it was controlling the game, then it would be the way I would sort of look to control the game, rather than the captain wanting their own way. So they knew that they could trust me, saying, look, this is something that you could do. The other aspect of at least the era that I played in, through the era, whether it was Azhar was, it's always, you're always sort of closer to the first captain, because he was the one who, when I made my debut, he was the captain. And I'll always be grateful for that. And when Saurav came in 2000, and with John Wright coming in, things changed. We started doing things differently. We started winning outside of India consistently. And that's something that we all wanted to change. And it was not, yes, Saurav was the captain, and he was the nominated captain, but there was a leadership group within the team. And that group remained so even when Rahul was captain, even when Sachin was captain, even when I was captain. Some of the personnel kept changing. I mean, there were some new entrants, like a Zahir Khan coming in, or a Sehwag coming in, or a Lakshman coming in. So the core group, I think, is the key. Then you don't really worry about who the captain is or anything else, because the common goal is to win the match for your team. And whatever strategies or discussion that happens is always keeping the big picture, which is winning a match, winning a tournament. And you just align to it. And in sport, you don't think of anything else, right? Outside of what we can go and do. You're not thinking about, oh, this guy is the captain, I need to worry about who he is. You're not worried about that at all. I mean, that's the beauty about sport. You don't worry about who's in charge. You just go about doing your role and then ensuring that you're there for the toughest situation. Because when you put your hand up in tough situations, that's when people will recognize. And only when you do that, when easy things are there, then you are the first one to sort of get it. People say, you know what, this guy gets everything. This guy gets everything, yes, but he is the one, or he or she is the one who sort of has been through the tough yards. When things are not going for the company or for the team, you're there bowling those 20 overs where nothing's going to happen. You know that you're not going to get a wicket. It's not that simple. If you're going to get a wicket, it's going to be challenging. everything is against you, the pitch, the conditions, the batter is in form, everything is against you, but you're going on and on and on. And you know that when things are in your favor, it's not somebody else bowling. You would want the ball because since you have done all the hard yards, you will get the ball during those times. So I guess it just plays around. You just have to wait it out. Don't be in a hurry to say, I want everything. Yeah. In a team, you just play for the team. Individual things take care of itself. The moment you start thinking, I need to get 5 wickets, I need to score 100, then yeah, you may do that twice. But in the long run, it doesn't work out. The moment you walk in saying, okay, how can I make the team win? How can I get this wicket in this situation? Forget about averages. I mean, it doesn't really bother me. When people start comparing, I know all of you are all data analysts and you sort of slice numbers and then make people look good or bad, whichever way you want to see it. So I don't really worry about, when people come and say, you know what, you took 66 balls to get a wicket or 65 balls. This guy got it I say, it doesn't matter. At the end of it, you had that kind of a opportunity and a situation, and you just went about doing the job. And I don't think comparisons are good, and you sort of that's one way to sort of keep an eye on this era versus the other era and whatever. I mean, you do all those comparisons. It's a talking point. Yeah. Beyond that, I think you just keep the team and the goal, the larger goal in mind. Individual things take care of itself.
And this is not to come back to your age at all, but how many of you all watched that 1999 Test match live? Live?
Live means on television.
Yeah. Was anyone in the ground at all? Yeah, but do you want to give him a big round of applause for what
I was definitely at the ground.
We didn't touch upon Antigua in 2002. It's another conversation that we talk about a lot. Is that in many ways how Anil Kumble is in life in general, a fighter?
Yeah, I think, you have a responsibility, you have a role to play. And if something is not stopping you from doing that, then I think you should go ahead and do it. And that was always my ultimate goal. So, yeah, the jaw was fractured, but my shoulder was fine. So I was absolutely fine to go and bowl. I thought if I go there and pick up a couple of wickets, the team will be in a good position to win the test match. And that was my only thought. I never thought when I walked in, what if I get hit again? What if I fall again? Those thoughts never came to my mind. Yeah, when you look back, you think maybe why did I do that? But at that point in time, it was just about trying to see if I can squeeze in a couple of wickets. I knew that I was coming back home to fix the jaw. And it was just a matter of going there, getting a couple of wickets, try and see if we can get the team in a good position. It didn't happen, unfortunately.
Yeah. Picking up a lot of wickets and scoring runs with the bat with a broken jaw and you're bandaged all over, that doesn't happen too often in Test cricket, does it? Thank you so much for that as well. Right, we have a few minutes before we open up the floor for questions that you'll have for Anil. But before that, if I can just try to put Anil under pressure, doesn't really take too much pressure like he said, but just a quick one-word answer to each of this, Anil. Dismissing Brian Lara in a game of cricket or dismissing Sachin Tendulkar at practice?
It can't be just one word. I've already said that thanks to bowling so many times to a Tendulkar in the nets that I was able to dismiss Brian Lara.
Ah, lovely, love that. I'm not going to ask playing because obviously you'll say playing, but commentary or coaching?
Oh, coaching, for sure.
Apple or Android?
I'm an Apple guy.
Okay. 5-wicket...
Sorry.
No,
I know your previous... Yeah.
I used to be with Google, not... 5-wicket haul or a 50 with the bat?
Oh, 5-wicket haul.
Any day. Playing under Azhar or Ganguly, but...
I've already answered
that.
I've already answered this.
Okay. Who was the more irritating from an umpire's point of view? Harbhajan Singh or you?
You should ask the umpire. I've never stood there. I think the umpire had equal pressure. That all I can say is they were under pressure when both of us bowled.
What a partnership that was. Has to be one of India's greatest partnerships in cricket in general. Big round of applause for what Baji and Anil have done for Indian cricket. 1999 Feroz Shah Kotla or 2002 Antigua?
Yeah, Kotla.
Kotla for sure. Okay. A Sony camera or an Apple camera?
I prefer the Sony camera for obvious reasons because wildlife photography is about that. But I think soon Apple cameras are going to get there, and it's already there. I mean, you also use Apple cameras for the wide-angle shots. You don't no longer need a smaller lens. So yeah, I think you both.
Okay.
Any camera.
Fair enough. You're still playing with the team, so a road trip with the teammates or a solo trip with the camera?
I think road trip with the teammates with the camera. Yeah.
I see what you're doing. The leg break or the googly?
Yeah, I think I bowled a lot more of googly, so I would prefer the leg break. Not many batsmen played for the leg break, so I would prefer the leg break.
Bowling on day 5 or day 1?
Oh, I mean, if you only bowled on day 1, that you will get to bowl on day 5. So I guess, yeah, I mean, day 5 is always you're on top. Day 1 is a challenge. Day 5 is a different challenge because you're under pressure to finish the game. Everybody wants you to win, and the pressure is on you to get those wickets to win for your team.
Okay. And toughest team member to captain?
I think myself.
Okay, I'll stick with that. Who would you have at the other end when you're batting and trying to save a game? Venkatesh Prasad or Javagal Srinath? They're watching this.
No, I know. No, I'll have Sri.
Okay.
Yeah.
The best compliment or the most memorable compliment you've ever received after the 10-wicket haul?
I think I don't remember any sort of compliment per se that I can sort of think of, but I guess winning the match itself was a biggest compliment. I mean, that to me was and the way the players reacted to that event. They lifted me up and sort of carried me right throughout. So it was something that you could see the joy of being a part of a team comes through in those kind of situations. So probably that was the biggest compliment. How my own players reacted to one of their colleagues performing and doing it for the team. I think that's the beauty about team sport. It's not just about individual celebrations, but you also celebrate an individual's performance.
Right.
And that to me was the biggest compliment.
Your inspiration in life?
There have been many, but from a cricketing standpoint, I think it was B.S. Chandrasekhar.
One of India's greats, one of Karnataka's greats. And one final question. The best piece of advice that you've gotten, and one that you can share with the audience here.
I think same with B.S. Chandrasekhar. There were a lot of doubts when I played. People kept talking about my bowling, whether it was effective or not. So even I would have those doubts. So whenever I sort of went back to him and then met him and then asked, he would keep it very simple. He would only ask me 2 questions. He would say, look, are you getting the bounce? If the answer is yes, then okay. What about the pace after it pitches? The zip off the surface. Are you getting it? I say, yes. Don't worry about what anyone else says. Because that, I think, when you go for advice, people tend to complicate it. And you sort of come back muddled. Clarity is important. And that, to me, was the biggest sort of advice at that point. That was one. The second time, the biggest piece of advice, I've said this before, was after the Sydney episode. when I was captain in 2008, when there was all these things happening about Monkey Gate and all of that. I got, I think, thousands of messages saying what I should be doing, what the team should be doing, what anyone else should be doing. I mean, I think when you're in India, everybody loves the game. So, even tomorrow, what RCB should be doing after winning the toss, I'm sure there'll be 50 opinions. Who should bat where? Who should be playing in the playing 11? Who should bowl the first over? And what should be the first ball be? Why did he bowl this? All those are there. So you get bombarded with all these messages, right? So the greatest, I think, sort of advice that I received was from former India captain, who was no more, Bishan Bedi. He sent me a message saying, son, he would always address me as son. He would say, son, take a decision as to how history will look at this. I think that was the biggest piece of advice. So you sort of fast track forward and then think and then say, okay. Because generally when you're in any conflict, you sort of tend to react quickly. So he said, look, just take a pause. Go fast forward yourself 5 years down the line, or 1 year down the line, or 6 months down the line. And then look back and then say, what decision would you take now? I think that was the greatest piece of advice.
Thank you for sharing that. It's been an absolute privilege to be in the company of cricketing royalty. Can we have a big round of applause for Anil Kumble, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank you.
We have 5 minutes left on the counter right in front of me. We're going to open the floor for a few questions. We have one right in front on my right over here. And the lady in brown, if we can have you have the first question, and then we'll take you, and one over here. Yeah, so we have the three. Can we have a mic on the right, please?
Hi, Anil. This is about the Antigua match. I know that you said it was, you played for the team, but every time you delivered the ball and your leg hit the ground, it must have really, upset your jaw. How did you kind of really live through the pain and made sure that you delivered the right line in length? Because this is a question that I've been wanting to ask you since I was 20 years old. I really want to know how you managed through the pain and still, delivered that.
I'm not sure. I think it was, I think more than me, the most sort of concerned on the field was David Shepherd, the umpire. Because every time I bowled and walked past him, he would ask me, are you okay? And if I said, no, don't say anything, just gesture. He didn't want me to even open the mouth, but I said, Shep, I need to appeal if I hit the pad. So I guess, yeah, I think pain is something that you sort of go beyond. And when you're out there, the adrenaline pumps in. In fact, I got Brian Lara out, and then I got Carl Hooper out. Probably it was of a no ball, unfortunately, because the adrenaline was pumping so much that you're not really thinking of anything else. You just want the ball in your hand and want to get through the batters as quickly as possible. I think that's what it is. So I never thought anything else other than the focus was always, how can I get him out? So that thought was still there. The moment, if the thought shifted to my jaw, then I don't think I would have done any of that. I would have probably walked away and said, that's it. So yeah, I guess it was just a threshold of pain. It's just a barrier. Once you cross that, you don't really think about the pain at all.
In typical Indian fashion, did your mom call you from India saying, Anil, what are you doing? You're supposed to be in the hospital.
Yeah. I mean, I told my mom, I told my wife. My wife was very surprised. I mean, this was prior to me going onto the field. She had arranged for the doctor here in Bangalore, so I was coming back. I had booked my tickets. So I told her, look, I'm going to leave Caribbean, come back via London, and I'll be there on such and such a day. So, this is the time I'm coming back. And by the way, don't be surprised if I go onto the field. So she thought probably I was just joking. Yeah, it was, I don't think it was anyone's decision, including the physiotherapist, Andrew Lepus. It was none of his decision. Even the doctor advised not to go. I said, look, I'm going.
Thank you for that. We have one question here.
Hello, Anil.
Hi.
My name is Kiran Krishnamurthy, and I'm your very good friend's junior from college, Jawgal Srinath from JC. My question is, who is the, toughest non-Indian batsman to whom you have bowled?
Yeah, that was a good question because most of the tough batters that I bowled to were all Indian batters. So thankfully, they were all part of my team. There have been many batters. There have been many batters, a long list of players. Probably Brian Lara was really tough to bowl to. He was someone who was outstanding. He had probably 4 shots to every ball. Then Arvinder De Silva was someone who was exceptional. Inzamam Ulaq was exceptional. Jacques Calles. Then you had Steve Waugh, Mark Waugh. List is long. But yeah, fortunately, I didn't have to think prior to a test match saying I have to bowl at Dravid, Tendulkar, Ganguly, Lakshman, Sehwag. So thankfully, they were all part of my team.
Yeah, but a long list of great batters. Yeah, we have one here.
All front benchers. Okay.
Hi, Anil. So you have been a player, you have been a captain, and then you have been a coach. All three, I would say, were in a different era, right? 7-8 when the IPL kicked off, 15, 16, 17 when it was post-IPL, the cricket has become more aggressive. So what has been your experience and the difference in all the 3 shoes that you have played, right? And maybe one of the good moments and challenges.
Yeah, each one was very different. Of course, player is something that I enjoyed the most. Captain, of course, it's a great honor. You always, like I mentioned, even as a player, you're a leader. And captaincy comes along, it's always nice. I always feel that the title former India Test captain is something that I'm really proud of. And coach, like you said, it's a different era, but fortunately cricket is still 22 yards. Ball is still 5.5 ounces. Yes, red became white, white became pink, but cricket is still the same. And the challenges remain the same for a player. The evolving of a player from where that particular player is to where he needs to go in that year, next year, in the future is all the same. So you're trying to sort of be a part of that journey. So it was always nice. The reason that I chose coaching over commentary, although commentary is something that I'm doing currently in cricket, is the experiences or the emotions that you sort of feel when you're a part of the dressing room is very different. And the sort of involvement that you have in a journey, someone's journey where he's grown from that stature and then to another level. If you're a part of the journey, and even if you played a very small nominal part to helping that person, the satisfaction is far greater. And that to me was the biggest sort of learning. And yes, we all have our own ways and methods to do certain things. And it's not just about learning for the player, it's also learning for you as you go through different phases of your life. And when you go back a second time, it's much different. So I guess it's always something that I enjoyed. And for me, each one of them were equally challenging.
We're unfortunately out of time, but I'm going to take one last question from there. Yes, thank you.
Right at the back.
Yes.
From my childhood, I used to always feel that sports and education is completely opposite. And when did you get to know that, like, you want to become a cricketer? And did you have this aim to become a cricketer? And were you regular to the school and college?
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, I was a bad example to all my cricketing colleagues, in college. So fortunately for me, there was no IPL at that time because summer was a break from international cricket. So I played international cricket when I was in second year of engineering. So I had to take exams in my third year. In fact, third year when I wrote the exam, the supplementary exam was challenging. And the third year, I carried forward from second year, I carried forward about 7 subjects because I couldn't attend. The minimum was 50%, which I took, and then I moved from second to third year. And third year I had 7 subjects. And I could write only 2. And the other 5 I missed again, and then carried it to the third year. And third year I had 12 subjects and then 5 subjects of my second year. So all 17 I had to write in one go. And I was fortunate I finished all of that. And so cricket and engineering was always in parallel. So there was no difference to that. And I could, since I became an Indian cricketer when I was at the college, at RV College, Professor Holla, who was the principal at that time, he gave us a separate register. So I had my own attendance register. So I could mark my own attendance. So he said that whenever you go out to play a match, you can mark your attendance as 100%. Although I missed all the classes, so if you say, were you regular? Yes, attendance was regular. but I missed college 95 or 98% of the time. So people who come to me now saying, you know what, I was in your class, I won't remember any of them, unless they were a part of the cricket team, or a very few of them who were a part of my group. So yes, I was quite regular in attendance.
Vinny, do we have time? One last question? Yeah? Who has the mic? Okay.
Okay, so here's my question. So I met Sanju Samsung, and he told me, so I'm like into AI and stuff. So he's like, you're doing videos, you're doing this, all that great, but are you going and playing outside? I need you to take me a picture every day, send it to me, that you're going out at least for an hour and sending a picture. So I wanted your opinion because you are in cricket like anything, right? And you have also done mechanical engineer and all. My father was telling me. So because you are in tech and cricket, I want your opinion. Like how much time should I divide for both of all this stuff?
You need to get out and play because that's the best part. Okay, I know you didn't want to hear this. Unfortunately, I say the same thing to my children as well, saying the more you go outdoors and play, the better it is for you. You'll be in a better space in terms of your mind. You'll be a lot more fresh. You'll get a lot more ideas for you to develop your AI, whatever thoughts that you have. So go and sweat it out. That's the best form of de-stressing, and that's the best way to sort of go about, because it helps you. You're full of energy. People think that when you go out and play or exercise, you get tired. No. At that time, yes, you feel tired, but after half an hour, you feel refreshed. And that's the best part about exercise. So that's number 1. Number 2, yes, you're good at it anyway, so I don't have to tell you.
Just wanted to say a big thank you for the last 1 hour, for all the time, and more importantly, for what you've done for Indian cricket, what you've done for the state of Karnataka, and for keeping the flag flying high, and your contributions to the game that we love. I think as cricket fans, we all will, for the rest of our lives, remember a few moments that you've given us.
Thank you so much.
And for that, we will always be in
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, one last time, the one, the only, Anil Kumble.
Before the two of y'all leave, can we get a picture with the two of y'all and the audience? Would that be okay? Yes? Get a picture with the two of y'all and the audience? Audience, would you like that? Yes, no? A big yes would be very nice. Come on. Oh, very nice. DES 2025. Put your voices and your hands together and make some noise for the two gentlemen on stage, please. Time for us to jump into the awards. So make sure you stick around. We have Anil Kumble coming back onto the stage in a minute's time. So make sure you stick around. We're not going anywhere. Stay right here. And we're going to kick these awards off right away. This is the Finkelstein Awards for Data Engineering Excellence 2025, and it's an honor to be here with all of you all today. We have a lot of winners who are going to be walking away as absolute bosses this evening. A whole list of people going to walk away as winners. So stick around. These are the awards that are going to kick off momentarily. Once again, it's time for you all to get the best seats in the house. And also, if you're going to walk away with an award, you have to stick around all the way till the end, because we'd like to get a picture with you, your award, and the people on stage, and obviously Anil Kumble in the house. So we're going to get him to be a part of the pictures as well. So make sure you stick around. Yes.
Artificial intelligence, AI, coexisting. AI.
Thank you very much. Also requesting everyone to please take your seats and settle down. Please take your seats and settle down. It is awards time. Ladies and gentlemen, people of the audience, requesting you all to please take your seats. Please take your seats and settle down. It's time for us to get into the awards for the night. Once again, it's an absolute honor to be here with all of you all today. We all come together to celebrate the remarkable achievements in the field of data engineering. These awards highlight the outstanding contributions made by organizations in shaping the future of data engineering, driving innovation and enabling business success through data-driven technologies. Without further ado, it's time for us to kick off this evening once again. And on that note, it's time for me to request Mr. Anil Kumble to please come back onto the stage. People of the audience, please welcome him back to the stage. An absolute gentleman. There were some fantastic conversations on stage with Navneet Krishna. It is awards time. You, sir, have the honor of giving all of the awards out tonight. And some of y'all in the audience have the honor of picking these awards. It's time for us to begin with the category that celebrates groundbreaking initiatives in data engineering. Initiatives that drive innovation, operational excellence, and impact. First up, a company that has consistently pushed the boundaries of connectivity. Their innovation approaches in data engineering have streamlined user experiences and enabled seamless digital access for millions across India. Please put your hands together for the first winner walking away on the stage. Make some noise for Act FiberNet. Act FiberNet, please come up to the stage. Congratulations, that is an award well deserved. Just a note for all of the winners today, please do not carry your phones and take selfies on stage. We're going to keep that off stage, or I'm going to have to rudely interrupt. Clap for them, please. Make some noise. Act FiberNet on stage. Congratulations, Act FiberNet. Up next, a newly launched NBFC that's already making waves. With a data-first mindset, they've built modern infrastructure to empower vehicle financing and create smarter, faster decision-making processes. The winner in this category is Bajaj Auto Credit Limited. Bajaj, please come up to the stage. Congratulations, Bajaj Auto Credit Limited. Up next, we have a global engineering leader with over 11,000 professionals in India alone. Their data engineering projects focus on accelerating productivity and delivering AI-native solutions at scale. Please welcome onto the stage EPAM Systems India Private Limited. Congratulations, EPAM Systems India Private Limited. Up next, we have a global leader in data-driven innovation. Experience projects leverage rich data assets to deliver actionable insights and transform customer relationships. Please welcome to the stage Experian Information Services Inc. Congratulations, Experian. Now we are thrilled to recognize a company that is helping businesses operate as sustainable, intelligent enterprises on a global scale. Please welcome to the stage a winner in this category, SAP Labs. Next up, we are proud to recognize a company that is transforming enterprises through cutting-edge data solutions. A company who's at the forefront of helping global organizations bridge the gap between data science, AI, and business outcomes. Please welcome a winner once again in this category, Tiger Analytics. Congratulations, Tiger Analytics. Give them a big round of applause. Come on. There we go. Up next, congratulations once again. This is last but definitely not the least. Keep in mind that this is for Innovative Data Engineering Project of the Year. All of them have been winners in this category. Last but not the least, proudly recognizing a company that is truly transforming industries with its AI-powered solutions. A company that specializes in digital quality and data engineering with a sharp focus on BFS, ESG, and healthcare sectors. Make some noise for Zuki Systems. Congratulations, Zuki Systems. We're moving to another category now. This is for best collaboration between data engineering and business teams. This next award honors organizations that have successfully aligned data engineering with business priorities, breaking silos to deliver high-value outcomes. The first winner in this category, the digital innovation arm of the Adani Group, ADL, is transforming India's leading airports with digitally unified experiences by seamlessly integrating business goals with powerful data engineering. Please welcome to the stage Adani Digital Labs. Next up, we have a future-focused company blending data engineering and AI consulting to break barriers and deliver enterprise-wide transformation. The winner in this category is TechMango Technology Services. Another winner in this category, proudly recognizing a company that has demonstrated exceptional synergy between their data engineering and business teams, driving innovation and delivering outstanding results. People of the audience, please welcome onto the stage, Target. Please put your hands together for Target Corporation India. Come on. Moving on to another category. This is for Outstanding Data Engineering Team Award. This award honors high-performing data engineering teams that have delivered consistent, scalable, and resilient solutions to complex challenges. First off, we have a global transformation partner known for innovation. Their data engineering team has played a key role in delivering growth and experience transformation for clients across the globe. Please welcome to the stage, Densu. Congratulations, Team Densu. Congratulations. We're moving on to another company. You can put your hands together for them. There we go. A company with a human-first approach to technology. Their team's agility and innovation in data and AI have driven exceptional results across industries. Please welcome to the stage another winner in this category, Kanini Software Solutions. Congratulations, Kanini. We're moving on to a company with over 3 decades of experience. Their engineering team has empowered clients with simplified, intelligent solutions that make technology accessible and impactful. Please welcome to the stage another winner in this category, Team Computers Private Limited. Congratulations, Team Computers Private Limited. We move on from this into another category. This is for Outstanding Data Engineering Innovation in Indian GCCs. It's time for us to celebrate innovation coming from the heart of global capability centers right here in India, where scale meets sophistication. First off, we have a powerhouse delivering engineering and digital transformation services across sectors. Their innovation in data engineering is pivotal to Bosch's Invented for Life vision. Please welcome to the stage, Bosch Global Software Technologies. Congratulations, Bosch Global Software Technologies. Apparently, there's a gentleman in the front in a black t-shirt who will click all of your pictures for you. So in case you don't have anyone to click your pictures, that guy will do it for you. Yeah, congratulations. Just put your hand out. Yeah, that's the guy. You can clap for him, by the way. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah. Okay, moving on to the next. A Fortune 50 retailer with a strong presence in India. The GCC has been instrumental in creating seamless omni-channel experiences by harnessing data engineering for retail information. Please welcome Lowe's India. Congratulations, Lowe's India. It is time for us to move on to another category. This is for outstanding contribution to data democratization. It's time for us to move into this award. This award goes to an organizational that has enabled organization-wide access to data, creating a culture of self-service, transparency, and insight-driven action. It's time for us to turn the spotlight to the world's largest pure-play consumer health company with a digital-first mindset. This company's approach to say it with me? See, demonetization is stuck in my head, okay. What? Democratization. Thanks. That word data has empowered teams globally to make faster, more informed decisions grounded in science and human insight. Please make some noise for Kenview in the house. Democratizing. I got it. 3 people laughed. It's okay. We'll move on. Clap for them, please. Kenview in the house. We move on to another once they are done here. Big smiles on the stage. Congratulations to Kenview. Why was that word so difficult? Explain to me. Thank you very much. Moving on. Your process is difficult was the right answer. Okay, clap for them while they make their way to the seats, please. Next up, we have Data Engineering Company of the Year. It's time for us to finally recognize companies that have set the gold standard in data engineering, blending scale, strategy, and innovation. First up, we have a homegrown leader known for empowering global enterprises with scalable AI-backed data engineering solutions. The winner in this category, the first of 2 winners, is the Math Company. Congratulations, MathCo. Make some noise for them, please. Thank you very much. Up next, we have a powerhouse at the intersection of data engineering and AI consulting. This company enables Fortune 500 companies to unlock their data's full potential through real-time pipelines and intelligent platforms. People of the audience, make some noise for Sigmoid. Congratulations, Sigmoid. Big smiling faces on stage. Clap for them once again. Did you notice they forgot to take their little plaque with them? They're like, no, it's okay, you keep it, Anil. All right, we're going to move on to the last, unfortunately, the last segment. This is for advancement in data engineering, education, and upskilling. A category that recognizes organizations, initiatives, or programs that have made significant contributions to improving the skill and knowledge of professionals in the field of data engineering. And the winner for this category is a company that has been at the forefront of empowering the next generation of data engineers and AI professionals. With a strong focus on bridging the skill gap, the organization has created tailored upskilling initiatives, ensuring the employees and partners stay ahead in the ever-evolving landscape of data science and engineering. The winner of the last and final category of the evening is Trade Sync. Congratulations, students. It's time for us to give out one last award for the night. This is also in the same category. These guys deserve a special mention for the amazing work that they're doing. They are a multinational IT services and solutions company that has proven its expertise in the AI solution space. People of the audience, make some noise and welcome Jen back to the stage. Jen back, make your way to the stage. Awards for Data Engineering Excellence 2025. Make some noise for all the winners in the house, please. Make some noise for this man on stage. Come on, put your hands together for him. If you don't mind and would do us the honor, can we get the winners on stage to click a picture with you? Yes? One, like all of them together as one like happy family? If you don't mind, yes? Thank you very much for being kind enough. Requesting all of the winners to please come up to the stage with your awards. It's the entire group. We will refrain from clicking individual pictures, please. We will refrain from clicking individual pictures. It will be just one picture. Only the winners, please make your way to the stage with your plaques. No individual pictures, please. We're going to request you to put your phones away, and we're going to request all of y'all to clear the front. Just take a couple of steps back, please, if you don't mind. You're going to hear a little bit of an explosion. Please don't freak out. Everything is absolutely fine. This is part of the plan. People, these are your winners in the house. One last time, make some noise for all the winners. Cue the lights. There we go. A big congratulations to all the winners walking away with your plaques this evening, much well deserved. Thank you very much. We are done. We're going to give him some space now. If you don't mind, requesting all of you all to make your way. Requesting Team AIM to please come up to the stage. Team AIM, come up to the stage. These are the people that made this event happen. People of the audience, show them some love. What a fantastic bunch of people. All of y'all, we're not going to do selfies. You're going to put that phone away. I'm looking at you. I'm going to take that phone away. No phones. Take it. Yeah. Put your phones away. Put your phones away. I can see your phones coming out. No, no, no. Team AIM, people of the audience, please show them some love. Put your hands together. We're going to give a little bit of gap there. A little bit of gap here, please. What a way to end 2 days of fantastic conversations on the stage. People of the audience, AIM presents DES 2025. This is the team that made it happen. Make some noise! Confetti, please, if you can. No? Thank you, Team AIM. Thank you very much. We're going to give the man some space now. Put your phones away. Put your phones away. I'm looking at you. What a way to wrap up a phenomenal 2 days. Thank you so much for being with us here at DES 2025. We shall see you all next year. Keep an eye open for all the events happening here at AIM. Make sure you go to aim.media.house. That's where we find all of our updates. Tag us there. We'd like to see this festival through your eyes. people of the audience, my name is Vineet Vincent, and it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for being with you all over the last 2 days. I shall see you all the next time around. Have a good evening. Have a good night. Bye-bye.